fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Então fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension. Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
And welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. We are already on round 4 here in stage 3, and the competition, it is getting so intense as final opportunity for teams to try and qualify into the playoffs, extend their playing time just a little further. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for today. Joining me on the analyst desk, we have Roy and we have Gompers. Gompers, welcome back. How are we doing?
Doing great. It's 2 days in a row of Valorant, which is super exciting. And honestly, what I'm excited about is that it's not only did we get to see like the best matches ever yesterday, but then we have 2 of the top dogs going against each other today. So honestly, I'm kind of feeling very blessed today.
Let's talk about those games yesterday, because you say the best matches ever. I think it was a little bit of a rough. It depends on what team you're talking about. That's for sure. It's a little bit of rough showings. And Roy, going into this, I mean, it's a quick day. We got a double header here for SR, but it was kind of a rough one.
Yeah, definitely. This was actually a really important match for both of these teams. Claiming this has honestly made their path in VCL a lot easier. We saw a huge step up from Legacy. They played extremely well. We finally saw Muddy getting active, Blast showing his strength as well. It was a pretty fast series. Legacy Kingdom just completely shut SRG down. So now it's pretty tough for SRG, and Legacy Kingdom, they're on their way for redemption.
Yeah, they definitely are. When you're looking at this Legacy Kingdom team, it's a team that we've gotten to see in Challengers before, formerly Havers. But to see the step up and to see at what level they're playing was so nice. When you're looking to, they just completely shut them down. But as you said, Goms, it was a doubleheader. SRV played as well.
They did. They absolutely did. And it was actually a really, really good performance. I mean, Sunset 13-5 against Shopify Rebellion Black, which wasn't something we necessarily expected. I know a lot of the desk was very varied on who was going to win, right? Blue or Shopify Rebellion Black. So it was a surprising performance. We did see a lot coming through from Fireball and Fair, obviously, with Fair actually in total getting 13 first kills. It's 6-6 split between 2 maps, which is absolutely incredible. I think 24 and 13 that Fair was able to pull through with. So I think overall, like the games that we did manage to get to see was pretty fun to watch. And I feel like we got a pretty good idea of like what members of what team we have to start looking out for.
Yeah, if it wasn't clear before, we definitely got those answers confirmed yesterday. But Roy, you had highlighted how important of a match that was for both of those teams. Now sitting at that 1-3, reminder, 4 losses and you are out. We got to see that off stream yesterday with Prosperity getting eliminated. And these aren't quite the matchups quite yet, but there is this world where the Shopifys have to go up against each other. And even if they go up against Sad or Burger Boys, still very formidable competitors.
Yeah, that 1-3 bracket is actually terrifying. There's an absolute, yesterday was just a horrible day for Shopify Rebellion fans overall. Obviously, the being in the 1-3 department, that's a tough one. But I think SRB versus SRG would be a crazy game. Like all things considered, I think it would be a very entertaining series. It'd be a very interesting narrative, and unfortunately, it would put one of these teams at risk. Actually, I think it would pretty much guarantee the relegation. So it's going to be a very important match. But I'm excited for today, guys.
Yeah, yesterday was that little bit of a heartbreak. We can retouch on that heartbreak next week. For now, let's talk about the good times and look towards the upper end of this bracket. Of course, there's going to be teams in this 2-1 that are fighting to get one step closer into qualifying for those playoffs. And of course, Gomps, we still have 2 undefeated teams, Cubert and Envy, and they get to go up against each other as well to see who's going to be the first qualified team, flawless 4 wins.
Dude, you have like, again, I mean, 3-0 across the board, which is absolutely insane. But I know we've also like seen some history between Cubert and Envy, obviously under different IGLs and stuff like that. But I think that matchup is the one I'm absolutely most excited for today. Just because I feel like everyone's been waiting for this moment, right? Who is better? Is it Cubert or is it Envy? So I don't even know. I'm also really excited, like Roy said, for that Shopify Rebellion Gold and Black game, because if that does happen, bro,
it'd be nuts.
I will be tuned in for sure.
There is some crazy possibilities out here, and we'll speculate about that next week. We're getting out of ourselves here, guys. We have some amazing matchups for today. Cubert Envy is going to be a little bit later on. First up, it's going to be none other than Winthrop University going up against YFP. Of course, Winthrop University, a team that we've gotten to see a lot of strengths from, but of course, a little bit of a different look coming into the stage, and a YFP that's forever looking to be growing, a really talented group of players. And this would be a huge opportunity to show that, yes, they deserve to be in playoffs and anything else. And let's talk about the Winthrop squad first, especially to Winthrop University. They go from those underdogs in stage 1 to stage 2, having all these expectations, Roy. Now we see them back here in stage 3, and there is some faces that we know and love, but we also have some tweaks to the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about the governor and the glyph add-ins. I think on paper, these additions have been a net positive, but I think it has introduced some complexities that might be a little bit hard for us to completely understand, you know, specifically with the vision of the team, specifically with how comms are unfolding, the roles and kind of moving people around. It has created a little bit of like, maybe some like a little, I don't want to say awkwardness, but a little uncomfortability that they've had to iron out. But I mean, Winthrop University, despite all these changes, they're still in a 2-1 position. They have beat Legacy Kingdom, they've beat Prosperity, and they took a loss versus Cubert. That was insanely close, by the way. So I think they're definitely on the right path. There are some cracks, but I think with every day, every week of practice, this team is going to show their highest form. Whether that's today, we're about to find out.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I mean, the 3 longest standing members, Moves, Infiltrator, and Ollie, right? I think it's so cool, too, because you look at those 3 members and they've had so much experience playing with a variety of teams, whether it be in collegiate and now coming into the challenger scene, right? So they have such a vast outlook on the world and just like Valorant in general, which I think is honestly quite cool to bring into this. And I think that brings so much adaptability. And that's why we've seen Winthrop be so amazing in the scene.
And let's talk about these things that look like they've been a net positive for the team, and talk about Glyph first, because of course, when you're looking back at these last few games, even that loss, that was, again, Roy, you cannot stress how close that was. Glyph was always just so consistent and putting up a really big impact.
Guys, I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself, but I think Glyph might low-key be the most impressive player that we have right now. Like, I think his value is just so underrated. He's been a very consistent performer for this roster. He's an insane controller. He has crazy mechanics. I feel like his comms and his overall team play is just so on point. His fundamentals are great. They're really, I'm not seeing any weaknesses. I don't know if my vision is getting worse, guys, but I honestly don't see many weaknesses to this player. He brings everything to the table. I feel like we aren't singing his praises enough sometimes. And when I watch, like, the more I watch from him, the clearer it's becoming that this player is up next.
I agree. And also just because, like, listen, if I'm going to back up Roy here because his performance against Legacy in the last series that we saw was 22-9 on Bind and 20-9 on Lotus with just absolutely insane performance. I believe it was 2 average that they managed to try to land on every single round, which is just insane to be able to pull numbers like that. Majority of it was just being the fact that they were so confident in their skill level. And I feel like he knows, right? He knows how good he is. So he's just going to keep performing that way.
Is someone else on the team we have to talk about as well? Not a new player to the roster at this point, but definitely someone worth talking about. Talk about Ali. As soon as Ali was introduced into this roster as a starting player for the team, rather than just coaching, he's been able to have an impact in the server, Roy, and that has not stopped to this day.
Yeah, guys, this player is the Swiss Army knife for this roster. Like, he's the North American Forsaken, I swear. Like, you can put him on any role. He never looks uncomfortable. He's always shooting extremely well. And I feel like it's these types of players, like the people that can kind of be put on any role, are like sort of like the team glue in some ways, right? Because especially when you're bringing in new players, especially when you're swapping roles around, having somebody that is so like willing and so comfortable at playing so many roles without like an underperformance that you can't see an underperformance, right? Like he's being put on any role and he's performing extremely well, whether he's on initiator, whether he's on the double controller, like no matter what you put him on, he's performing well. And I feel like that's why I'm trying to highlight this player, and that's why we're trying to sing his praises, because he's so flexible and he brings so much to this team.
And Winthrop being able to have that flexibility through, would you say, the North American Forsaken? Love that one. It's so nice for the team, and looking to get that win today is definitely going to be much appreciated. On the opposing end, though, YFP, I mean, I feel like this is a team that has definitely had its setbacks, but it's a team that, again, Gomps, I look at this group of players and it's just a roster that is stacked with talent.
Dude, and I mean, you said it best, right? Stacked with talent. You have players of which have been in the scene for ages and ages, right? Like, I know Weeded's official announcement coming in June 18th, so this might be kind of like the newest addition to the roster, but I feel like they've also offered such value to YFP to the point where they're here now, right? They're 2-1, they're going against Winthrop, and they're able to kind of just showcase what they've done so far. And I feel like this team, in comparison to Winthrop, I feel like Winthrop is very explosive and very out of nowhere, but YFP is very well calculated. And honestly, I'm going to say, like, their duelist in regards to that is B-Dog is just a little bit more, I don't know, calculated than we get to see from Infiltrators. So that's quite interesting for me.
I think for myself, looking at YFP today is how this squad is going to look up against a team that we've regarded in really, really high regards in Winthrop University, considering looking back at what they've had through stage 3 so far. 2-1 victories up against the likes of SAD, up against the Blue Waters. Those are nothing to shake a stick at, Roy. But again, it's still not one of those top teams, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's like a stat bar where like we have brain power on one side and firepower on the other, this team has kind of shifted a little bit more towards that brain power. They're like a super high IQ roster, but sometimes they're lacking that consistency. They're lacking that a little bit of X factor that we've talked about, a little bit of that sort of like consistent performance from like 1 or 2 specific players. And sometimes the roles do feel a bit awkward, but besides from that, like, you can expect tier 1 level macro ideas from this team. Like, you can expect really good meta interpretations. You can expect like a really good approach to the maps. Like, you can very clearly see their idea. There's definitely game logic behind it. It's very calculated. I completely agree with you guys, but there's just something about this team that just hasn't fully clicked, and I'm chalking it down to just a bit of role awkwardness.
I mean, you were talking about sometimes there's some inconsistencies with some players, but one player we never have to worry about that with is Jake. When you're looking at the team, whether it's with these wins, losses, anything else, is someone that has been such a strong pillar for the team, always been able to pop off, get his 1, get his 2, get his 3. And I feel like when YFP, Roy, is able to start stringing rounds together, it is all on the back of Jake.
Yeah, whenever this player is popping off, Sierra, it's feels like YFP's games are so much more manageable, right? Like you said it perfectly. He's been one of the performers for this roster. He's been the most consistent from game to game. And that's sort of what we expect from him, right? He's been sort of marketing himself as that high firepower, sort of like brain off kind of controller. But I think that's honestly almost like a gaslight, because you can very clearly see the high IQ in his gameplay. Like he's not an idiot by any means. He's a very intelligent player. And the fact that he shoots back is just amazing to see. And I think him versus Glyph is going to be really interesting as well.
Yeah, dude, like 23, 25, 17 assists. We've seen him hit in some series and always pushes themselves for top or second frag. Like, I agree with Roy. It's not about, no brain. Oh, I don't know, I'm just going to do this. But it really is very well, I agree, very well calculated. And we've seen them actually like work in cohesion with B-Dog, right, in their entry. And they're very essential to the team. It's just one of those things where you see a controller or initiator, you put them on the back burner because they're not necessarily, getting all these kills, 20 and 9 or whatever, but they're doing so much work and providing that, in the behind the scenes, that it's just crazy how much value they add.
And when we're talking about people that are consistent for the team, I mean, I feel like Jake is definitely the first on my mind, but there is somebody else too that you have to talk about on that list, and that is Thief, especially too. I mean, Thief is someone who, when you're looking at just overall reps, Roy, that is there. And we've gotten to see the one-overs, on Lotus, but other than that, just like a stand-hold sentinel that the team really needs.
Sentinel and duelist flex. Don't forget, he's sometimes on that raise. This player is kind of doing all for this team, but I feel like this player there's something about his gameplay that goes very underreported, and it's the fact that he has really good game intuition from the fact that he's been competing in TAC FPS games for so long and at such a young age as well. And he's very instinctual. But I feel like where this player shines the most is whenever YFP's game plan is working on the front lines, because that's really where this player gets to kind of shove himself in gaps. Like he's sort of, pushing the limits of the map space by himself. He's lurking extremely well. He's catching like all of these timings. So I feel like his impact is only really noticeable either when he's like completely popping off or whenever the front line is working and he's able to sort of exercise that intuition that I'm talking about.
And there's one final thing that we want to talk about on this team and actually start to compare and contrast these two teams together and talk about the duelists and where we can expect to see some of the firepower from this team. Because on the side of YFP for B-Dog, we've gotten to see quite a few different duelists under his belt. Of course, you got to be flexible in this age of duelists, but that also includes the Waylay, which I think is really cool for the team. And I definitely am not a Waylay enjoyer, but I feel like B-Dog is actually playing the duelist quite well to where I can get on board with this. But on the other hand, Gomps, I mean, I look at Infiltrator and what he's done for Winthrop so far, and like when Infiltrator's cooking, he's cooking.
Dude, like we've seen it live in action for Winthrop University for Infiltrator. And I will say, Infiltrator in comparison to B-Dog is super go kill, go crazy type of duelist. We've seen him just on defense completely run out on Lotus, just A-site and go bonkers right on everyone. Get a 3K by themselves with absolutely no util, just based on the neon util alone. So I think this is a player you definitely have to watch out for in terms of aggressiveness. But I said before, B-Dog is super, super well calculated. And I've seen there are occasions where, they'll be the first to clear back site. They'll be the first on the site. They'll be there and be that aggressive factor like you are as a duelist, but they add so much more value than that. They're well coordinated with the team. They call the shots sometimes actually in regards to, okay, I'm feeling good about this entry. Let's go here and let's start this up. So I think that in itself is a lot to say. I also did want to mention, I know that B-Dog joined in April, but there was no hesitation to pick this player up from YFP. I think it was March 31st. There was an LFT post from B-Dog. And then I think 2 weeks later, it's like, hey, B-Dog's on the team, guys. Like, let's round this up. And so I don't know. I feel like YFP definitely, dude, yeah. YFP sees the value in B-Dog for sure.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything you said. I think for me, the one thing with these two players, I feel like Infiltrator is a little bit more flashy. Like he has a little bit of extra X factor, and he's willing to sort of push the boundaries of the structure kind of in his own interpretation. Whereas B-Dog, you're seeing him on the Jet, you're seeing him on the Waylay, and he's sort of playing within the team structure. He's not really trying to do too much, and he's not really trying to go beyond. Sometimes, yeah, he has his moments. Obviously, every duelist does. But I think fundamentally that is the difference between these two players, that Infiltrator, one, has some of the highest first kill, first death ratios in the league, by the way. I think it's 31-16 or 31-18. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but he has insane first kill ratios. And I think that for me is going to be a really big factor in this matchup.
That'll be a really interesting thing too when we're looking at the map vetoes with how these duelists are going to be playing with those differences that you called out, right? Especially too looking at that the pools that they have. So YFP banning out Lotus, that has definitely been a favorite of the Winthrop University, but Ascent up first. This is where we do get to see more of a waylay look here, normally, Roy, from B-Dog. So I'm definitely intrigued to see how Winthrop's going to handle that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Guys, this video is really weird because Ascent and Bind are both maps that these teams haven't shown. Like Ascent has not been shown by YFP, or sorry, by Winthrop University. And on the other hand, we haven't really seen the Bind from YFP either. So we don't really know what to expect on both of these maps. So it's going to be a little strange, I think, in these first two maps. But when it comes to Corrode, I think we're kind of seeing the meta settle a little bit, and we kind of know what to expect from the YFP side, but we still don't really know what to expect from the Winthrop University side. So there's a lot of like weird guessing games that are going to be happening here.
Yeah, but I agree, Sierra. Like the waylay, I think is something that I am quite interested to see, just simply for the fact that, I mean, I know we're going on to Ascent, but this is a meta that is quite odd, right? Like you're so typically following the Ascent meta with the KO, the Cypher, the Jet, or maybe the Killjoy comes in from time to time. But to have, you know, a Vise and a waylay starting to make way, we're starting to just develop something completely new and different. And I think YFP might be on the right way, but I don't know. I'm crossing my hands.
We'll have to see what ideas the other team have, but we got to get into predictions. The map is almost ready, friends. And this way, I mean, I normally don't go up against Winthrop University here. You guys are agreeing it's going to be Tenric against the world, but Roy, real quick, I mean, Winthrop, I feel like that's just a strong team.
Absolutely. Listen, I've covered my bases. I'm wearing a YFP shirt and I voted for Winthrop University. Either way, I'm on a win-win. Sierra, I've learned a lot from you, so thank you for that. But yeah, I think ultimately, if YFP is locked in and their macro game plans are going well, I think it's favorable. But otherwise, it does feel like Winthrop University are pretty much on top of the game here.
Dude, they are. And I don't know, when you compare them against YFP, yes, YFP, they have come such a long way and they're doing absolutely amazing with the new additions they've had with Weeded and B-Dog and all of that, right? So I think they're going in the right direction, but I don't know, Winthrop is just so aggressive and they have such a vast amount of experience that I think in comparison, it's just uncomparable.
We'll have to see how it all shakes up in the server and get confirmation about the agents as our agent select is ready for YFP. I mean, we've seen this waylay, whether they're sticking to that for Winthrop University. First chance to really scope what ideas they have and getting into this. Okay, YFP, they're going to stick with that V-Dialog waylay. I like that. But Infiltrator on this Yoru Roy and Ali on the Deadlock going for this double Senti.
Yeah, I just want to remind us that Stellar literally invented this meta that Winthrop University are running. He should have a very good idea of the win conditions. He ran this back when, you know, Turtle Truce was a thing. It became meta pretty much internationally. So I feel like he's very well equipped to call against this. So I'm gonna have to see how Winthrop University have added and reiterated on this meta to see if they've come up with any fresh ideas. Otherwise, I'm looking at Weeded to make sure everything's getting broken down from the Winthrop University's gadgets and setups.
Yeah, I also believe the last time we had ever seen, you know, Winthrop play was under a slightly different roster. I believe Nasi and, you know, all the OGs were back on that one. But this is quite interesting. It's nice to see Infiltrator take on the Yoru and Ali actually submitting into the Deadlock. I know last time we saw Cypher, Jet, KO, and Sova, so kind of like the typical OG of what Ascent is. But for me, I don't know, it feels nice. It's nice to see Ali kind of stepping into more of a stable role of Deadlock, to where I'm not quite fond of Deadlock on this map, but at the same time, I feel like if anyone can do it, it's Ali.
Hey, it's the North American Forsaken over here. Don't dismiss Ali on this Deadlock, all right? But going up against the composition that Stellar had already created, it's time to see if the student can defeat the teacher and who's going to be taking this first map of Ascent, as it is ready, and so are your casters. So Tenric, Shift, take it away.
Thank you, friends. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. I mean, both teams have showcased, I would say, the ability to be one of the top teams, or at least compete with the top teams so far through a handful of games. A couple of slip-ups, a couple of mistakes here or there, but I think just kind of looking at the compositions going into Ascent, you're getting a pretty clear-cut idea of what both these two teams, identity-wise, want to do here, 10.
100%. What you see is what you get, and with YFP, we've been seeing it for some time now. B-Dog trying to adopt that waylay into this Ascent composition that's slowly been creeping its way into the mainstream, but Stellar is looking down the barrel of a composition that he invented, as Roy so beautifully put. He made one of those points that's so good that, like, I got excited about it when he said it. Because he's right. He was the one who pioneered Deadlock here on Ascent in the first place, and now Ali picking that up. So it's Infiltrator. That has to be that X factor here for Winthrop's approach. That's how they have to try and you know, knock off YFP, and that's how always Winthrop is, you know, thrown off the opponent, is with the duelist, is fiery as Infiltrator.
Yeah, very, very true. I think it's just going to be really curious to see, can Winthrop University get Ollie set up and good to go? That's always the biggest case when it comes to deadlock. I think especially when you look at it from the attacking side, eventually in the second half, the ability to get that particular agent into play and lock down choke points that are already very small on this map obviously brings win condition in its own right, but there is a level of trying to counteract the speed that you're likely going to see from YFP, most notably, of course, with the light speed from Waylay, kind of using that as an opportunity to kind of flash and dash alongside Stellar. So again, it's very clear cut. You know what you're going to get. It just comes down to performance, because you're right. You know, this is something that for YFP, they've tried to do every single week so far in every single series they've played this map. It worked out in their opener, but it really hasn't found the success, especially on attack, that they've wanted to find in the last two, both versus Envy and Blue Otter. Now, granted, both those teams look good at this stage, but still, the fact of the matter remains. It just has not found the value that I think you're building up on paper.
Yeah, for sure. I think B-Dog, in every other respect, has been certainly stepping up lately in the role of duelist, and that remains to be seen basically only on this map. He's you know, had to take on a little more responsibility outside of the flex role with this slight shift in the roster, and with it, YFP actually, in a way, has sort of found a better version of the rhythm that they had in the previous stage, where everyone is, you know, so close to each other on such even footing. This is the worst that YFP's top fragger has looked in any stage this season, but also the best that YFP's bot fragger has looked, and that is Thieves doing more than anything else. He's good for his first.
Yep. Even exchange, though, gets us to a 4v4. Infiltrator being down doesn't really hurt the defense too much, especially with this forward play over towards B main. And with a couple of extra trades after the fact, it's looking good for the defense here, with just Stellar and Jake remaining. Jake can try to feel something out over towards mid, but everything is covered right now for Winthrop.
Already pretty far in with Governor so low. YFP does have another way to cut, but it's got to be segmented. Smoke tossed out. So at least you have to throw something in return, but YFP instead just granted this B space and pretty dry 2v4 in the future.
Well, it looks like Stellar's going to be able to get this plant off successfully. That's a nice opportunity to possibly set up the pretense for a 2v4. Got to keep in mind Governor's health pool is a single shot away from also taking this to a 2v3. Exit is most important here for Stellar. He gets back over towards B main. Jake stepping up, good for the first. Almost finds two, and actually will convert just before falling. Gives Stellar a heck of a chance at this, especially considering he's playing from outside the site, and Winthrop are not aware of that. But as they clear quickly, they will have the awareness. Try to double peek this. Looks like one tap through the railing may have come through. Doesn't really do much damage, though, to Ollie. Yeah, and this is just too much pressure. Stellar trying to do what they can, finds the first, forces the gunfight, and almost gets two, but Ollie has that to halfway, and Winthrop takes the pistol.
So many ways that YFP could approach that, but much like every other round that they lose this closely, you can't really criticize how they decided to approach it at the end of the day. Really close, and Jakey deciding to hold on top of that smoke rather than going for that paranoia lineup is ballsy, but in the end of the day, it sets up Stellar better for the 1v2 after they get onto that site. So, again, relying on each other just a little bit heavier, being willing to sort of lean on each other, and Stellar almost pulling that round together after taking multiple cutbacks. But Winthrop, like so many of y'all predicted, other than me, they're steadfast enough. They have enough resources to hold strong.
But it got tight. That's the biggest part about it, and that means that, of course, with the can afford a pretty even purchase here in round two of the half. Infiltrator has seen a quick rotation in towards mid-market. That's going to force out the defensive Aldron at B. Offensively, there's a bit of a scout out through market as well, but it doesn't really provide too much in terms of actual pressure on the site, largely thanks to spy cam and, of course, the trap right in front. Both will fall, though, as mentioned. So now it's just down to when does YFP want to hit the go call.
Appreciate B-Dog already poking his head out into the back, already conditioning how far YFP can choose to pull this attack. Puts that pressure on Winthrop early.
Well, opening exchange even. To a 3v3 we go. Site, of course, taken. Infiltrator looking to see if maybe he can find something on the exit. Gets eyes onto one and two. Can't find timing to pull the trigger, though. So now it's just down to how do you break into this? And the Judge with the Stinger and the Bulldog. Not easy weapons to break through. And whoa, that's just blast. Ollie just spamming through the smoke, finds one. And just when you thought YFP had a perfect post plant setup, it gets broken apart thanks to Ollie's go shots.
That's one of the only ways that Winthrop could have broken that back. Stellar's knife did a beautiful job of kind of resetting the tempo of that fight, forcing Winthrop to completely reset, but they packed in and then hunkered down on what they knew they could just spray and pray through. At the end of the day, that gun diff can still persist, and you find that opener, you can kind of just barrel through with whatever you've got left. Again, it's close, but Winthrop are able to make mincemeat out of that side a second time in the same round and take that B. Still, you see exactly what YFP is trying to go for. You see how far B-Dog can get in very early on the round, even when they're down economically. So you see, you know, what the game plan is coming in on this attack half. Winthrop, though, you can already see how much delaying they're able to do, how much resetting they're able to do themselves, and at the end of the day, when they retake, they have so much more to offer for the fight.
Ooh. Big reveal there by Governor. And how about this? Wow, B-Dog already in with a light speed, refracts back as Thief will follow up for another. Again, with the kind of half purchase in round 2. This is not a full purchase for YFP, but they're making the most of it, to be fair. Granted, it is just the bonus of Winthrop, but that's just a heck of an entry for B-Dog, and it turns to a quick play on B.
And that's what a lot of these rounds are going to be pretty pivotal on, is how much ground and how many kills B-Dog can get going until YFP are able to actually make headway onto the site. And this time, it's more than enough with that insta-kill on the shotgun, able to nab away that bonus round and shift the momentum finally after so many close shaves. Winthrop University having that ultimate for Glyph here, who is definitely the standout for me so far this stage. I think he has proven himself to be probably the best controller in North American Challengers at the moment.
High praise.
I mean, he's been able to just be just about everywhere at once, especially on this Omen, and he looks to try and cut this fight short early. Again, force YFP to use too much at first, and then pile drive when the going gets tough.
Yeah. Weird economical start for this half so far, with the half by even purchase for YFP in round 2 and the closeness of the round. Winthrop actually find themselves in a bit of a save here, but it's working out all right, especially as Governor, wow, little fadeaway double tap. Thief is 1 HP. Recon dart, ooh. Will get the reveal off, and Governor, he wants blood. Knows that Thief is low, looking for a secondary tag, but Thief catches him on the corner. As soon as the sound trigger of the cyber cage come through, he punishes, and numbers will be there for Winthrop, if only just barely.
And again, YFP, from the doldrums, they're able to completely shift how this round functions, force this dominant engine in Winthrop, force themselves to buckle back. Ollie's already been pressured away. Jakey has this sight to himself, essentially will force Glyph to pay some extra attention. And now with the one-way dropping smoke, he forces it to another 1v1 and Ollie to overcommit, but Ollie will get it done himself and give Winthrop a thrifty round.
What is the start of this map? Oh my goodness. Ollie 5-1, getting it done there with the double shot at the end with the Sheriff, leads to a 3-1 tally, and finally in round 5, we can start to see some normal Valorant, or so we hope, because this is just one of those rounds that, again, you just do not expect it at all up your Winthrop. But yeah, a little double dink on the opener through the side of the wall connects. You think that maybe Jake with the entry in is going to be fine, but Ollie with the late peek through door with the smoke covering finds the kills. And even with all that said, YFP still can't pull it forward. So full weapons for Winthrop, but YFP limited on purchase here.
Continuously wounded, walking into the fray, but slowly garnering more, and B-Dog is not going to stop for a second, already into tree here, so you're able to burn away all these resources, but the deadlock ult in response, YFP just have to press forward anyway. Jakey opening frag, Ollie again gets in front of it, and again gets way more than he needs to, almost the ace for him.
Yeah, just nowhere to go here for We Did, but wow. Ollie is on one, and that is not good news for YFP, especially considering that the opening 3-4 rounds was all structured setups to try to flash and dash into B. Ollie has given no wiggle room at all at A. 9-2 start, already halfway back to having another Annihilator, for crying out loud. And YFP are going to need to talk for it, I would say rightfully so.
I mean, we're seeing exactly how we expected this, you know, matchup to play out for YFP coming into this, how they attacked it, how
we see B-Dog, you know, making these W key approaches and getting a lot of purchase, getting a lot of space, sometimes getting a kill along the way. And even when he doesn't, YFP is able to trade off of him pretty quickly. So at the end of the day, they're doing what needs to be done to get onto the site to get that execution. But Winthrop are doing exactly what everyone is expecting them to do, which is overpower individually anyway. Have have one player or have enough players stand in front of the issue when they can, you know, start controlling the fight, and they have enough to just break through every time. And part of it can be, you know, again, Glyph being so conservative with everything other than his smokes until that retake fight. He holds on to both of his TPs and the paranoia so late into rounds, it's insane. And then part of it is how preventative you can be early on with this double sentinel. Can't be ignored. And of course, you know, Ollie, apart from the kills, those sonic sensors are really segmenting these pushes, even though B-Dog is able to generate so much space.
Unreal start. I mean, if this is a sign of what we're going to have to come later on this evening, with not just this matchup, but of course the pivotal one being Cubert and Envy later on the site, well, let's lock in, friends. We're going to have a real fun one in front of us. Full purchase finally, though, underway here for YFP, including a couple of ultimates, close to the Hunter's Fury, but most notably, Null Command, and you have the Divergent Pass ready to go for B-Dog. So, Owl Drone to scout things out. Center Drone is here in the way, and Glyph feels the pressure. Double stuns coming through. The dash right beyond it, though, in the glass, and he may not fully be seen. Oh no, the Owl Drone doesn't see him, so now you have the pass to go out. Oh, but it gets done immediately. Infiltrator comes to the play faster than expected, and first blood goes the way of WU.
YFP, again, they have to get on faster than they would have liked to, and they can't clear everything organically, so Moobs gets a free spot in hell, and he's going to keep holding it down. Now YFP need to shuffle in again, force the tempo to shift, and Moobs is unshakable. Winthrop can hold their double vantages and make it 5-1 now. This defense is staunch.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's just so unfortunate, though. I think if you look at it from B-Dog's perspective, like, he's got the Convergent Path ready to go, and it looks like he's about to just completely clean everything out with a little bit of extra speed, but it's just Infiltrator comes behind the play unexpected. And when you know it, that essentially saves the day. It's been a slow one for Infiltrator, but that pickup is massive, and it puts YFP back onto limited purchase again.
It's so tough because B-Dog has already used his light speed by that point, and the Convergent Path is such a dead giveaway. So, sure, you're clearing the board, but you're also giving away your position immediately. An Infiltrator being on top of that so fast, and again, being a Yoru, you should expect that ubiquity at any moment during these rounds.
For real, yeah.
If YFP can't collapse on that literally instantaneously, and you can expect YFP to do that a lot of the time, it's still so difficult to be able to bring enough of a fight, especially if you get rid of that waylay so quickly. Yeah, I mean, a real shame that B-Dog doesn't get one on top of that ultimate to slow WU down by a hair, but that's the hair that YFP have continuously missed the cut of, and they're now 4 rounds down because of it.
Well, here we go, an opportunity for a paranoia and a peek through the defensive spawn. We're also spamming things out, and yep, there's just nowhere that YFP can go. Firing range has opened.
One enemy remaining.
And Jake trying to get cheeky with the teleport, not going to work, and Winthrop will only drop 1 as they find their 6th round. And I think the thing about, like, these first 7 rounds, like, if we were to be real about this, YFP has had 1 real offensive round with weapons. So it's like, because of the nature of how round 2, 3, and 4 went with the half purchase in 2, the combat against the bonus in 3, and then you still can't full afford in round 4. They really have only had 1 full purchase round.
Yeah.
It's so tough to look at a half of Valorant to play your offense through 7 rounds.
Yeah, so true. Clawing at air, and because of how gutsy they are, because of how much distance they're able to make each time, they still have these kinds of, you know, worse off guns. I feel like the mentality gets a little bit toxicized because of it. Like, hey, we can totally, like, we can execute this. We can force buy this next round and actually make it happen and really throw this game on its head.
Be right back.
And it's just, it's gone awry too many times.
On the reveal at middle, I was about to say, has Infiltrator pushed back, but the unexpected follow-up from Governor still finds first blood and largely shuts down the play through mid. I say that with some hesitation because obviously they smoke it and push it out, but Governor's going to have a really good idea that this could possibly be the play. You also have a gate crash. The Infiltrator can come back to this really quickly if needed, and that's indeed the case. Just comes down to, can Boops find the opener? Governor moves his crossfire setup, and yeah, now you got the dimensional drift into play, but Weeded finds a couple, forces Infiltrator to hit a shot, and he will whip it. So good follow-up here for YFP into the 3v2.
Seems like they're trying to condition WU cornering themselves until YFP can util dump on the fight, and they eventually are able to do that for the B site. But again, here comes WU with the reset for the B. This is where they're strongest.
Paranoia cutting across the site will affect one. Spam from Glyph is decent, has Weeded low, and Ollie finds another double on the crossfire setup. Nowhere for Glyph to go, and no help required. Ollie is on a rampage. Unbelievable start, and another round that YFP look at and say, can we catch a freaking break?
It's starting to become a bit too normal that Ollie has a life game for Winthrop here in the Swiss stage. Started to see a couple of suspiciously long pop-offs from this guy that, as the desk, again, so wonderfully put, has just been able to kind of do whatever you need him to. One of the best flexes we've ever seen in this region. And filling on the team that, again, he was previously just coaching. It's such a fun story that you love to see top fragging at the moment.
Well, first blood this time goes to Infiltrator. That was what looks to be around mid-map over towards B connector. Midi-map was down. Sorry about that, friends. Aldrone still trying to force the issue over towards Tree, though. Ollie's playing through A main, and it's Glyph who's watching the close corner as the sensor gets destroyed and replaced by a barrier. And that will be instantly deleted, but again, this angle is just a little bit too free for Glyph, although he kind of steps out and puts himself into the realm of tradability. That doesn't make a difference because Ollie's still right there behind him. So 8-1 the count, and again, it's just smooth sailing right now for Winthrop.
That was probably the most trivial round so far out of the game. Just a one telegraph push that Winthrop kind of just get to pull a little PowerPoint presentation on how they're able to stop YFP in the long run on rounds like this. Just the instantaneous delay when they hear them knocking on the door and then packing up for the fight. I mean, you saw them ready before the fight even started, before they could, throw that barrier mesh down. WU, they have enough time to start and end the fight whenever they wish to. YFP, the tempo control has not gone nearly as far as they'd like to with this attack.
This could lead to a very quick and very fast half here. Good first blood for Thief, has the neural theft to follow up to get some information on the setup, and this has got to be one of those let's stay away from Ali rounds. Infiltrator gate crashes back to safety, has an opportunity to try to step up over towards B main, but Fragment and a knife will keep that angle safe. But meanwhile, this feels a little too slow for YFP. I mean, a little bit of spam shots here and there, but the defense is rotating over pretty quickly now.
And once again, they're able to read this pretty early on, and yeah, I mean, you just have too much to offer. YFP do manage to cut them off the pass here, and can again reinitiate from the middle, sink their teeth back into the round, exude some control. I mean, it's so artificial though.
Yeah. It's just, that's too slow for Winthrop, or pardon me, for YFP in my mind. Winthrop just, as soon as the neural theft comes through and you start to see the smokes being placed, they're instantly rotating back through mid.
Spike planted.
Opportunity for Jake in the 1v2. Neural theft will be called. Annihilation feels like a bit of overkill.
You're damn right it is.
But who cares? Who cares? 9-1.
And again, I mean, it feels like Winthrop are real puppet masters for this defense so far, kind of keeping YFP on a bit of a leash whenever they enter that site. We saw that one round where they were kind of able to bully their way through mid and actually pinch that B site and win a team fight. And even then, that was a round that YFP ended up losing, but still, since then, Winthrop have been far faster to when the first fight starts and far more dominant in that first fight as well. They don't want to give YFP a prayer these last two rounds.
No, and why would you? Well, here we go, quick fireworks once again. Governor able to find first blood. Hunter's Fury trying to counter for Weeded, and it will work out for one, but Moves has a lot of utility still in place, including a trap on site. Glyph will teleport back to Arches. And he's got a paranoid to try to give himself a little bit of space and freedom to isolate this as best as he possibly can. Here's the footsteps, but Jake with the Guardian taps away. Infiltrator only finding one before falling, has YFP in a relatively comfortable spot on the post plant.
YFP just barely won that first foot race, but again, Winthrop are right here already.
One enemy remaining.
Well, opening trade comes through. Thief able to finish things off before we get a little bit too mixy. And finally, YFP see an offensive round get past the finish line.
In the half.
I didn't even call that round disrespectful from Winthrop University, but it was certainly a little more forward. Infiltrator going for that uphold, and then Governor with that cover fire. Infiltrator actually did manage to get out, so Governor got that free first blood. But after that, YFP, again, same as every time they've seen that Yoru TP, they try and, you know, twist a knife right into the spot where Infiltrator just left, because they know at the very least that that one spot is unoccupied. And from there, you know, they'll do what they can do. This time it was enough, and Winthrop in response, they'll just press their foot even further on the gas.
No command to get things started. B main under some subjective question. And yeah, again, this is one of those that you look at and say, did this really accomplish much? Moves up top, still in a comfortable spot, has Glyph on his cross. Ollie is the only thing not here at the moment. The paranoia gives Glyph a chance just to fight by himself inside the site. First blood tallied. Follow-up from Infiltrator is good. And I'm not gonna lie, this is just not deceiving enough for YFP. We're forcing out the paths. B-Dog trying to work his way in, is able to catch one, but how do you move from here is a different story. Able to refract back to safety, as Ollie says, not so fast, and the grab net gets placed, and the rest of Winthrop will just force it down his throat. No worries, no problems.
Just felt very strange. I'm not sure what YFP's full intentions were on that, because as soon as they use the null command, they already start W-keying back towards T-spawn. But even if they weren't going to do that, YFP was going to start backing out anyway and just hand the site over. They don't want to fight that until after the null commands expire regardless. So they just assume that free space is going to be taken. So even if you are going to bluff on that, I feel like you do it a little more convincingly by like maybe implanting someone, making a little more noise on top of it, leaving the KO there a little longer, because Spike isn't there. But instead, Winthrop, they sit in the waiting room of a lobby for the Spike to just come over the second that ultimate is popped, and then it's expired by the time anything starts.
Exactly.
YFP have already rotated back because, duh, what else are they going to do at this point? And then they shred.
Yeah, dude. This is going to be, that first half could literally just be categorized by YFP was not allowed to play offense until the last 5 rounds of the half, and they only got 2 full purchases in those halves. And to be fair, again, I think some of their calls were just not well executed on, like that null command being part of it, but the convergent pass that same round, again, not looking all that great either. Just a bit odd. The stun there will slow things down just a touch. Stellar gets the read that Infiltrator had still been playing in the corner. B-Dog follows up with some shots in the smoke, and okay, here we go. Pistol looking good for YFP.
Saturate doing a great job of playing preventative and keeping Winthrop from being able to push his one unit, so they're fully slowed down here, and the smoke being finally set up here by Jakey allows them to just spray their way through and keep the little ground that Infiltrator managed to gain here on Winthrop's push, which is very one and done. So YFP have every intention of making their defense just as dominant as Winthrop's. The Yoru can be a thorn in the side, but again, can meet the same problems that Waylay did.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, this pistol's not done yet. Jake on the corner. Oh, nice little fadeaway headshot. Connects Governor trying to force to find the trade. Not going to happen. And so all is on Ali, who does not have the health pool to do any heroics this time around. Okay, flawless round for YFP. The pistol should lead to a hopefully convincing bonus for them too.
Yeah, this is a fantastic start. Played it exactly the way that they needed to, and yeah, Infiltrator is definitely going to be enemy number 1 for this half. He's going to be the one that is going to have to crack this, one of these sites in 2 at some point in the round for Winthrop, and he's only got to do it thrice, really, in order for this map to be done and dusted. So YFP, they have to be, again, very quick to the issue. The Cypher util has to do a lot of good slow down work, and yeah, you just got to be very responsive.
Yeah. Well, opening contact for B-Dog, good. Connects for first blood. Follow-up is, again, trying to be worked around a little bit here as Ali forces another jump peek, but B-Dog will not miss. So that should pretty much be about the end of this round for Winthrop. Not able to get the B main control, has them pretty much working right into the Cypher setup.
Yeah, just applying that pressure early on the one side will kite them over to the more dangerous one early on. Great way to play this anti-eco and force Winthrop to fall into multiple chains of attack to prevent yourself from losing guns along the way. B-Dog's going to be able to hold on this outlaw, stay nice and safe. Jakey's the only one that's going to fall, and he'll get one on the way down. So even this ult economy is looking really decent early into the half for YFP. So, I mean, everything you could have asked for these opening 2 rounds on the defense, YFP definitely got. So, I mean, this is going to be the real litmus going forward, obviously, on this bonus, just trying to cut as much short from the team as possible. You know, this is when Winthrop is going to be, you know, some of their fastest going to try and throw them off. And if they know that they have a mild personnel advantage pushing into a site, they're going to be so quick with the exec.
Okay, see if there's going to be some sort of response here from Winthrop. Looking at the bonus of YFP, very formidable. Guardians still have the Outlaw, and then a couple of extra cheeky weapons, most notably Thief on the Judge, holding a corner at B main. But on the other front, of course, full rifles in play, plus for the most part, full armors after moves had already been tagged just a touch. And this looks to be, with 60 seconds on the clock, some sort of a crunch through mid to B if they decide to commit to this.
See, the only one in any really vulnerable position right now is Thief. Everyone else able to easily back out. Everyone who doesn't have a shotgun able to play for a secondary fight if necessary. YFP willing to stretch this out, and they're showing that on the macro really well. That knife doing a great job of, again, playing for that slowdown, but the trapwire already destroyed. Winthrop can still kind of play with this mid.
Yeah, and I think Boobs is happy to let himself be revealed right there. The follow from Governor takes advantage. B-Dog could not get his feet planted with the Outlaw. A little bit of damage onto Jake, and then finished by Glyph. Has Stellar by himself, and he may just back away. You know, Boobs is watching the cross, though. You revealed him after all. Just cannot deal with it. And this Winthrop team is just looking real clean. Absolute perfection coming through here for Winthrop, as Stellar will try to survive into the next round.
Love whenever Winthrop decide to just insert moves and let him be the raid boss that he wants to be on this Sentinel role, doing a great job of just completely cutting this map in half, making the retake a complete impossibility after the few whiffs that YFP had on the A site to start with. Very few opportunities that the team had to be able to save any face at all, really, this round, but the fact that they don't get rid of a single gun makes Winthrop very well set up to scrape 2 more here in regulation on the attack. Everyone is still performing at peak and doing the same sorts of things that YFP wanted to do with their tempo control, diving on top of Infiltrator's pushes, whether he gets a kill or not, and you know, making a mockery out of a site in the opening and just trying to hold on to as much as possible for the post play.
Wow. This has been a convincing map of Valorant. That's about all you can say at the point. Yeah. Well, whoa, that's a angle right there, following the dart. 2 agents will be suppressed by the knife on the other side. So not a lot gained, not a lot lost for really either team. Your will be collected here for Winthrop, which will have Governor on the Hunter's Fury, which is important. This comes down to, as the spike carrier, does he actually want to commit to this on the initial, or are we going to try to use this for post plant? May depend on what he sees with the Aldron here.
Feels like Jakey's quite vulnerable. He's going to have to try and fight this, but a Hunter's Fury to cut the board down. He's got to just think on his feet. Infiltrator is going to find him really early on. Winthrop already have this A site, and B-Dog, again, on this operator, he's really stuck until he makes sure that mid is fully cleared.
Not going to have time to do that, though. That's the issue. So you look towards Bleeding and Thief. Barrier mesh out, instantly destroyed. Shock darts being held by Governor. B-Dog does connect on the cross through tree, which is important. Stopped at least one member from being able to exit out, but Moobs is still very comfortable in this position towards main. Thief trying to find some timing, catches the head of one. Governor getting a little antsy in the backside of sight. Now it's down to the timing of this double peek with the Shorty and the Phantom over through tree. There's the orb. Glyph going to be revealed by this, and YFP going to find the kills in perfect succession of one another. So great retake from YFP. They'll get their 5th.
That was really fantastic patience coming from all 3 members of that retake from YFP. Perfect double swing off of the execution, but yeah, really Thief again, stepping up on these lurks and walking into these peaks with a lot less fear than you've seen him before. Again, he is really stepped up when it comes to this 5th man role, and it's meant a lot to the rhythm of YFP, the identity that YFP has tried to have as a team for, honestly, the past 2 years of Challengers at this point. The funny thing is, it's almost like they have to find a whole new ceiling all over again, despite changing so little about their roster, despite changing so little about, you know, how they operate as a team as a whole. It feels like they're entering a whole new arc, like they got retconned.
Here.
Well, a bit of patience here in round 17, an important one, you would think, especially with Winthrop economically with their backs up against the wall here off this full purchase. It would give a lifeline to YFP on this comeback effort.
Don't miss me too much.
If they were to force some sort of a return of investment. Aldrin will already put the light speed into play. Moob's almost able to find a connection at mid, but instead we'll just collect the orb and get out of there.
Already you see YFP understanding that the B pinch is more likely from how much space Winthrop has gained in mid and how likely they are to want to hold on to it and try to convert it into something. But B-Dog, this is risky business trying to crosswalk here. Lights are spotted, so already you shift course and have to force yourself to double check this.
Well, there's the secondary reveal left.
30 seconds left.
Coming out. B-Dog is going to hold inside the dark cover. Winthrop have gained some pretty good significance around the site. Thief trying to feel it out. Actually catches a bit of timing. Not able to get away, but the neural theft will come through. That will now give the go call for Winthrop on how they want to break this site down. Weed is affected by the paranoia, and that will be enough for Governor to find the easy finish. Plus Winthrop, of course, with the information on where the rest of the defense are. Lock down the cross and put themselves quickly on a map point.
Yeah, very quickly able to collapse on that when they find the opportunity. Exactly how you want to see that happen. An unfortunate kind of way that things shuffled out, but again, you have enough resources to just kind of make it work that time around on top of the lane trade. You turn that into the Cypher ulti, you have to reset the mid fight, so you can only come from the back hall, and at that point, you have to choose, you know, do we activate this pressure point now when we can maybe get a shred of the site, or do we activate after all of this setup from Winthrop can come through, after, you know, Ollie and Moves get all of this util down, and YFP, you know, they go with what they think, and what was probably the easier option, but they got 7 rounds of game point to play against B-Dog again, getting in on top of this early, and now they're going to double down on this B main pressure.
Grab net out, barrier mesh behind that. Oh boy, this could be tough. Sensors are going to be destroyed, and YFP just hold their ground somewhat forcibly. That works out for an opening that will look really good for YFP, especially if the defense here can just stall a little while longer while those recovered weapons make their way over on the rotation.
Ready, they're going to try and get this done quickly before YFP can respond with a decent amount of personnel. They want to still hold on to this site advantage, keep that space active, and Glyph again getting on top of his own smoke is able to make that space. 50 seconds to go in a convergent paths. Now both slowed down. YFP, they find the need to re-clear, but the TP coming out from Glyph resets the fight again, and Governor is able to stay hidden.
Yeah, Governor has him in the corner, knows that he's playing off that angle. Also see the shoulder of We Did. Glyph finds the first. They know where the other is. This comes down to, can you save the day if you're B-Dog? He's already gotten 3. As he takes down Glyph, there's a double swing. Oh my goodness! It's not perfectly timed, and Governor clutches the 1v2 for a quick map 1 win.
The last 2 players standing on the field, the 2 new members of Winthrop University, holding it down. A tier 1 superstar making his way to the collegiate roster, and just what may be one of the most influential rising stars coming out of Challengers this stage in Glyph. One of the only 4 players in this stage so far who has yet to go negative on a map, by the way, is Glyph. Absolutely insane. He'll keep that statistic going after this map as well. After Winthrop really get to stretch their legs on this Ascent map. I mean, Shift, this looked pretty dominant on the defense, and they looked like they had more than enough of the attack figured out.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just another one of those things that, like, I really do classify this map largely from the perspective of YFP just were not allowed to play their offense. I mean, just based on how the economy was going back and forth, they didn't get a chance to have a full gun round until like round 6. And they don't win that one. So then it just turns into this level of save by until they eventually get a couple of rounds near the end, but it's just not enough. And Winthrop just quickly find a way to stop any potential comeback antics in map number 1. Thrilling one to be sure, but for YFP, it's going to have them feeling like they didn't even get a chance to play the map. So we'll head to a break, come back to see how things unfold on map number 2.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
First map in the series between Winthrop University and YFP being Ascent. The first opportunity to see what Winthrop University has been cooking up recently, and very familiar to YFP and Stellar in particular. But once we got into the server, I mean, this was a comp and just this players from Winthrop University with such a big step up. And Roy, that's going to be a strong win for Winthrop University claiming the first map of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, like YFP had an idea of how to play against this composition, right? Like if it was very clear in the way they're approaching it and the pace and where the Sova utility was being planned. But guys, knowing is literally half the battle in Valorant. Like at some point, you need to match the enemy team, right? You need to match how they're playing. You need to match their tempo. And I feel like Winthrop University just had so much confidence and so much flexibility and just so much X factor in all directions that it actually just ended up forcing them to play. It ended up forcing YFP to play very slow, which is what you want on the Ascent defense with this comp anyway. So they ended up falling into the pace that Winthrop University wanted them to play regardless, and it just worked out extremely well. They closed out the half 10-2, and it just left no room for YFP on the other side.
I agree, and they were keeping sights. I don't know how to explain it. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, a lot of teams, you know, enjoy having to have that challenge of trying to keep the sight, but I feel like there wasn't really an issue for them 99% of the time, right? They were holding the angle. They had a lot of cross-hold positioning that really worked out. I think it was just overall mechanically really good on the side of Winthrop University. Obviously, we've seen a lot of teams go like 13-5 throughout the duration of their first map. So can I say, will it be any different on the next map? I'm not quite sure, but I think if they keep this play style where everybody was just absolutely cooking, positioning was great. I feel like I think everybody on the leaderboard was pretty similar in regards to kills as well. So it was perfect overall.
And I think for me, guys, what I really like about Winthrop University's approach on this map is I feel like a lot of teams have this thing where they play defense with a double sentinel setup, they don't really end up doing the things that are typically successful on the defense side, right? Like they don't end up challenging. They want to play so heavily into their util that they develop this like kind of ultra passive playstyle on defense where they lack a lot of information. They don't really know where to allocate their players. But Winthrop University, they're not even thinking about that at all. Like their sentinels are challenging A main, they're challenging places, they're using their deadlock util to their favor to isolate lanes, to isolate angles. And I feel like it's this sort of flexibility and this sort of like constant relentless aggression from what is typically supposed to be a defensive setup is what's really working for them on this map, at least versus YFP.
I feel like for Winthrop University as well, even when YFP did start to have something going their way, when you have a player that pops off, starts getting momentum in a round, Winthrop University did such a good job at being able to play together and just overwhelm from there. And YFP just couldn't stand up to it. Winthrop University, like they just seemed inevitable at some point. And when you're looking at the performance across the board here, Gompers, I mean, for Winthrop University, you got to see just everyone across the board able to step up and bring that firepower. And again, something that YFP couldn't quite match.
Yeah, I agree. Everybody here had such a good performance, honestly. Sorry. Sierra, I can't stop laughing now. Sierra called it out that I say I agree a lot. So someone else take the mic.
I'm definitely not counting in Discord to throw them on every time I agree. I mean, you know what, Coppers? I also agree. But, you know, we'll move along. Little behind the scenes for all of you guys.
That reminds me of like the yup meme that's circling around. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. All right, back to Winthrop University. Back on track here, guys. We got to get serious because there is a performance that we need to talk seriously about. Because when we're talking about a Winthrop University that was inevitable on the map, I mean, come on, Ali, this deadlock, like, what North America forsaken, and Ali just stepped up to the plate. Huge, Roy.
Look, I know kind of he fell down the leaderboard a little bit on the scoreboard, but in the first half, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was 18-3 at one point. Like in a 10-2 half, you have a player going 18-3. That is an insane performance. Yeah, he didn't really have a strong close to the map. If he did, he would have had an insane absolutely crazy first map. But that's where, that's where you have Governor stepping in and other players stepping in. That's the beauty of it. But yeah, Ali was such an important piece. And it's not even just the fact that he was shooting his gun, but I feel like his Sentinel util, his grav nets, his walls were just so perfectly timed. And then the way he was using his gadgets to set up that A main defense and sort of like pressure a lot of the map control, and just perfect use of the ult that we just saw as well. Like, just all of his util as well as his firepower just lined up perfectly in his first map. And for me, that's what gives him the MVP in my eyes.
He was just on fire too. You saw it right there, right in the clip. It was a 4K that he was able to retrieve, right? Majority of the time, that was actually what the round looked like. And I said before, I don't know if I like the deadlock on this map. I did also say, if anyone can do it, Ollie can do it, but it was just like proved wrong times 10 at the same time. I didn't think deadlock would be a strong contender, but the way Ollie played it was beautiful.
I mean, I think it's just an Ali diff at that difference too. Honestly, like I am a fan of the deadlock, but I think that Ali, when you're looking at a multitude of agencies able to play at such a high level, I just think it's going to be a different beast. And that's going to be a dangerous contender for YFP. Now looking into the second map of the series, because reminder, Ascent was their own pick. Now we're going into Winthrop University's pick of Bind. And again, Roy, when we had highlighted going into the series, we had limited information of each of the teams. This one's a bit more of a known quantity for Winthrop, but it's something that is quite strong.
Yeah, this second map is going to be so weird, guys. Because obviously, yeah, we don't know what YFP is running on this map, but they've opted for Bind defense. Bind defense is a really weird half. Like, it's either you're getting absolutely like rolled over on you and you don't know how to allocate your numbers and you're not really sure what part of the map to challenge, or you're having a, like a decent showing. But it's very rare that we see like huge stomps on the Bind defense side. So the fact that we don't know what they're running and they're starting on the defense side is, for me, not boding very well, considering how strong Winthrop University's looked on their Bind.
Yes, that's something I actually wanted to touch base on too, because we did see a lot of that game of Legacy, and 13-5, I believe it was, that they had on Bind. So if an iteration like that happens again, I mean, 13-5 is not the way you want to go here for YFP. But I mean, seemingly the way they played on Ascent, now the way we're possibly going to be able to see them play on Bind with, I mean, Glyph and moves just looked spectacular with their low orientation on that map, especially just Glyph in general, right? Being able to play that controller player and also have such an insane amount of kills on Bind. I think they just look perfect here. And the fact that we haven't seen YFP, like Roy said, that might be an issue.
Especially too, I am a little bit worried for Bind for YFP when you highlight the teams in general and talk about YFP being kind of a slow, methodical team. And, sometimes it could work. I personally think of Bind as a very aggressive map. It's so small, right? Like things happen fast. And when you have this Winthrop University on the opposing end that is going to be pressuring you, like that definitely, it makes me a little bit nervous for the potential of seeing a map 3. But we know that there's great minds and there's definitely a lot of brain on the side of YFP. And again, we got to see some of that capability in that first map, even if it was a smidge outmatched by Winthrop University. So I'm hoping we get to see a cool idea with the agent composition and something that can be matching Winthrop University. But with this being an unknown quantity, how do we feel like this team's going to be approaching this map here, Roy? Because for YFP, like, this isn't something we've ever seen, like, with this variation of roster.
Yeah, honestly, I'm expecting a double controller Viper composition. I feel like Viper cemented herself on this map. I wouldn't really expect YFP to be deviating too hard off the brim and off the Viper. Maybe they swap the brim for something else like Asha, but ultimately they're probably going to be running some version of the Cypher Viper Brimstone composition. And Bind can be explosive for sure, but it's also a very defaulty kind of map where like you need to sort of push and pull to sort of keep the defense guessing, just because of how awkward it is to challenge some of like the map control. Like holding showers is just so claustrophobic. Long B is very awkward. Hookah is also a little bit awkward, and obviously short 8 is like pretty much a free entry to the site, so it can be a little bit tough. But yeah, we'll see.
Let's see how this one shakes up. But let's head into the agent select so we can get our first idea of what YFP is cooking up. You called out the potentials of, super strong controllers here, being able to see a potential double. I'm curious too what we're going to be able to see EDOG on for this map. And okay, we're gonna go to the Thief Raise. Okay, this was something that we highlighted at the beginning of the day, Roy, that sometimes we do see him flex more into that duelist role, and yeah, he's picking it up for this one.
And he frags on the like the roll as well. And I really like the fade. I really like the gecko together. I feel like it's very easy to overwhelm the explosive sort of playstyle that we were talking about before. I'm just curious to see what they're going to be up to on their defense side, because I feel like they can't make the same mistake they made in the first map. They need rounds in this first half. They need to allow Stellar to have a little bit more room to work with on that attack side. So my eyes are on them to see how they're going to utilize these two initiators, excuse me, to sort of leverage their potential to have a nice strong finish in this first half.
I really like this simply because, well, for YFP, double initiator with Infiltrator's explosivity that we got to see in that game against Legacy, this is the perfect way to not only get information so early on with that double initiator comp, but I think it's such a good pushback to kind of almost make Winthrop slow their pace. I feel like they're so aggressive. I don't think Sentinels really did the job last time, so maybe adding a bit of that, just explosivity on your defensive round, I think might just be the case for them. If anything, very good counter, in my opinion.
We'll have to see if it's going to be enough going into the second map in the series. As a reminder, Winthrop University did steal away YFP's first map of the pick. Can YFP take Bind and take this to map 3? Let's find out and send it back over to your casters, Tenrek and Shift.
Yeah, this is going to feel a little bit more likewise, I think, for both these two squads. I mean, again, that's just for YFP. I think Roy hits it on the head. The big focus here is on the double initiator and then the ability for B-Dog to try to obviously manipulate space around whatever those two teammates are able to find. But for Winthrop starting off in the opening attack, I think a lot of pressure here on the Governor again. Just information seeking and trying to get Infiltrator some comfortability as they break on into sight.
100%. It's still going to be a very much like a one-and-done battering ram type attack for Winthrop University. And with YFP choosing to start out on the defense with this, I feel like they're going to try and play this the same way they played what got them leverage on Ascent, which is just preventative utility to slow down pushes. Last round we saw a lot of players find a lot of purchase with that. And here on Bind, every single one of the players on YFP have utility that allow them to do that same sort of thing to Winthrop's push and just stall until more players are able to kind of stopgap the push and try to make something out of the fight. We'll see if they can try to hold a candle to this, but Winthrop look prepared. They look really good here on Bind. They look primed to make it a 2-0.
Yeah, I was going to say that the results here are maybe a little bit more recency, if you want to call it that. I mean, just looking at Legacy Kingdoms, their win yesterday, or not yesterday, pardon me, last week, 13-5, a lot of success from the defensive half. Not really an opportunity to see much of their attack, but it was the same comp that we're getting here. And I think the biggest thing to kind of keep in mind about that series was on this opening map that they had played, it was the Glyph Show again. So lots of focus there in terms of looking at what Winthrop has to offer. A little bit of a haunt setup here with Thief as, wow, Governor just did not care about the left-sided corner, just forced the 1-for-1 trade, and we've got early 4v4.
Well, someone else will get that eventually, surely, right? Glyph has now hopped in through hookah and caught B-Dog off guard, so all of a sudden we've pinched B, apparently. But Jakey is able to stop the threat on one side, and also the threat on B is crunched as well. So Winthrop, at the end of the day, they haven't really made it anywhere, have they? And now it's a 2v3, spike in hand. They haven't opened short, at least.
Lots of footstep sounds left here for Jake to work off. I'm just going to tuck himself into a corner and shower. And then check. Should be a freebie. And it is. Spike will not be planted. Infiltrator, thanks to the Poison Cloud, will grab it and get away. We'll have an opportunity to jump in through hookah to B. Just comes down to the timing with him and Thief. Thief will forfeit the angle and play for the paint shells. Well placed, and yeah, Infiltrator turns to find all that extra damage, and there it is. Thief will finish things off, and the pistol will go to YFP.
All right. I feel like Winthrop treated this attack a bit like an outlet mall and not like Bind. We went shopping a little too long there. Governor, just a little too far forward, just a little too abrasive with his checks, getting cut off too early, and then we started sticking lurks in while trying to just maybe just backstab on whoever decided to rotate where. I think Winthrop were really just trying to cause some chaos, knowing how much, YFP are able to, again, just play keep away. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, nobody was really able to ISO their fights. So, yeah, no real push gained here for this starting phase. I doubt we'll see Winthrop, go for more than just one big old death ball fight this round.
Well, you think. Whether or not that happens is a different story.
Yeah, 3 sheriffs.
We'll find out pretty quickly what will happen here, as opening pistol shots through U-Haul won't really provide too much, just forces out the Prowler. Space regained, though, by YFP through this toxic screen, and everything will reset.
YFP really willing to play these tough positions, regardless of how often WU reset. They'll kind of just boastfully stick to wherever they've already cleared.
Spike down B.
Well, Jake will find the first 2. He's playing on top of the site. No worries for the third either, as the smoke will fade. And everything seems pretty calm and collected so far for the defensive YFP. Moves trying to collect something, but not going to be able to. It's 4 for Jake. That's actually not insignificant. Of course, you look at it and say, okay, cool, you expect to win that round, but building close to an early Viper's would be huge for YFP.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they see the way that, you know, Glyph is able to also hold it down on defense with this screen, and it's, you know, not dissimilar from the way we see most Vipers on bind dominate lately, which is just this conditioning wall continuing to slow down the pushes and force attacking teams to second guess how much is being contributed to each site. You see Jake really taking liberties in this follow-up, not even really throwing that much into the situation. That will certainly change once the guns on WU upgrade like they now have. But again, it's going to force them to just reset time and time again.
Yeah, sure will. Well, okay, there's a little bit of contact for free for Glyph, just kind of lurking over towards Showers. Bonus round here for YFP. Doesn't have him with a lot of AR presence, so this is all of them trying to get forward, including B-Dog in a day 1 spot. That should be enough for, though, Winthrop to say, okay, I'm not going to go A. Pawn trying to slow things down over towards B main as Jake is playing in a bit of a corner, and again, Governor just does not check that corner. So it works out pretty well for YFP, 3v3, and still got some sight control, including this moment here from Weeded, who's able to escape back over to Elbow.
Really spotting some glaring weaknesses in these Winthrop University attacks. Feels like whenever they try to attack the B site, so much responsibility is thrown onto Glyph to condition the A site and just play these mind games. You've seen him have to do it already the previous 2 rounds just to try to generate that frontal space even towards like TP, but even then it's really slow going.
30
and so
seconds left.
Winthrop continuously just frozen, forced to walk onto a site with basically nothing to offer anyway. Ollie in a 1v3 after the spike goes down.
Well, things getting slowed down by the Gecko, and yeah, how about it? From even exchanges across the map into a 3v3, followed up by a flawless defensive finish from YFP. That'll be good for the bonus win, a couple of free rifles, and they're looking solid here, map number 2.
Very impressed by how already YFP's got a really decent read on how Winthrop has been approaching this map as a whole. Just really seeing the map, seeing, you know, how they line themselves up. And yeah, Jake, definitely the focal point of a lot of these holds, just because Winthrop has ultimately gotten kited into the toxic screen that he's able to play around so fluidly. This time short will be a bit more of a pressing issue with the short-range guns that Winthrop have to offer, and on top of the toxic screen, YFP aware that they can get really aggressive on top of it, they'll hand lamps over.
This comes down to breaking a little bit deeper into this site, because again, YFP with the Gecko have the ability of re-clearing space pretty darn quickly. Thief in the corner, good for 1. Not the greatest fast spike you've ever seen. Ollie is able to punish for that. And then the follow-up, the right click from Governor nearly worked, but a couple of whiffs come out, and B-Dog is able to punish. Infiltrator tickling at that range with marshmallows. And this post plant is going to be quickly sniffed out by YFP. As soon as these smokes dissipate, the Molly also in their way for a time being, but moves good for the first. Is there a chance for Infiltrator to get this judge to work out for them? Inside the smoke, Ollie for 1. Trying to force it back over, but does not expect B-Dog playing close, and YFP will go up 4-0 early.
Tremendous work trying to suffocate on top of this spike. YFP were very temporarily cornered, but ultimately they were able to snake around over to Showers and regain that space on the A site, play around the smoke that they set up. And after that, Winthrop couldn't really puppy guard as well as they could have in the isolated fights. Still, though, again, it is by a nose that they're able to skim this attack round out. And as we expect, it's on top of that toxic screen that Winthrop are able to generate the most power on the attack. Short is clearly going to be that pressure point. YFP have already, dedicated so much to it vocally on rounds where they know that it's not going to be the eco rounds, where it's not going to be this dangerous non-default. So whenever it's, back to stuff like this where Winthrop does have guns, they do have ults, YFP is going to play short very normally. They're going to play it very aggressively. They're going to want to hold on to that space. So how does Winthrop play around that? How do they give Glyph enough time to sort of play with this screen again to gain that opening frag like he did back in round, I want to say 2? And how do they apply enough pressure to the B site against Jake's screen to actually generate any pressure from either of these? Because honestly, neither Garden nor Hookah has looked any good so far.
No, nothing has. And I think some of that is, for Winthrop, they haven't even gotten a tasteful look at B because they haven't cleared out that B longs position that you're mentioning, let alone that they haven't really given much force into Hookah. So I think you're absolutely right to point your finger at both those two positions, especially as they look towards B. But things could change here as you start to earn up some ultimates. Showstoppers for both. Orbital Strike also at the ready for Ollie, who's had a serviceable start considering the 4-0 tally against Winthrop. But this is all about trying to keep up with Jake right now because he has been a menace and has really just allowed to be freely taking B long. Infiltrator, this will work. A little sneaky walk down for YFP, not hearing it. He'd always try to give a little bit of a peek and they get punished.
That is so ballsy of Weeded to peek out that soon into the rounds when they know how much time Winthrop has to play with, and they also know how telegraphable something like this approach may be. Now B-Dog feels compelled to try to go for something on top of it. He's going to use that stim beacon and have to back out. YFP forced to throw some more resources over to the B site. And now Winthrop University can put that chokehold on short.
Yeah, sure can. Showstopper to clear out the backside at A. And then up and over, does not find B-Dog though. Timing here is going to be critical, and B-Dog's able to give himself some space to work with here at Lamps. Help is on the way quickly. Now keep in mind, I was about to say, you also have Ollie, who has looked over through Hookah, and they're going to leave moves here to try to make sure the teleporter stays safe. So numbers advantage here for Winthrop. Paint shells and mollies will expire in a moment for YFP to try to get a secondary look at this, but they've lost a lot of their ability to clear. Or they'll try to delay a little bit further. And yeah, honestly, for YFP, you may have to give this up. You just don't want to threaten the operator being dropped.
Yeah, that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to give this up after the orbital strike is thrown. And even if they wanted to take the fight, it didn't look very optimal. You saw there Ollie just in front of the toxic screen. It actually looked like he still had a sight from the Hookah window. Didn't even have to adjust on top of the push that WU, hey there, that WU went for. And again, that just goes to show exactly the kind of game plan that WU want to go for on this attack. They just had to play a little more patient for it. YFP, they put enough people in front of the problem. It's just Weeded decided to poke his head out so early on into that.
Yeah.
And force the macro to shift so heavily for YFP that Winthrop just got to execute their game plan a couple seconds later.
Okay, big round for Winthrop, but honestly speaking, not a lot lost right there for YFP, being able to retain the operator plus a couple other weapons. You didn't really spend many ultimates either, so just that little walk down not working out has you going back to something I'm sure a little bit more standard, a little bit more neutral. And it's going to be the same setup largely for YFP here in terms of personnel. Quick pick through B main, nothing there. Could reinforce the Viper's Pit if you wanted to, but with no one home, everyone's just going to kind of sit here, play contact, and make decisions afterwards.
Governor going to walk up B long again. He's already given himself away as such a aggressive initiator this map, someone who's so willing to play on top of his own flashes that YFP again feels pressured to act on solely him. And so Thief is going to stick around just a tad bit longer, throw a bit more. And this is why you see YFP so desperate to stick around on top of the site, because they have to contribute so much just to clear away these tiny choke angles, even if they want to regain them. Winthrop gain so much more once they make themselves known, or once they get a kill. Ollie with the first blood this time around, and now WU, they can play back into A.
Yes, they can. Looking like they very well may get away with this. At least initial approach from the front. Orbital strike is late. I'll be honest, that doesn't really do too much. Does find Governor, but that's fine. I think if you're the offense, you've got the post plant setup that you want. And actually, they're going to scale a little bit deeper in towards the face of YFP. Weeded's little shoulder does work out nicely. Mosh pit to clear out a little bit more time, and now all of a sudden you're looking to Jake. The timing of this pinch could be everything. It's going to be an isolated 1v1 with Moobs, it looks like. And yeah, Moob's not going to let anyone pass through this. So now we take our focus back over toward the front. Dizzy's already been spent. Lift pushed off. The battle on the flank continuing to rage on, or at least be tempted to be raged on. And yeah, YU, or WU rather, is holding off YFP quite nicely. Little follow-up pinch has Weeded down, and Moobs has done his job to keep Jake away. Really good stuff
playing a
from Winthrop.
fantastic moving target along that side as well. It looked like for a second he just juked himself out, but really is just trying to field out as much util as possible. And once again, you see YFP, they have to use so much to reopen a fight. They have to use so much to exit out on top of a smoke. They are so terrified of letting go of space because of how much they know they have to give individually to take it back. And that, again, that's sort of the drawback of playing individually when it comes to sort of, playing the preventative style that they want to against WU's kind of sink or swim attack composition, is if YFP is doing what they normally do, doing what they've always tried to do, which is, play to the individual strengths first so that the team looks better as a whole in the long run.
Yeah.
It's just so tough to do when you use so much early on. Infiltrator, a mile into lamps now, haven't had to use anything. The conditioning is fully in control 6 rounds deep.
Yeah, Seekers will be spent. That will reveal that there are 2 members defensively on B. And actually, Winthrop looked like they want to give this a bit of a go here. Even after they had already gotten the deep infiltration, no pun intended, they're just going to let Infiltrator stay there. He will eventually get punished for overstaying, and now we got a 2v2 showstop around for Thief, tosses it across, it's an even exchange. So we got Moobs playing up against B-Dog in a 1v1.
I know exactly.
Advantage to B-Dog. Oh, Neural, that's going to get spent though, and Moobs will now know. Comes out of the cyber cage, and boop, bap, surprise. 3 rounds in a row for Winthrop.
Moobs continues to be one of the best on his feet thinkers in North American Challengers, and a good utilization of that ult to save that round and fully dethrone YFP's economy, continue to force them to overutilize into these fights. And that was a chaotic one, to say the least. After Infiltrator gets that lurk, once again, Winthrop kind of hit a wall with their secondary on the main site. They had to make more of a hustle, and they just couldn't. It still looked a little bit slow, still looked a little bit sloppy, and YFP, you saw, they were able to isolate those fights again, show the individuality, show what makes these players pack a punch. And it was almost enough to make it back up, claw their way back, but Moves with that ultimate, with that reset, after the spike gets isolated, it's enough to force YFP to let this snowball continue to roll just a little bit farther towards their way.
Yeah, this has been a treat so far for Winthrop in the last handful of rounds. A little bit of a pause in this one, though, as weapons are not great for YFP. Trying to play off some close contact. Thief has done well. Paint shells to get him a little bit more space. Respected by Ali. Smoke to come down. Is it too late, though? Stellar will drop, and even though it looks like the exit will be good for Thief, the numbers still look superior for Winthrop.
Again, you still see YFP so hesitant to leave these pole positions. Thief, even after throwing that paint shell, even after he was by himself, he still had to stick around for an extra beat to make sure that YFP could hold on to that extra shred of time so that they could still maybe tie this round up. But
30 seconds left.
Winthrop, they simply have too much to offer and still enough time to work with. Moves still a little choked up in the bathroom, but he's ultimately able to make his way forward, and A side is fully Winthrop's.
Yeah. Gonna be tough to think about any sort of a retake here, but it would start by trying to swarm in towards lamps, you would think, with the Stingers, try to get an AR upgrade, but easier said than done, especially with these offensive smokes congesting both choke points at the time being. They will fade here in a moment, and then we'll figure out if YFP can crunch on this together. Everything being watched, though. And it looks like YFP not really going to give this a true go. I mean,
just for exits.
Yeah.
They're fine with dying here, too. It'll give them more creds in the end. Yeah, I mean, no complaints here for how Winthrop are starting to approach this after they're able to kind of nudge their way into A short via that toxic screen. They can really do it anytime, anyhow, and we've seen them kind of throw any amount of people or util towards it, and it's worked essentially every time.
Yeah, it really has.
And again, it's, you know, nothing against how YFP are playing. It makes sense how they're playing. They have to stay stalwart. They have to stay netted to these sites. It's just they're not coming away with enough for it to work out. And Jake's toxic screen has become far less influential now that A is so open. You'll see him actually shift the Viper's Pit over here now in response, but it already gets pressed Infiltrator again! First blood for him!
Yeah, that's the power of the dog through the Viper's Pit. So now you've got a possible frame of entry here for Winthrop, at least the establishment of a possible threat at A, which is going to keep YFP's defense super interested. But killing Noise and creating some doubt now. Winthrop is going to actually pull Stellar off the site before they eventually commit, it looks like, through showers.
Definitely been the strongest channel of attack the whole way through, though not to get the spike through, purely just to win these opener fights and regain these individual advantages.
Oh, man.
Thief sprayed through. That is tragic. And too much to check once again. YFP too isolated. That's, I mean, the round, that's hurting.
That should be. If you're YFP, you're probably looking at this and saying we're saving. Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Thief because he gets the information that he wants by that little shoulder. Just there's nowhere to go. They've seen you as well. So as soon as the offensive smokes are placed, you just get to work spamming them. And it's like that old-fashioned saying, you miss all the shots you don't take. And, well, Winthrop will be building some serious momentum here in the second part of this first half.
Such a tough internal conflict to balance when you're playing as YFP, because you do have to stay close enough to these opening lines to justify whatever you're going to responsively throw if Winthrop decides to fight this. But at the same time, if you're too close, you get caught isolated and you're untradeable, and Winthrop can reset anyway and play even slower. And so still, YFP's tempo control, it feels very artificial. It feels very secondhand. It feels very, you know, hand-me-down. They sort of just have to work with what they're handed. And it doesn't matter how well they're able to respond, how prepared they are, how, you know, how telegraphed the attack is. I mean, I'm well aware at this point that Winthrop is going to double blast pack through A short, believe you me. What am I going to do about it? I mean,
Yeah,
you can't just stand still and take it.
Well, right now, they are standing still and taking it. And I think the thing, too, is just like all of the opening success that we saw from Jake on this part of the map. I was about to say, like, until this round, when it's not a full purchase, Winthrop just have not been going Jake's direction at all. It's all been everything over through A. Yeah, I mean, it's just a level of good adjustment making on the side of Winthrop, because that really was the first 4 rounds. You could credit just about all of them to Jake. So take him out of the picture, and this is what happens, it looks like.
And yeah, I mean, you see how much of a brick wall he is. You'd still so much has to get thrown into him just for him to get rid of, you know, his kit. And even still, the toxic screen could just get cycled back to. Winthrop, though, they can cycle back on their own screen, and until then, you can just plant somebody here in moves. He is one of the best implants in this league, stage after stage. They feel that they can put this pit down, and Glimp responsive enough,
Unreal,
even on top of the
dude.
shotgun that B-Dog throws into it. YFP trying to suffocate, trying to stay close, but WU far too prepared at this point in the game.
It's just an easy transition over to the B side of the map now. And that's another level, I know, just to kind of give a little bit of credit. It's not just that they've avoided Jake. They've also shown rounds like this where they're throwing some pressure at B, keeping planted, keeping the defensive YFP a little more interested into B early. And then you just all of a sudden brute force hit the other side of the map, and it just catches YFP completely off guard. I mean, YFP look completely unprepared for this Winthrop team right now. And we're going to get to 6 rounds in a row. Winthrop off to the races.
And it is really not necessarily purely the fault of YFP, because any team can do the things that, you know, the YFP have to do, just not nearly as well. Winthrop University are really just putting on a clinic in how to keep this rhythm and establish this dominance over the map as time goes on. And and take only what is necessary. Trying to keep the streak going, have some ults on the board here. Just terrific reflexes coming from this team, and they'll continue to just act fast. Thief, I mean, you're on an island at that stage.
Yep. Well, at least B-Dog is able to keep some pressure onto the A side. The problem is Glyph's position. And yep, you can teleport back and just catch players on rotation, or can you? A little bit of a whiff there from Glyph, uncharacteristic. So an opportunity for YFP to at least hold numbers in the 3v3, but of course some damage had been tallied, and you still have an orbital strike here for Ali.
Yeah, but you're pressuring him already from Hookah with this TP, so he's got to watch his 6. That'll put a lot more pressure on Moobs to hold it down individually on site. A lot of individual responsibility. Jake having to go for the backstab, and he'll fail, so Ollie well protected. This should be the round now for Winthrop. Yeah. Too many insurance policies, even if things do get a little bit nasty. Unless B-Dog, I would say, unless he spams this one out. Nope. Not even needed, not required. It's going to be 7-4 with a YFP round coming up where the purchase is going to be miserable. I remember seeing Winthrop University play, you know, as such a scrappier team, but at this point, after having such great results in the past 2 stages, their playstyles actually shifted to such a confident one, to the point where they're now optimizing while they're rich here too, flushing so that Moobs can grab those extra 2 kills so he can get his ultimate a little bit faster rather than just waiting for YFP to die. Just the icing on the cake for this 7-round now, potentially 8 streak if Winthrop continue to go for this setup. Again, closer than ever to continuing this cycle and just preventing YFP from being able to do anything other than hold their ground and wait to die. Oh, that's tragic, man.
That is about exactly as you call it. Yep. Well, tapping away. YFP are hanging a bit. B-Dog will be traded back to the 2v2 though, but Jake is full HP with a weapon. Thief is the one who's really in some trouble here. Boombot will be deleted, and it looks like this will be the play forward. If Thief can get one though,
I know exactly.
Gloves are off for the final 1v1. Neural Stuff's going to come out, and no, forces Thief to have to try to find some sort of a timing. Not going to work, and we'll have Jake in the 1v2.
And they know for the umpteenth time, he's not going to have backed away. He's going to be on top of the fight, and with the Neural Theft, you're going to force him into that fight. Otherwise, you're able to just W-key into him. Early 1v2 from Jakey. Potential to make this a 5-7 game. Finally stop this streak and give YFP a chance at this attack. They chose to start on this half. This you know, this has got to be an impressive one still.
Well, time is going to run out here on Jake. He hasn't seen anybody yet. Has to tap. That'll force a bit of a check here. Moobs will see no one's home. There's the weapon. There's the finish. And Winthrop will pull off 8 rounds in a row after it looked like it was going to be a YFP defensive juggernaut provided by Jake. He was 9-1 to start, finishes 11-7. Talk about mitigating the problem.
Yeah, really just avoiding the Viper became the focal point of how Winthrop were able to approach that. And unfortunately, when it's Winthrop attacking, you kind of really can't avoid the Viper. They can attack around him whenever they needed to. And a Glyph, just the util alone, just that toxic screen alone, conditioned the rest of the phase so well. Now on the defensive side, though, this is where Glyph actually really popped off in Winthrop's previous game here on Bind, but YFP now have all the power in the world to put their own pressure on this A short with their own screen, and they even have the Gecko to set up the exec a little bit faster.
That's true. The double initiators should find more success here, you would think. Should think. But we said similar things about YFP on Ascent with their competition. Didn't really work out. Could not get their playbook going. And an 8-4 half, if you lose the pistol, you're not going to have a lot of opportunity to get your playbook going here either. So this is a very important opening round in the second half. Infiltrator, a little bounce pass off the floor. That'll force the plant away. Smokes will dissipate here in a moment, and then Infiltrator should try to get to work. Secondary smoke will be placed. And the big question is, can the offense clear out lamps in time to avoid this long play through A main? Oh, even better, B-Dog's able to get a tally on it and find 2. Great stuff there from B-Dog and for Moobs. This is one of those good luck, have fun moments.
Seemed like, if anything, Winthrop were trying to do some sort of like stall tactic the same way YFP were here in the defensive. And again, with the pistols, you're able to do that a lot with how much util you can just buy on these kits with bind comps. The issue was they were doing it to try to stall for a flank, and that flank was coming just a tad bit too slow. So YFP had more than enough time to kind of set up shot, put someone back on the 6 watch, and make sure that everyone had each other's backs. Very well wrapped up from YFP. Obviously, if they can execute with the same speed, if they can, you know, collapse this even quicker than Winthrop can, then their own attack half is going to look really, you know, scary. And we've already seen how much space can be generated, how much has to be respected with this double initiator rather than just stood down like we saw with YFP on the defense.
Yeah, very true. Well, quick teleport play coming through. Weeded gonna have his card called, and how about it? Able to find 3, no problem. So the cheeky play through B main over towards the teleport, not gonna work. And YFP will have a flawless round with a very strong bonus coming up.
Nothing to write home about other than the fact that Weeded is already only a couple orbs away from this Nightfall, which allows YFP to have even more of a pick of the litter when it comes to executing. Not really much more to say than that, as Winthrop have a fun gamble stack with this TP that, all things considered, YFP is not really entirely prepared for. They set up on their feet quickly, but with that toxic screen, they've already shown that they're able to do that kind of whenever. It's a committal play, but one that they're able to use at a moment's notice, and it's clear now on this bonus round that they want to continue to try to hold on to showers a little earlier on in the rounds to prevent YFP from generating a decent A pinch.
I'll see if Winthrop can find some sort of response here with their full weapons into the bonus. YFP looking like they want to just kind of force the issue quickly through main. Ollie in some trouble, has to hold his ground at showers. Defensive help is still nearby though. Wow, Ollie just steps up and still takes the 1v1. Weeded was barely prepared for that fight. And now all of a sudden Winthrop can kind of defer this plant a little while longer. The wingman not able to get the plant down. And honestly, a little bit of toxic deterrence here as Glyph's gonna step up. Able to find one for free. It's a spike down once again. B-Dog has gone missing, but now he will be revealed. Able to exchange out for one weapon and seeing, honestly, if Infiltrator can stay alive on the site. But wow, B-Dog turns and able to snap over to Ali, who nearly came up and surprised him from behind, and all of a sudden YFP have numbers.
Winthrop responsively slow in a moment where YFP looked like they had been completely frozen in their tracks. Winthrop in return, they don't offer enough, they don't pile drive enough, and now they look vulnerable. Moves in the 1v2, and B-Dog able to swing on top. YFP with a massive bonus win, thanks to B-Dog's ethereal awareness here on site on top of those smokes. He's able to completely circumvent, keep WU from going for that backup crunch that was so close to getting fully done, but it's still a little bit too slow, even after it really looked like WU was just holding it down, standing their ground.
Yeah. Wow, this is next level though. Yeah, it must have just been who sees who barrel first right there. But massive nonetheless, as now YFP find an opportunity to go 4 in a row and get us back to level terms, just facing up against a couple of pistol upgrades here for Winthrop defensively. Small stack here at A main. Prowler Haunt will be sent, or C's, pardon me, will be sent. Not gonna connect. Honestly, this is a lot of utility off the board here for Weeded. Not that he's really worried about that, because it looks like he's just playing a bit of a deterrent or a little bit of a focus change, as YFP have already walked down B long.
They want to try to sink their teeth into the B site whenever it's most vulnerable, and with this gun diff, it seems like they can try and leaf through Glyph's playbook a couple times. He does have Infiltrator's help to, again, just play keep away, but it's just, you have so much to offer to this. You're gonna force a lot and be able to start attacking this B side a lot more often if all goes well here.
Well, that's big. Infiltrator steps up and shuts down the side pick, but it doesn't really work out in terms of him staying alive.
One enemy remaining.
YFP pushing forward with their weapon advantage. We'll have no problem recollecting the spike and then dealing with Ali. So Flawless round, YFP now 8-8 the count, and a crucial round for Winthrop, where I imagine there's probably going to be a timeout.
I mean, even still, you notice how much it still took to take that B site, even when YFP had every advantage under the sun. They had to throw the orbital strike into elbow and then still the smoke into the cubby to guarantee their placement into the exec. Thief with that blast pack to double the sight lines, and even then the fight looked difficult. So you see how weak this push onto the B site continues to be and how opportunistic YFP are going to try and be whenever they understand that that site is available, because they want to switch this up as often as possible. Until then, A short is still going to be their calling card. They're still going to want to place this pressure on Showers, force WU to continue diffing there and throw more resources that way, spread this defense thin, and again, forcing them to play close on their chokes. I mean, Ali has been resoundingly forward these past couple rounds, and unfortunately, while he hasn't been punished, he hasn't really been able to find anything either.
No, true. Well, this one's going to be a crucial one. You've got the Nightfall at the ready for YFP, but Ollie's going to step up at Showers. We will scout that. Not be interested, at least, in trying to force the issue there by himself. So Ollie will win Showers for now. Hit on the way over through middle. And they're going to throw the molly early, just try to stop the plant. And then Ollie turns around, still finds the 1v1 versus Weeded. Moves in some trouble here, though, as Jake is able to push up and find Lamb. That's enough, actually, for a plant to start to come through. Thief finding more good contact inside of the defensive smokes. Has Infiltrator waiting to see if an op shot can land. Ali knows that he's playing inside. Yeah, the bench position is good there. And yeah, this operator is just not in a good spot for Infiltrator to do too much with it.
Yeah, the potential for retake is so standardized by this point. There's not really much more you can do. I think WU have to skedaddle. That was, again, very well taken. Ali continues to be goddamn invincible in the bathroom, I swear to God. He is unshakable. And the timing on that Seize 2 was nuclear. It was beautiful, really. The second that short push came through, you saw he was turned with the molly. He had his back turned. He was distracted. He was going to get pinched. It was perfect. He threw that out. Seize came on top of him. He turns right around. Dink. Gets rid of that early threat. And even still, YFP so responsive. They know they have to get a little farther forward. Governor is completely unprepared. Once again, unable to really offer anything into the fight. So you can't get those birds mid-plant. You can't interrupt a second time to really shake up the pace. And from there, YFP can set up their corners, play that default attack, play the personnel advantage, and the retake is so simple.
Yep. Yeah, great stuff. YFP hanging on nicely here. This comes in a very strange handful of rounds, I think. Because you look at YFP and say that, yeah, offensively they should be stronger with the double initiator. It's just come in ways that have not necessarily been benefiting off of the actual initiations themselves. It's been a lot of fights where it's like inside the smokes, they're just getting good contacts. Because otherwise, I would say Winthrop are like by game plan, like just how they're counteracting YFP. Like they've been doing a nice job of trying to challenge these smokes that they're putting in, but it's just good contact for YFP, mostly from B-Dog playing inside of his own smokes, and that's led to now a 9-8 tally, and Winthrop will come off their timeout here.
It's almost been more YFP's potential to explode rather than their explosions themselves, which we haven't seen that often, and they are 100% liable to be able to do that this round. Now that they have that showstopper and the Nightfall available, they can shift his tempo at the drop of the hat, and now that this timeout's been called, a big shift would be very welcome for YFP to just keep WU wobbly, keep them off their feet. You see this Cypher util set up in response on short. They know that showstopper has got to be coming this round if there was one. So the orb set up as well to deter the swing on top of it still. Wire right on top of the boxes, right on that showstopper arc. Here comes that Nightfall.
Ollie revealed by it, but doesn't really do too much, as Moves is the one who really has to keep his focus up. Ollie, a couple of spam shots not going to land. But still, Moves is hanging out. Showstopper is out. That's set in, and it actually threads the needle, connects on the Moves, but no follow-up. Glyph able to find re-entry back into the site. And actually avoid Weeded on top of that, but the problem is, where do you go from here? Infiltrator's going to have to hit a shot and hit the shot quickly, and he does. That does not immediately turn the focus of Weeded, but he has to be considerate of that angle. Stellar's still waiting for a push out with the shorty. No! Glyph able to connect with the headshot. And so now it's to the 2v2. Showstopper available for Infiltrator. Not going to pop it immediately. Still able to take over some Showers control. but the counteraction of the post-plant molly, maybe a touch too strong.
One enemy remaining.
We did the corner. Whoa, runs out of ammunition. Infiltrator hits, but no time to defuse. It'll be 10-8 with Infiltrator surviving.
There's a reason that Glyph and Infiltrator are the ones that are not getting approached. They're the ones on this B site that are making it an impossibility, and YFP continues to just drive the stake into the A site instead. It's because that B site is just so tough to approach. Infiltrator on this operator, so impossible to walk into, especially once you've used everything to burn away at that toxic screen that Glyph set up in the meantime. So just short them both. Just avoid both of them at the same time and attack that A site even faster. And after that trap wire is taken care of, Thief is able to do that with ease. Gorgeous showstopper to completely clear out lamps, by the way. Take over A site instantaneously, force the rotation from WU. So much of the most important defensive tools that Winthrop has at their dispense for Bind have been absolutely useless for the majority of this half.
Well, Moobs takes the classic out. Doesn't want to reveal that he's got a judge, but he's completely seized up. Good paint shells with that. And first blood goes to YFP. Looking good for an advantage to get to 11. Ali feels like he has a chance to make a bit of a play. Will step up. Should be in a tradable position here. But we'll have to come and see as Thief actually gets connected on by the Hound. So now all of a sudden, yeah, Ali looking to see if maybe he can find timing, but none there. Will smoke and Molly himself back to safety.
Once again, Ali with the hero hold so close, so alone here in the showers, but he's got to be this choke point as Infiltrator is here with the operator. So many smokes in his way. The little guy's been spotted though, and so Spike will get stranded. In response, goes the orbital strike, forces YFP to choke themselves up in lamps.
Last player standing.
Problem is just a lot of missed windows right there for
30
Winthrop.
seconds left.
So Governor will be by himself,
Spike planted.
reapproaching through mid. And it looks like Stellar will come up from behind and say, hey, how are you? So convincing 11th round here for YFP, really putting them together nicely on offense. And now the pressure is on for Winthrop, dealing with some financial straits and likely into a, well, I don't have to force buy, but otherwise you're playing for overtime.
Really just feels like, again, we're clawing at air at the moment. Winthrop University able to short circuit, ultimately very unnecessary cogs in YFP's attack machine. There's always something else to back it up. As Thief has not had too long of a leash, he's never really overextended, so if the spike gets stuck, he's kind of able to double back and center the fight very quickly. Really respect that from him personally. Infiltrator for the first time gonna get really forward on this operator and will find Thief. That is a major shift for this defense already.
I was just about to say, in a round where we're forced purchasing, the operator hasn't really done anything in terms of finding early pressure. But Infiltrator buys into it, and then you see exactly what you get there. So good first blood for Winthrop. Takes away Thief, and that honestly takes away the ability to have some sort of a quick hit, especially through this Viper's pit at mid. So figured this will be some sort of a breakdown of utility sent over to isolate B and then execute through hookah.
Jake the one on this lurk with the lack of a cipher on this comp. And understanding that Ollie will play closer into the pit. It's all about timing for YFP crunch in the B from hookah. But again, they really haven't made much pressure so far. The toxic screen, again, able to do a lot of stalling over here as well. An Infiltrator back in time to just kind of toy with them. Peeking out, launching util on. Governor turns into it, can't make anything happen. Infiltrator traded after the ults let go, and YFP have sight, still 30 seconds, and they still have this lurker and Jake over on A, who has now opened it up post-TP. Waded forward into Moves, who falls and crumbles. YFP about to get interrupted here still, though, as Glyph gets the help of this Cypher ulti, but the wingman able to get the spike down.
That's a huge lifeline, too, for this post-plant, where Stellar is a single elimination away from having a thrash. Jake is still at a really good spot over towards lamps. And yeah, enough time and space for Stellar to reset this to watch the flank through mid. It's working out nicely in terms of how YFP can get to 12. Problem is, can you spam through this enough? Because you have to check this and no one has the angle. It does get to halfway. And Ali's gonna try to finish it off. Jake held, at least initially, and it will be diffused just before Jake can come on through, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, sure is. So 11-9 gonna be the count here. A punishing round nonetheless, but the post plant just does not stay safe enough for where the spike was planted.
It is by the skin of their teeth that they're able to get away with that round. And it comes after they have to set up numerous times to try to slow this down. Again, a force buy, but so much thrown in along the way. And even still, YFP trade those shreds as they go. Still cut down members of WU. And now there's no ultimates on the table. Still no rifles on the table. It took everything just to slow YFP down, but they're still 2 rounds out from taking us to map 3.
Absolutely right. Mosh pit sent over the top. Doesn't affect things too much. Quick molly will stop the wingman from the plant. But YFP still have all gas in towards the A site. Defense is here with numbers, but again, it is just pistols and infiltrators Bucky, which is just not the weapon that you want. Prowler to re-clear. Will be deleted. Gets infiltrator just a touch more forward, but YFP are going to hold their ground.
Smokes have just made this so untouchable in the reset with the toxic orb. You can see YFP continues to fight this pressure, continues to stay patient on top of it though, and now with the haunt, they're able to freely hold the spike in the fight.
Face your fear.
Ollie's gonna have to connect here. This is the first couple of shots, backs away. Thief, shut down. There could be a potential weapon right there, especially with the smoke still up. Governor connects on the other side. Moops is gonna find another isolated. Oh my goodness, no way. Winthrop has a chance to try to push on forward and break down this post plant. Isolation, we did as good as moves with the weapon upgrade. Saves the day again. And how about Winthrop? A huge lifeline, gets him to double digits.
Thrifty.
Always the round that you couldn't expect is the round that Winthrop makes their way back onto with an impossible sequence of kills that they're able to get away with to pull that round out. Governor deciding to get his this time around as he cuts back through lamps and slowly but surely takes this space back. And showers continues to be an unending issue for YFP, one that they just can't keep a hold of. And it's letting WU gain a lot of passive space on that far corner back, able to slowly but surely corner these guys back into the short position and suffocate, but it's still so tough. And again, you get antsy down short, and YFP gets so much good punishment for it.
I see the idea, though, for Winthrop, knowing that the Thrash is involved, knowing that a showstopper is involved. Could you possibly open something up quickly? And to be honest, considering the fail of the breakdown at mid, Winthrop have a good idea here in the 3v2 to try to hold on to this. Thrash is gonna, Glyph knew he was dead to rights. I don't think he realized that Jake was as close as he was, though, so comeback efforts potentially be damned. YFP bounced back nicely and now on map point.
This truck is not stopping YFP. They're going too fast too, and they just have too much to back them up at this point. It looks clean enough to make it over the line, and they have 2 rounds of fodder to make it happen. But again, after all is said and done, after Winthrop, after Glyph runs out of fuel for those crucial couple seconds and all those smokes are clear, Ollie at the end of the day will be too close to the choke point. Winthrop at the end of the day will have to fight a little too early, and YFP can gain enough of the tempo back, enough of the control back to gain the advantage in the fight. But here, we'll see them continue to play slow, force Winthrop to question themselves. They know how much they have to offer into this and how close they are to some ultimates again. So gotta play this surgically, gotta still look for that opener, make sure that Winthrop can't get any fun leakers.
Yeah, there's also a level here of like, let's not get trapped up by some sort of weird aggression again that Winthrop had just shown last time around.
Yeah. See Ollie already going for it here up short, trying to get a free angle.
He's cleared out a lot of space. So the defense will feel a little bit more comfortable with this small stack at B. A couple of defensive pings is kind of giving the intention of what needs to be watched as Governor with the stinger and Glyph playing his first contact up top could be huge. Because honestly, if you're Glyph, this is all you're worried about. Thanks to that tripwire, it's over towards Hookah. So if you can find a contact and just find a first blood, that'd be massive. He's prepped up for it, but there's the utility on the entry. Dizzy, Mosh, and how about the Showstopper? Shut down initially, though, as Glyph's able to find one before eventually being pushed into the orbital strike. Jake on the teleport play also follows up, and it looks good here for YFP to get us to a map 3.
Definitely a little tight, but there's more than enough to throw at this, and the TP crunch was very clean as well from Jake. Again, the timing spectacular here from YFP. They'll double swing out from the smoke, and it's pretty trivial from there. Infiltrator having to fight up against the world, and he can't make it happen. So YFP, a resurgent attack, gives them a 13-10 victory, and us a map 3 here in this 2-1 matchup.
Yeah, first look at Corrode coming up for us. That should be an interesting one. But yeah, YFP just initially after the 4-0 start, you think, well, this could be another quick one. Ends up being bounced back beautifully by the side of Winthrop, but that second half, the offensive pressure, the double initiator, just too much to deal with. And honestly, for Winthrop, is not ever able to really get their feet underneath them. A couple of the rounds that they're able to save, but honestly, it's just down to the simple fact that we kind of called it. First 4 or 5 rounds, it's just Winthrop trying to play inside of the brim smokes, not able to find the content that they wanted. So interesting stuff for map number 2. Gets us to map 3 again, Corrode. That's going to be a fun one for us to take a look at for the first time, at least for me, casting over it. So it should be a lot of fun. We'll be right back. We'll have map 3 after this.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, it's official, ladies and gentlemen. We get a third map in this series between Winthrop University and YFP. Bind was the battleground for the second map of the series, and one that There was a lot to discuss here. I can't wait to get into it. But the long story short was YFP will clean that up in the end to take us into Corrode. Roy, like, I don't even know where to start with this one. Because, of course, we had questions for YFP after the very first map in the series. But this was a great bounce back.
Oh, don't worry, Sierra. I know exactly where to start. Okay, you ready for this? 4-0 start for the YFP. 8 rounds back to the other side. At that point, I'm not gonna lie, I lost faith. I was like, okay, nah. Mentally booming after getting 4 straight rounds, having an impeccable start, and then just completely fumbling the rest of the half is insane. Next half, guys, 5-0 start for YFP. Pistol plus the bonuses, immediately mental back in check. They equalize up the game, and then from there, it was just YFP playing spectacularly.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight too, like, just the amount of controllers that they had, I think definitely supplemented into their victory as well. Obviously, we did get to see a lot of circumstances where there were 3 Brimstokes and a Viper Smoke down on site. Now you just kind of have to figure out, all right, how am I going to work this? And actually, one of the things that I saw Governor do is there were occasions where they saved up their the entire amount of util that they had throughout the round. They completely saved it up for the retake potential. And it was quite difficult, though. It wasn't something that they could necessarily say helped out too much. But it was not looking too great on that side for sure.
Yeah, I mean, individual performances aside, I think YFP just had a really good approach to their attack side, guys. Like, they had a good read on what they wanted to do. Obviously, they completely abused the A site. And once they kind of got that, like, full-on pressure, like full success chances on that A site, I mean, the map's completely open, right? Because now Winthrop University is scrambling to sort of find their adjustment, and they're starting to overstack A. Next thing you know, YFP's already going B with results. Like, as soon as they started getting that A, they sensed that A weakness, and they were exposing that A weakness, they were in full control at that point.
And looking and highlighting the individual player performances as well. I mean, first off, touching on the fact that Winthrop University, 14 first kills, but not enough to quite convert. A lot of those going in the way of Ali and Infiltrator here. But again, Gompers, when you're looking at YFP and the clutch factor that they had, it was a team that was able to bounce back from being down a member in so many of these rounds.
Yeah, they kept their mental straight, to be completely honest. There were a lot of circumstances where Winthrop, they should have run away with, I know we talked about it in the green room, like there was a pivotal round where they had ended up saving instead of forcing. So, and they ended up winning that. Yeah. So they ended up winning that. And so then now you're kind of looking back into, all right, Winthrop University, they were definitely going to bring this back, and they had to recollect themselves. And you know, they had the economy to do it. After that, at that point, they knew, okay, this round is over. We're pretty much done for. So let's put everything into it. And I think that's exactly what they did. They handled themselves just very well.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at YFP that's able to collect back, because when you're talking about YFP and, you know, maybe a mental up, maybe a mental down, and the mental just being up more near the end, to then have what happened to them round 21 happen, that definitely could have been maybe a win condition for Winthrop, but got to applaud that bounce back there. And for something else for YFP, we had highlighted the fact that sometimes the roles on this team can sometimes be a smidge awkward, or we get to see it switch around a little bit. And this is one of those maps where we do get to see things switch around. Highlighting Thief and B-Dog, we get to see one of those switches. Thief onto the Raze, B-Dog gets to play some smokes, and Roy, it was something that looked so good, so comfortable. Like, Thief, obviously, great step up here, and B-Dog just, wow.
Yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and start with Thief, guys. First of all, he had 7 out of the 9 first kills that YFP had. That's insane. He did phenomenally in terms of, you know, gaining a lot of space, 2, getting his after gaining space. And I feel like that sort of like tip of the spear, as we like to call it on the desk, was working phenomenally. And it's kind of just awkward because, you know, I highlighted before this match started about how Thief's usually that lurker, and when the front, you know, when the front line is having success, he's sort of popping off. It's just really interesting to see him and B-Dog completely swap up, because he's the one that's actually having success on the front line, and B-Dog gets to kind of be a rat around his smokes, and he was doing such a good job at that towards the A site.
Yeah, and this is something, too, that I definitely have questions for map 3 about how that's going to play out when you get to see such success with these role swappings. But this is something, too, that I think worked well for the team. When you're highlighting Thief, that's able to have all of those first kills. We had talked about the difference in the play style of B-Dog in comparison to other duelists out there. And to see Thief with a lot of that firepower, Gompers, I think was really, really strong. And, of course, B-Dog has that capability to frag out, and being able to use his own utility for that was so nice.
Yeah, very flexible and also just adaptable in these circumstances too. I think it was quite creative to use as many smokes as they did, like I'd mentioned before. And 13 assists for B-Dog too, by the way. So I feel like it all just goes to say, like, they're smoke demons and goblins. That's something definitely that we have to look out for if B-Dog ends up going back under that role of Brimstone.
I mean, looking at the third map in the series of Corrode, now that we officially do get a third map, this is one where we do see YFP go back to more atypical roles. Whether they switch something up, I don't know. We have only seen them once. This is where we get to see B-Dog normally back on that Waylay and Thief onto this Cypher. But we've only seen them once, Roy. It was a loss against Envy, but I actually did like a couple of these ideas, and it wasn't a bad loss at all. So I'm curious if they're going to stick with that. And on Winthrop University, this is completely unknown territory.
No, I think you just spoke, honestly. I think, honestly, that they had... Okay, I'm gonna reiterate. I think YFP always has good macro ideas. Like they're pretty in tune with what is required to function on maps, right? Like it's never really been a question about, like, you know, their macro understanding, their meta understanding. It's always really just been about, you know, how well they can execute. What we saw on Bind was, aside from, like, you know, the 8 rounds that they slipped up on the defense side, that was a little weird. But aside from that, they've been pretty fundamentally on point in that second map. Like their attack side was flawless. They had so many of the lurk options. They had so many answers to the problems. And Corrode is one of those maps where there's so much room for people to make aggressive pushes, and that could either work for them or against them when you're up against a team like Winthrop University. So it's really just going to come down to, you know, what comp has Winthrop University settled on, and how are they going to play it compared to how they think YFP is going to play it.
Their agent select is ready, so we can right away dive in and get a peek at what Winthrop University is running here. And we've seen a lot of different ideas for Corrode within Challengers so far for the teams that are brave enough to test this map. And going into it, okay, we're going to be having quite a couple of differences here, specifically 2 Gomps. I'm looking at the difference in how they want to be playing these duelists, and a couple of the supporting casts, with Ali reprising this Viper.
Yeah, I think the Waylay is actually the best pick, in my opinion. I really like the addition of Waylay into Corrode, just because we've seen circumstances where it is abused, where you kind of like change the momentum of the way that the pace that the game is going to be played. I've seen off the bat, right, using that dash to just move yourself forward as quickly as you can and clearing angles that way. So I think that in itself is honestly such a plus on the side of YFP. It didn't necessarily work the first time we saw the Waylay. Didn't necessarily like it, but I'm excited for it to be here on Corrode.
Also, guys, double controllers, their best strength is deception, right? They want to draw out the rounds. They want to play really slow. They want to deny info. They want to get them to sort of be spread out. But on the other end, YFP has the double info initiators and the Cypher Cam to manage information. So my eyes are on that to see how they're going to leverage that kit against the double controllers to minimize as much of the value as possible while trying to shut Infiltrator down.
One final map in the series with 2 teams that have gotten to prove themselves within the challenger scene so far. Time to see which team is going to put themselves on 3 wins, 1 away from playoffs. Let's get to Corrode and find out with your casters, Shift and Tenrek.
Yeah, it should be a fun one again. I mean, the series really has built up to be really, really tight and tense. I know that the score from the first map would lead you to believe otherwise, but it just didn't really ever feel like YFP offensively were able to get the playbook going with the Waylay. So we'll have to wait to have the conversation and see if they find more value with essentially the same composition here on Corrode, as we'll be starting off defensively. And just kind of give me your thoughts here. I mean, Waylay versus Neon is kind of the only real major difference maker here outside of the difference of wanting to play with the Fade instead of the Sova. What are you looking at in terms of maybe some play style identity things we can be looking out for here, Ted?
Yeah, I mean, the same questions I think we're asking. I think we're asking the same questions about Waylay here on Corrode that we did on Ascent. Just how much is B-Dog actually able to get done? Is he able to consistently kill on top of his pushes? Is YFP able to trade on top of those pushes more often than not? You know, I think with the double denial, with these initiators, they'll be able to have a couple more convincing attacks, but defensive side, they still need to be fast acting. They still need to be very, you know, their reflexes still need to be really good, because Infiltrator is a very terrifying Neon, and Winthrop with this double smoke, with how versatile Ollie is able to play on this Viper, Winthrop is going to feel very comfortable letting Infiltrator cut himself loose, whether it's fighting for mid or whether it's starting to open up a site. So I expect Winthrop to play with the clock quite a bit for this first attack half, but I also expect YFP to start getting their finger on the pulse pretty early, and hopefully B-Dog can start getting let off the leash himself and start getting some lurk kills of his own.
Well, we'll see which of these two things comes to be as we take our fly through over Corrode. And again, this will be a really interesting, just general look for me. I mean, I've watched obviously teams play it, but it's different when you're watching it versus when you're casting it. So see how things start to unfold here as, yep, one-way smoke on top. And, ooh, B-Dog actually gets a little bit maybe baited into that just a touch. Infiltrator happy to take that fight until the smoke blocks off signs of the A site. And we'll reset and try again.
Winthrop able to get a little bit confident towards mid. The Owl Drone going to go ahead and get tossed into the pinch through the tunnel, but YFP still holding the majority of the site itself. Thief does get cut down. Now it's
so
B-Dog's
annoying.
turn, and the relay bolt gets thrown in. And yeah, this is just how good Neon is on Corrode, but B-Dog does win that fight. Now holding it down solo against the A push as it makes its way on site. Jake, he just gets inside as the smoke gets in, so Glyph falls too.
Got really good cross in the connector back through mid. Moobs essentially has to hold his position to stop that link. Ollie shuts down the knife. B-Dog thinking about the peak, but defense doesn't have to do really much of anything right now. Oh, maybe now they would. Ollie able to clear off the backside of A, puts Moobs into a bit of a dangerous spot. As Jake will force the issue, find another. Governor following up unexpected. These are all just gunfights that are popping through smokes that neither, well, one of the other two players in the 1v1s have not expected the interactions to unfold. And Stellar's going to think maybe there's a late rotate back to B through A link. That's not the case. So Governor will have two isolated 1v1s here.
YFP are looking at the clock, and so the reactions are still quite knee-jerk, trying to double down on fights rather than just waiting things out to gain the advantage back. But Governor is able to get the plant down and will now force the reset as Stellar will step back with that little extra bit he can offer to the health pool as YFP go for the approach, and will make sure that Governor has forced himself to back up. This will force YFP in now, though.
Governor over the first clean. No, runs out of ammunition. May have had a chance at that one, but runs out of bullets. We did able to follow up, find the kill, and take the opening pistol there for YFP. Mixy battle, though. Again, it just felt like everything was on one side or the other when it comes to like little smoke pops that had happened. So again, kind of continuing the same conversation from Bind. Whoever is able to play off their controller better is currently winning.
Yeah, again, it was very pin drop reflexes for going both ways. And you saw YFP try to continuously get proactive on top of it once they saw that they had been able to find those pickoffs. But you also saw that because of the way that Corrode sort of presents itself, Winthrop still have such an open season type ground to be able to fight on when YFP decide to open that. So it is really tough to balance aggression, especially defensively, here on Corrode. You'll see, though, with the better guns, B-Dog is going to get a little creative for sure.
Yep. And that's just, again, when you could really maximize the distance gained and retracted, Waylay essentially can play forward like that through one-way smokes without really much punish. So that A corner is going to be an interesting one to kind of keep our eye on. We did just checking things over towards mid-stairs. And now, goodness. It's one of those times. A little fadeaway airy shot works. Jake also to find Glyph. And really, these last couple of sheriffs are going to be over-isolated as Jake will get 3 in the round.
I don't think we've seen everything that YFP really has for this comp just yet. I definitely think that they've sort of gone through the motions, but when they actually are able to get rifles, I expect Jake to maybe fall back just a tiny bit. He's been extremely active to start things out. He's been frontlining a little bit heavier, and I really appreciate how much Jake has been starting to do that in the advent of active omens that we've had lately here in Challengers. It's been really fun to watch. But I do think that Weeded is going to be able to start kind of taking those trades a little more often when it comes to at least retaking, which YFP might start getting forced to do. Shoot, maybe they'll keep winning fights early.
You never know. I think that's the other thing is like you're seeing it again just on the minimap, like paranoia and then a double dash from B-Dog. It's free. You can clear up that space so easily. So now your defensive focus towards A becomes a little bit more pressed. Same to be said for middle as a smoke for the offense congests the backside of that mid window. And it's just Winthrop just pushing up, making a little bit of noise, and just kind of continuing to put the pressure across the entirety of the map.
It's a really tough conversation that you have to force YFP to have here, and it's all thanks to Ollie's Viper With the toxic screen, I mean, you can make a site just so decisive that this really makes the execute very simple, but YFP are doing a great job of making sure that they still spread their resources a little thin to prevent mid from very easily being taken, because here on Corrode, mid gets snowballed so quickly once you start letting go of space on it. You already see Infiltrator really starting to choke up on Jake. But alternatively, you also see Winthrop taking advantage of how much you have to hold up against A site if you want to fight it early, and are using that to take B instead. Infiltrator may fall, but ultimately YFP are still behind. And mid, I was about to say it was taken, but Ollie can't hold it either.
Here comes the fight over towards B-Link. You got one more of the defenders playing over towards Arch. And actually, Jake may have thought about trying to commit to the teleport, but now he's going to make Stellar aware that there is a defender a little bit deeper on the B site. Winthrop fall off the high ground. Going to play the contact down low. Here comes the crunch. Governor not able to hit a shot. Glyph follows up for only one. Damage looking good here for the side of YFP. And yeah, Thieves going to connect on to 3. Wins the bonus for YFP, now up 3-0 early.
You could tell that Winthrop were a little spooked walking into this. I don't think they expected, again, Jake to get as aggressive as he did, jumping down from that high ground very early to push that fight the second that Winthrop started it. And from there, YFP continued to shuffle from angle to angle, just further and further back. They have a lot of space to just continue to duck behind, and they played with that rhythm really beautifully to take over that round and ultimately just hold that back. Just ultimately really impressive stuff from YFP so far on this map. You see, even put under so much pressure from Winthrop, they really have a read on how they can gain that space back in the long run, which is so tough to visualize on this map.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like, you know, again, what Winthrop maybe try to do from here on out is if B-Dog is going to continue to double dash forward through either the connector at A on the one-way smoke site or just into B main, wait for all that utility to pop, and then take the waylay out of commission because he's got no more utility. Problem is, you can't wait forever. And whoa, B-Dog, almost a little 1-2 finesse onto Ollie. Not going to work out. And hold on a second, Winthrop are going to have some numbers here. Weeded is also tagged after that battle happens over towards A main. Yeah, but he finds another on the exit back over towards the site itself. As the neural theft gets called, this is just trying to run down and isolate Weeded, but he's already out of there.
Yeah, I appreciate him getting greedy only as long as he needed to. And he'll do it again, actually, get away with that last one as the push gets through. But Winthrop can actually feast on the scraps, and Jake, now alone, will fall as well. So it's Thief in the 1v2 to prevent Winthrop from getting on the board, but no util available for the attackers. So Thief can cut off one of these lines with the help of the cage, potentially tap for half, but peeks into Glyph, holding it up with the Sheriff. Of all the rounds for Winthrop to win, they take this one, and they're on the board.
And that's been a couple of rounds so far in this series that Winthrop have showed that, like, no round is unwinnable. And another one that kind of comes through and I won't say like saves the half because it's still super early, but it puts you in a position to really mitigate the loss of that bonus, obviously. And it puts you right back into the world of, you know, getting back to full buy where you can try to counteract YFP just a touch. You did have to make a couple of repurchases in that last round. So you do have the operator, but a couple of light armors, a bulldog in the picture. Nightfall's really the only serviceable ultimate here for YFP if they decide they want to play something like retake. But to play through middle, just a walk up from Glyph catches Weeded, and that's a lot of issue now for YFP, split 2-2 on this defense.
I just really appreciate how Winthrop University are weaponizing that ego-driven mindset that North American Valorant has really started to play into because of the skill level that these players are at. That I'm better mentality, so many players are starting to adopt it and just continue to play for themselves, play to win these fights because they think they can. And that, a lot of times, at this level can be enough. But Winthrop weaponizing that and turning it into isolated fights. An Infiltrator gonna try and find one himself. Jake, easy prey here alone, has to get some help, and he has it. Is Jake able to get rid of one? Operator available. B-Dog having to back out, now gonna get pinched on A.
Yeah, he's stuck on this position.
30 seconds
Defensive
left.
knife will keep the offense away for a little while longer. But now a chance for a plant. And what should be a very comfortable 4v3 post plan here, especially with Hunter's Fury in the mix if you want to back away and use that as a insurance policy. But it looks like Governor's just going to hang on top of the site. Ollie trying to force the battle over towards the backsides at A. And yeah, this little rotation in through the crane, it's pretty predictable. And yep, all it takes is a bit of a crossfire setup. And YFP will back away. Yeah, there's no way they can go through this.
Can't justify it. Not even for the rifle upgrade. That would be a couple inches away. You just can't reliably clear that space. And that's another reason that the Waylay is just so drip or drown on this map. When it comes to the retake game, especially if B-Dog is opting for that operator, you need to have such a heavier hold on the site. And with the help of the toxic screen, Winthrop University can turn those fights on a dime. You saw the way they manipulated that hallway and continued to practice that pressure, continued to force YFP to back away. And yet again, you continue to play into that aggression that each player individually has, that need to continue fighting in order to hold on to space that each member of YFP feels like they need to play into. And so you continue to get away with trades, you continue to hold that man advantage, you keep on winning rounds.
I mean, that round's made super simple because you get that pick at mid. I mean, it's just so tough for YFP to hit back through that. You gotta be a little bit more careful than that if you're weeded. This time, little mid stairs play for B-Dog. What? Looked like he was gonna have one for free. Instead, Moobs connects onto the headshot. And with the Hunter's Fury cutting across A, now you've already got Winthrop playing at elbow. And honestly, if you're YFP, your only option is to try to play some sort of a crossfire to stop the reinforcements, but they're not going to get a look at this.
You got to commit so much heavier to this so early. And WU can do really whatever they want to. YFP are here early, though, so you have to contribute a lot.
Oh, there is a judge in play for Thief. Opposite side of the toxic screen. Oh, he gets caught looking at the camera. Oh, and then, what, hello?
Last player standing.
Okay.
Glyph's like, hey, look at me. I've got my knife out and I'm running. Unreal. Winthrop just do not know what it means to drop early and say roll over. Like, it's just 3 rounds on the bounce, as comfortable as you'd like, and YFP are back to a save.
These students are studying. That's what they do best. They're really just learning to get these reads on teams in YFP. I mean, you know, when we saw them on Corrode previous, Envy had sort of the same problem, just it took a little bit longer for them to have an idea of how to stop the snowball. They were able to, though, eventually, and they returned the favor pretty hard. If Winthrop are able to continuously twist this knife in, whether it's, again, through that very strong A site that continues to necessitate more resources the second you win the mid-fight, or this off-angled B that Stellar is now on an island for, this looks to be a very strong attack half for Winthrop University.
Yeah, so far, I mean, I think just losing that bonus round for YFP sticks in your head a little bit, but the bounce back has been extraordinary. Relay bolt fragment, and that's just Neon doing Neon things. The crossfire setup, though, for YFP, and then a turn for Weeded works out nicely. Nightfall. Hauled. Governor is affected by that. Still able to kind of keep the ground that he had taken, though. So now joining him, whoa, careful, is Ollie. And wow, it's a bold position just to plant off of, especially knowing that YFP was just challenging you from there. 5% earned, will be spent, but we did able to find one. Ollie now by himself. The 1v2 situation.
What?
And you've got an Earl that's going to be called in. Ollie trying to dance the devil just a touch. There's the snake bite. Follow-up ping starts to come through. Able to spam out for one. Now it's just down to can he find the last? And he's able to, but it doesn't make a difference. Thief pops up with 1 HP and the Bucky. And that'll be all he needs. Unreal.
So many questions about that round. I mean, the execute, first of all, felt just a little bit stuck. Glyph, unfortunately, was not able to activate until after the first couple kills had transpired, and by that point, you already had YFP responding. It's already a 2 for 2, and he comes out, and he's only good for the 1. He has to completely reset here. And first of all he gets a little lucky. The Prowler that's thrown on him immediately doesn't catch him. I'm amazed that we didn't get that proc. But even still, I mean, I am amazed that, first of all, the Viper's Pit was used, and then it didn't end up being enough.
Oh, now B-Dog gets benefited by seeing the tip of a barrel. Good first blood there in a full purchase round for YFP. Thief's going to find more with spy cam. Not that there is really any point of contact to come off of that, just a little bit of a, hey, we see you. And everything kind of comes to a bit of a halt here for the side of WU. Well, B-Dog punished Rover, extending at mid-stairs, gets us back to the level footing. That may help out just a touch.
These players really just underestimate how quickly they can get caught, how quickly teams can make up ground and catch them with their pants down. YFP preemptively backing away, just holding the hallway choke, understanding again how much space they get to control for free here without having more players available, which they're finally on the way here.
Now Jake gets us kicked off again. Numbers advantage for YFP. And honestly, if you're Winthrop, you're hoping and praying that Moves finds something on this lurk. And whoa. Yeah, he does catch Stellar. Now Thief is the next one potentially in line, stuck between a rock and a hard place. But Jake's rotation back, he's going to hear the footsteps. Honestly, if he just finds the two, this would be incredible. There's the first. Second on the corner, no. Moves provides. That should lead to a plant.
Just enough time, I believe. Yep. You really saw the vision there from Jake, though, didn't you? Man, that TP was everything to try to just play for the clock. Insane attempts. But now it's just Thief by himself, and Winthrop have just enough time to work with. Insane plays coming from YFP to try to make up for that lost ground. Great early kill from B-Dog. Don't let this guy get excited. Don't let this guy get activated on the defense. He's going to start getting away with way too much if he's allowed to. But great recovery from Winthrop. They skate around what they do. Unimpressed by Infiltrator's approach there, but moves with another legendary lurk. And
yeah, I think they don't know that Jake teleports there. I mean, maybe he plays it safer on the backside.
He's both not there for the fight, and then he's playing for the clock. So it's like, I get it, but at the same time, you're lessening your chances of winning the first leg so that you can potentially guarantee the second, and then you still don't win that because there's two people available. It's just like the risk assessment felt a little off there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's valid. We'll save round here for YFP. Just a couple of pistol upgrades and a stinger for Stellar. And the first blood is already in tow for Winthrop. So taking their time backing off just a touch. I mean, you saw that early pressure for B-Dog. He actually re-steps back into B main. And the Prowler being sent aggressively has moves thinking that he could be timing on this, and he can. A little spray down for two, and that will be all green pastures between them and B.
Should be fairly simple from here, but Winthrop are going to make sure that everything is nice and clear. Glyph continues to play aggressive for the high ground nice and early, but actually isn't really throwing anything towards it. So it almost feels like more of a dry clear for the sake of Winthrop kind of feeling out how much space and time they have to take over the B site, which
Last player standing.
at this point, now that the toxic screen has sort of served its conditioning course, feels like it's going to be where Winthrop is going to start speeding up their execute and polishing up to take this to 8-4. With the help of the Neon, the fast lane, you really prevent a lot of cheeky rat plays from working as well. So it's not like YFP can kind of tuck themselves in like they do for a lot of other defensive games, like we've seen previously this match even. So you're going to force them to either play really heavy for the distance, and then you can just have Winthrop do their normal B site execute with minimal util and then just absolutely decimate in the fight. Or you do tuck yourself in and you play a coin flip and you try and hit Infiltrator.
Well, see how things try to adjust here for YFP. Spy cam out early at B main, already deleted, so flank watch underway is going to be a little bit more passive as we did in B-Dog. Respond to the pressure mid quickly. Yeah, really well done here for YFP, but they're maybe overstayed their welcome a touch. Everything will back away just behind that area at mid stairs. Prowler to feel things out a little while longer, but the spam will not connect. Boobs Nolly still interested in kind of taking this fight, though. And a bold call to be sure, because I don't know if they know that Jake is playing as close as he is.
Down mid. Last
And yeah, now it's just down to moves. He knows he's got more in front of him. He's avoiding the double swing nicely, but Stellar will eventually spam him out, find the elimination. We'll go tied to 5.
As diabolical of moves to just tuck himself in and leave Ollie to die and then come back out to try to 1v3. A diabolical angle in the first place to hold on to, but yeah, Winthrop, a bit of a deer in headlights type beat for that approach this round. Got stopped pretty early on after Infiltrator couldn't do anything with that ultimate, and YFP were they're already for the mid fight. Winthrop really didn't have anything anywhere else. They just kind of had to see if they could make the mid fight work anyway, and they couldn't. So a great restabilization here from YFP to give them a good leg up in the remainder of this half.
Oh, we did. Already seeing a bit of information at middle. B-Dog playing aggressive all. Woo! Tried for the ult, but has to retract back. So nothing gained, nothing lost really on either side. B-Dog will re-step up into main though at A. With some support. Ollie very aware this could be a potential play. Just comes down to do you check it.
Is it even timed in? We've seen Stellar already perform some miraculous setups with the flash. There it is. That's perfect for B-Dog.
The way it be sometimes. So now it's just down to the hit towards B. We did up close and personal. First shot misses. Good jump peek coming out. Avoiding the relay bolt though. Fast lane is out. Good read from Weeded. Let's teleport up top. Plus he gets another huge effort from Weeded. Winthrop will still at least remotely get on the site. Infiltrator by themselves though has to navigate a 1v3.
And with that null command popped, Infiltrators had to slow down the reapproach, so no ability to escape until just now. Still though, nobody holding A site, 15 seconds on the clock. He will have just enough time to get on and hold this plant. Risky business, but Winthrop have the chance to reset. Infiltrator can maybe get a couple on the way down, and YFP's economy is still nothing to write home about coming into the last round of this half.
Well, Infiltrator will tuck himself in at elbow. Knife will not reveal him, so no information is good information here for YFP. You know he's not on site, so he's got to be somewhere just off. And B-Dog very aware, able to take down Infiltrator without too much cause for concern. 5-5 now, an edge to YFP as they find their 6th.
That was such a wildly impressive round from Stellar, from his calling to his execution, from the flash grenade from one like linear side, like entire, like one end of the map from the hallway on that flash to enable B-Dog on the opening kill, to coming right back over to B site the second the execute starts because he knows exactly where the rest of the team is now that they've killed the lurker, and then null command to completely shut down that push too. That was a masterclass from this KO. Love seeing Stellar play it here on Corrode. Such a perfect fit both for him and this team on this map. A great way to let B-Dog really fly free, and that round you got to see it in spades.
Well, defense showing some pressure once again. Oh, and Ollie just cannot find the connection. Shooting at ghosts. And then eventually 2 kills get tallied early for YFP. Moves with 1 response though back over towards mid-step, so not out of the realm of possibility from trading this thing completely back, especially as we did finding some damage on the way out. But as soon as he gets the reset with the help from Thief, the reach out is perfect, and YFP will close out the half 7-5.
He did feeling really good after that round as well, and he's definitely started to pick up a lot of extra slack this round, or this half. Actually, top fragging coming out of it as well. He's been a little heavier on top of his own prowlers, and Corrode, with, you know, how open it is, how large it is, it does, you know, force you to be a little more self-reliant, and YFP really playing into that narrative. We did as the new guy. You expect him to maybe be a little newer to that mindset, but absolutely not. He plays for himself in the same way that every other one does on YFP, and he does it so damn well. It's going to be another heavy util pistol round here for YFP. They're going to try and pump and dump into mid and A to get an early pinch and win out the fight in the long haul.
But this quick tempo from B-Dog forces some defensive utility for Winthrop in the pistol as he refracts backwards, and the offensive hit now starts to develop over towards A main. And they may, say Stellar might find some contact here, but no. Did not expect that Winthrop was going to walk right through the dark cover at mid. And that's going to immediately trigger the counterattack where YFP are going to commit to playing onto A, seeing two members playing over towards the mid part of the map. And yeah, that works beautifully. Really good connection there. It looked like they wanted to back away 10, but it just came down to, hey, two people playing through mid aggressively. Let's just run onto A instead.
It feels so necessary to hold it down at that point. You don't know where everyone else is. The intel is still so touch and go, and the chokes are still so close by. But Winthrop, the remaining members are actually a fair distance out, so YFP have a little extra time to reset.
I must wait a moment.
So those two remaining players stay choked up close in the hallway on top of that safe spike plan on the outskirt.
So you got a recon and two shock darts here. And Governor reveals there's nothing on site. Great first bounce off the shock. Second gonna go into the corner. That will take care of Weeded. It's just down to one. Thief, low HP, not gonna happen. And yeah, Winthrop, I mean, honestly, you get away with one a little bit with that double peek over through mid, but more importantly, you just have the right tools available for YFP to come back in and fight that 2v2 on site.
And it should be said that if you didn't have the right players for that, then it would have been a lot tougher, especially with how little time Winthrop had left at that point. So it's a good thing that Governor was the one still up and running, capable of being able to run down this this choke that YFP kind of put themselves up towards. Rough timing at the end of the day for both sides, but Winthrop getting the edge for it and potentially a way back into this game. It is truly monumental for them. Infiltrator already, in fact, going to buy up into this Outlaw to really try and put YFP in their spot, but three members of YFP have one heavy shields.
Should be a mixy one. Glyph sees the Prowler go on by. B-Dog takes some damage, but teleports back. Allows Jake to at least provide for one trade, but the crossfire setup too strong at A main. Eventually, Winthrop will respect the fact that YFP have some numbers pushing through them, so they'll back away. And we'll take it 4v3. And honestly, Governor, I was thinking, his knowledge drum and the fragment's going right his direction. Follow-up peek not going to work out, and Glyph's going to hear the footsteps and wait for help.
A lot of raw confidence just oozing from YFP as they walk up this way. With the guns they have, they can make it work, and they find Glyph close up. Now it's Infiltrator's turn on this Outlaw, as the crunch will once again come from Moobs.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, and that's just really good awareness from Winthrop to know that, yeah, we've got a good crossfire set up here at A main, but no need for us to take a 2v5, especially recognizing that YFP had made a purchase in that round. So you back off, you wait for numbers, and it works out really nicely for you, because otherwise I think it gets a little bit too mixy right on top of the A site, especially with how aggressive YFP were playing with tempo. But the rotation over is strong, and now this bonus starts to look really good for Winthrop facing up against a YFP team who's not able to afford much.
They're going to continue to have to play around just B-Dog coming in and being that raw intel. They have to try and just farm trades off of it. That's how they try to make the previous round work, and they don't really have much else to bring to the table this time around. Here he comes into the trap wires. He will avoid both of them and make his way onto mid-link. He's avoided everything so far, and YFP can execute onto the site.
No. I mean, that smoke just deters everything for Winthrop, but at the same rate, you still have to fight against these weapons, and that's just, again, good patience from Winthrop. Yep. It's absolutely perfect. You could get stuck by that. You could feel like you have to force it, especially if the player's peeking through B tower, but keep your numbers, keep your weapon advantage. Good fight back here, though, late for YFP. Have not been able to fully plant yet, though, and that's what may end to be the losing result, unless Thief can hit a couple of shots. And, ooh, he's been seen on the way out. Almost able to bait Winthrop back into it, but now he runs out of ammunition, and Ali will secure the bonus. 8-7, Winthrop back in the lead.
Really just scraping it out, though, keeping Winthrop on their toes, and their economy still pretty low. So YFP continue to just come with, you know, guns blazing on these game plans. It really just comes with finding enough profit. And once again, B-Dog, unfortunately, he's able to get really forward and take that site. Unfortunately, no kills on top of it, and the gun advantage too much this time. But, I mean, the blueprint has shown itself to be very applicable here with how much B-Dog can do kind of instantaneously. And again, I mean, YFP, their chemistry is so lethal. Jake smokes are going to be so perfectly timed on top of it.
Well, The playbook is one thing. You heard it from Roy. He loves the ideas that YFP are playing with. It's just the execution is not fully there. So going into a follow-up bonus, so to speak, here for Winthrop. Let's see what we can find in terms of potential identifiers for YFP. This round is a bit of a punish for this push through mid, at least initially for first blood. Some considerations towards B if they do decide to commit through these trap wires, where in particular moves has a judge waiting for them.
And Winthrop finally forced to a shoddy buy after all of that damage that YFP was able to slowly do. And neural theft gonna get tossed in by Thief here to try to guarantee this B site that the spike is already at, but the trap wire will cut in to the push just a tad bit and slow this down. Moves can't execute on top though because of this judge, so you can start dumping this util on top of him, make the fight pretty easy. No siree, Moves always making it difficult as the spike goes down.
Yeah, he's just letting them come to him. He's playing in the backside of the site. Now the neural theft is our governor able to barrel stuff onto Jake.
There's no way.
Maybe a chance, but no. Glimpse able to snap in time. How have they pulled this off? Oh, that headshot lands. So Stellar, the 1v1 with Governor. He's able to find himself the Phantom, though, and the upgrade will work out. Winthrop will essentially have back-to-back bonuses, go over the finish line, and now they're 9-7 up with pretty serviceable money to be playing, and YFP are going to be back to the save.
You can feel YFP's trigger fingers itching as Winthrop University wait at the velvet rope queue that is the B-Link. But even still, they can't find the right timing as the collapse occurs. And with YFP's execution already being pretty condensed and readable, after the last extension had already occurred into that back hallway, Winthrop knew where they had to go. Winthrop knew their pathing. They just continued to choke up and choke up and choke up until they took it. And now comes the psychological damage. Now comes the true snowball.
Yeah, and again, this is a round you won't expect to win if you're YFP, but I think we need to talk about it. The Waylay has just not provided really much of anything. Not in this map, and definitely not in map number 1. And it makes you just kind of wonder, is it worth? You know, I see the idea. We've seen the idea a couple of times of the double dash. You refract back. You essentially play a long game bait and switch for the rest of your team. But I don't think we've seen a single convergent paths find really any value for B-Dog. The saturate stun has not really landed much at all. It just doesn't feel like it's value.
Yeah, it seems like the B-Dog really wants to like implant himself into fights more often and sort of just like cut into it like a hot knife through butter, but he hasn't really been able to position himself in the middle of teams. He's just had to kind of back right back out. Winthrop has really been attuned to where he's going to end up. They're holding back far enough to account for that. So at the end of the day, it's purely for the sake of the push. And on the way out, you're probably going to end up doing some damage to B-Dog along the way. As this, yeah, like you said, the Waylay continues to go negative, continues to not make as much of an impact as I agree. I think another duelist choice or even, you know, going something else might here on Corrode. YFP going to call this timeout as they have they still have a lot to offer. They've still kind of drained the bank of WU, so they still have the setup. Five straight round losses in. They still have the setup to be able to take a round with impunity. But it just comes down to finishing. And Winthrop University, it seems like they always have another tool up their sleeve. They always have a way to force YFP to play into their fight that it feels like they're really just running into a brick wall every time.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I think the biggest catchphrase we can say about this is we see what they want to do, but we're not seeing it really find the value that it's intended to.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, and I understand, like, Infiltrator has also really not been a factor on the Neon in a lot of ways, even on the offensive half that, you know, didn't really do too much for Winthrop. But I don't know. I see the ideas behind Waylay. I'm not a believer yet. I'll put it that far. And it's not just like in B-Dog's hand. I think it's just generally speaking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I say the space that Neon gains is material because it's committal. It's like you can't just double back as aggressively as Waylay can. And so Infiltrator is far more intentional with the space he takes. And so if he dies and he gets nothing, that's Winthrop's prerogative. They're going to play like they no longer have Infiltrator. They slow it down on a dime. If B-Dog dies, feels like YFP are just like searching for a default kill.
Correct.
It doesn't feel like they're, flow treeing into the next game plan.
No, that's a really strong point about it's not actually realized distance gained if you're just refracting back from it. And B-Dog will be found first here. Now Infiltrator's going to get to work doing neon things, shut down by Jake, at least to certain regards, and we'll have a 4v3.
And you'll see Winthrop, they'll slow it down a little bit. They'll have Governor play that lurk position now, and Ollie will back out just a bit. You'll play, again, for the weakest space first. And YFP do know how to apply to that pressure point. We did with the kill, and now the TP as well. This is where something like a Nightfall or a Convergent Paths would be very useful, and we did. When he gets punished, he's able to use the ulti.
Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot from
30
Glyph.
seconds
Jake trying to
left.
bounce through it, not going to work. Stellar sees the barrel, but information is gained, and Stellar is,
One enemy
well,
remaining.
handling it pretty nicely, I'll be honest with you. 1v1 now with Ollie, who just takes away the angle, finds the elimination, and has Winthrop cooking on 11, looking good for 12 as YFP need to make a decision if they want to force purchase or not.
I love this composition apart from the Waylay too. I love the KO from I love Stellar's KO so much. He plays it so differently, and I love how much how reliant he is on going for setups and going for those like teamwork plays, because most of the teamwork you see from YFP is, again, so individually, it relies on so much individuality on having every player kind of know exactly what they need to do and just go execute their own tasks and then just come back together and duke it out. With Stellar on KO, those are some of the few times you see like very synergistic moments from YFP, and it's really beautiful because these guys have been together for God knows how long.
Well, see if we can find something here for YFP with the Guardians, a Sheriff, and the only two players who can afford rifles have them. There's the Convergent Paths. Null Command also spent as part of this execute. Governor just holding on site, and he will eventually be overwhelmed. It's looking good for YFP, especially depending on the timing of this rotation on the Thief. Only has a pistol, but he may come up behind this for free. Sure looks that way. I'll be able to find one, but no. There's the pinch from Thief, and that's going to be the round for YFP unless Glyph or Infiltrator can do something, but no, they're not going to risk the weapons.
Playing as that slow-rolling tank this time, B-Dog understanding that if he can't infest the map with the Convergent Paths, he'll just clear a path with it and let YFP get the freest execution off of a null command that Corrode has ever seen. Winthrop playing for exits, and they will get Thief searching at least, but YFP on the board thanks to that double ulti and a great wrap by Thief. Grabbing that 2 with the Sheriff. Winthrop thought that they could once again get just a little ahead of things, but this time YFP, that slow roll actually works a little to their advantage, allows them to adjust the pace perfectly for Thief to time that well, and ultimately get ahead.
Okay, Lifeline keeps you away from having to fight against overtime the entire way through. And yeah, this is nowhere for Governor to go. And then, yeah, the timing of Thief is perfect. Everything working out nicely. Still enough in the coffers here for Winthrop to purchase up, and importantly to note, they also have a couple of key ultimates available, the Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury in particular.
Wow, my eyes
They
are
can
down.
put the brakes on the fight as long as they read where it is, and YFP has not given themselves away at all here on B yet, but they also haven't given themselves anywhere else. And W is pretty choked up, so we'll stick Infiltrator on this with the Operator ready for the push. B-Dog is just gonna, he's just gonna hightail it. He's gonna get out. He's not even gonna look around.
The Hunter's Fury putting a pause on that, and yeah, Infiltrator has an angle. Now he's got the overdrive up, plus a pinch, or at least the crossfire with Glyph, but both come up a bit empty, and Stellar somehow comes away with 2. You thought that was going to be the perfect trap sprung by Winthrop. Not the case. And all of a sudden, numbers go the opposite direction off the post plan for YFP.
Felt like there wasn't nearly enough flashing to fully clear that. Stellar, I mean, he doesn't have anything left in his kit now that everything's been tossed, but WU, they looked prepped. They just couldn't hold the shots down, and YFP have the reset now.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Well, a couple of the
standing.
trades come out, leaving him to the 1v1. Stellar fighting up Gonzalez. Snake bite lands for some damage, but Stellar finishes off the final kill for 4 in the round. Snakebite almost just got it done by itself, but now YFP are starting to build up a bank account. More importantly, they've got Winthrop down to relatively neutral terms in their economy, and we may have a bit of a comeback effort on our hands.
And Stellar with some soccer mom management coming into this is, yeah, he lets that pop flash fly to the back, so these close corners aren't fully cleared. An Infiltrator, again, it's not red that he's going to stay close to this with the operator, so he gets that free pick early, but YFP, they're able to double down into the fight and send a couple extra members further forward onto what they know will be an attempt to trade off of Infiltrator's body and hold on to that operator, which apparently Governor really wanted to as well. So great way to hold it down from Stellar to, again, give YFP another shot at holding on to this map and by extension the match. 2 rounds down and continuing to just search for that opening pick that Winthrop are getting less and less willing to hand over. The only person really forward is Glyph, even on this eco round.
Aldrone trying to scout things out, doesn't really see too much of anything. Winthrop just stacked up on this corner. Glyph holding on to something. B-Dog for 1, and then wow, Weeda just spams out another, even though the paranoia had landed. Timing wasn't necessarily perfect, and YFP will have a lot of space to work with over towards B. The only thing in the way is moves and his traps.
Camera taken out. Found you.
One enemy remaining.
Just,
Not gonna happen.
yeah, no chance this round.
30 seconds left.
Ollie could hold on to this gun. I mean, you probably want to get rid
Spike
of
planted.
some rifles here because they are able to buy into next round, and YFP's not necessarily. It's a little bit unstable, so maybe we'll play for an exit.
Yeah.
I'm really liking, again, how YFP have adjusted into this and been willing to just kind of play with whatever they end up having left over. Because sometimes they'll lose Jake, sometimes they'll lose Weeded,
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
they'll lose B-Dog, but the way that they've slightly altered their play style, the way they've slightly altered how they fight around each other in order to still keep this B site nice and healthy and clean and quick, very impressive, very replicable as well. So you can get to 13 from here, very foreseeable.
And honestly, if the news just gets better the longer this goes for YFP. Nightfall, Null Command going to be back online before you see things like a Hunter's Fury or the Overdrive. So Winthrop's, yeah, going to take the time out to talk about this. Wouldn't be surprised if this is the run to try to pop some sort of a Viper's Pit just to try to break down what's happening on the map at the moment. Because honestly, the last couple of rounds you could categorize as just some unfortunate timings. That last one's kind of a moot point just due to the fact that it's trying to get a sneaky stack up an A main. But the 2 rifle rounds before that, YFP have just responded really nicely to what, honestly, like if you were to break down, like take a freeze frame of the minimap before it breaks down, it's like you've got perfect crossfire setups for Winthrop. They're just not hitting the shots. So I think there is a level of, hey, let's just shoot better and let's make life a little bit more difficult for YFP breaking on in. Because even in that moment right there where it's like the op shot hits, the overdrive is out, you've got them choked up into a choke point, but then Stellar finds 4. It's just, yeah, it's one of those things that just don't find the trades as they need to. Maybe they're just not playing close enough off each other or what, but I don't think we need to, reinvent the wheel here if you're Winthrop.
Yeah. They might also, yeah, I think they might be getting a little bit scared of B-Dog as well. They feel like with those crossfires, like you said, it's a little tougher to know how to properly adjust when you know the fight's about to start, but you don't know who's going to start it. If B-Dog is going to rush in with this doubled up dash, or if you're going to have a pop flash with a 4 stack that you just need to hold down. It's a nice mental game that YFP are forcing WU to play regardless of how many members are there. You have to force a lot of contingencies. But again, the only thing you can really use the convergent for is just to clear a path at this moment. Because again, B-Dog has had no luck kind of getting in the middle of things.
They found my wire.
Well, quick plant as it's at a 5v5. Governor backs off, giving some space. That'll connect for 1. Most importantly, that's also Stellar out of the picture. Op shot connects as the smokes fade. Uh-oh. Trouble now for YFP. Someone's going to have to step up on this as the full flood is likely to come in through this A-Link. Good crossfire on this for now. There's the Neon shut down, and yeah, you just put him in a bit of a bottleneck. And now it's just down to, can you win the 1v1 on the outside? Yes, you can. Just down to Jake for the 1v2. Move's already on for the fuse. Ollie steps back, and Winthrop will find themselves on match point.
Winthrop played that so beautifully on the macro. You saw YFP figuring that they need to punish this A-Link early so that they don't get pinched from the back. And so they started trying to throw a couple bodies into the fight, even though it didn't look very resourceful, even though you were trying to cross out of smokes, even though you know that you're looking into an operator, you know you have to win that fight early. And then they start losing people so easily, they're like, okay, maybe we should just slow things down and wait until they push in. And they do, and YFP wins that entire fight so instantaneously. And then the backstab happens. Then that worst fear finally comes to fruition, and it works out just enough for Winthrop University. That fallback approach, that one contingency gets them to 12, gets them to match point here, 2 rounds strong.
Quick hit once again. Oh, B-Dog not able to refract back as Infiltrator hits the quick scope right in front of him. Paranoia just out to re-clear the front doors at A. And YFP are going to have to reset this and try to find a different part of the map to play off of. And Governor's just throwing shoulders at mid, and he's going to get information that they are not committed to A anymore.
Revealing area.
And just browsing again. Seeing if they can maybe take back mid a little bit heavier this time after Infiltrator started getting a couple decent op shots, and that Odin from Governor started spraying it down. Became less of a space that you could passively occupy, but after all of this heavy warring in the other sites, it feels like YFP can try and re-up here after the knife will confirm the link position. Seems like Winthrop are going to try and go for their pinch.
Just too much of a shoulder. Yeah, Governor's just going to put this one a little bit more out of question. 4v2 situation, not unwinnable yet, especially if we can join up and turn this into 2 separate 2v2s based on how the defense is placed on the map. But the traps are well and in place for moves, and yeah, he sees the peek off of his cam, finds the pick, and it's just down to Weeded trying to play off the timing of the spike toggle. Oh goodness, the relay bolt is in, and Glyph will finally put us home to a 2-1 count. But again, a very back and forth affair. Could not really have been much tighter between these two teams. I mean, again, like I said, map 1's numbers on the scoreboard will look convincing for Winthrop, but honestly, that was just a couple of YFP offenses that just did not execute correctly. Otherwise, I feel like both teams very evenly matched in terms of how they're trying to design and try to build identities for these maps that we've got.
Yeah, I really hope we do end up getting to see YFP in the playoffs again, because I don't think they're done building for this stage just yet.
No,
I think there's a couple comps they have to figure out, a couple set plays they have to master. Because genuinely, I think the foundation looks so clean. It always has for this team, and it always will, even with this new 5th man in tow. In fact, again, I think YFP looks more like themselves than ever, but Winthrop University, they continue to be so damn good. I love Governor and Glyph. These two players are just so good in their own special little ways, despite Governor's occasional bottom frag. You know, that's just how he rolls, man. But just a really great performance from Winthrop overall. You continuously saw what they were going to do. They did it. They were better. They don't care.
Winthrop moved to 3-1, single win away from making them into the stage 3 playoffs. But for the side of, well, YFP, 2-2, right in that even keel place where there's going to be a lot of teams that are, again, trying to finicky, build up those little things that are kind of wrenches in their system right now. So we'll see if YFP can bounce back next week. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got the Battle of the Undefeateds right after this.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
A series taking it all the way to a map 3 and going into Corrode, we didn't have quite an idea of what Winthrop University wanted to go for. It was a tight affair, but between the two teams, it's going to be Winthrop University to come out on top, take the series 2-1, and find themselves 3-1 within stage 3 of Challengers. I mean, Gompers, looking back at that map, there is definitely a time frame where I didn't know necessarily what team was going to take it, but Winthrop University find the win in the end.
They did, and they did really, I will say it was a little rocky in the beginning. Obviously, it was very back and forth and super, super slow pace. I feel like they were just, Corrode is such a new map, right? Like you're trying to figure out what like the balance is, how you can honestly peak these angles, because I'm not going to say they're tight space, but there's so many ways to entry a site here that it almost becomes overwhelming. And I think they were doing a really good job at trying to navigate that with, you know, the duelists, just because, I mean, it's super fast-paced play in a map that's honestly quite easy to hold on the defense. So I think overall they kind of adapted to their surroundings, and they brought out the Sova Odin, so I give them props for that. I feel like that's always a plus in my book, and it worked out in the end. So all in all, please take that clip out.
Stop showing that clip.
God, I get PTSD every time.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to touch on something that you were talking about, and it's referencing to like the sort of the pacing and that they were playing at. I really do feel like both teams on the defense side managed to do a good job at like getting things to slow down, despite them having like what we would consider like sort of fast-paced duelists, right? Like the Waylay versus the Neon. So I think ultimately it was a really nice clash between both of these teams that had a completely different like stylistic interpretation of how this map should be played, like the double controller versus the double initiators. And it honestly was just as a Valorant enthusiast, I just really just enjoyed that match overall. But ultimately, Winthrop University, they were shooting their guns. They had fantastic ideas on both sides in terms of how they wanted to set up the Viper util as well as their entire setup, and they played phenomenally off of it.
I mean, you're talking about them shooting their guns. Let's talk about some of the people that did it the best, looking over at the individual player performances. I feel like we did get to see step-ups coming out from both teams, and I'd be remiss to not give a nod to the performance from YFP as well here too, Gompers, because I mean, for a 13-10, this was exceptionally close, and like this Thief and Jake step up, the rest of the team too, but those are two people we highlighted top of day, and again, we get to see the consistency come on through, even if it wasn't quite enough to get the YFP there in the end.
Yeah, never ending, and now you get another good series in the books. Of course, it didn't end the way you necessarily wanted it to, but I think they handled themselves well, right? Initially, a very, very show-stomping loss against Winthrop University, and now you're going 2018, 18-18, and 13-10 overall. So I think for me, it's best case scenario under the circumstance that you lose, unfortunately, to go to that third map and really be able to prove what you're worth. I do think it was a little troublesome, though. I know they were trying to adapt with having B-Dog and Stellar kind of work together on the defense to execute and find a little bit more than just like this back and forth repetition that was kind of going forth. They were looking for a plan, right? The Flash to come out, B-Dog to execute and get those first engagements, but it wasn't necessarily clicking as well as they thought it would. I think Infiltrator was just a little too fast, honestly, to the touch. So yeah.
I mean, talking about a couple of the people that had the big step up from Winthrop University, I mean, first off, Ali across all the series, Roy was just doing phenomenally. And Moobs in this last map, what a step up as well. The perfect time to really be heating up to get Winthrop University over that finish line.
Yeah, for me on the third map specifically, I think Moobs is the MVP. I think overall his impact on the defense side, anchoring sites down, finding like kills that seemed impossible with the utility combos that YFP was bringing to those set site hits. I think he did a fantastic job with that. And overall, he did a really good job on the lurking and making sure that he was getting his impact kills. But overall, for this series, I have to give the MVP to Ali. Like his overall performance through map 1, map 2, and map 3 was just so consistent. No matter what role he was on, no matter how he was put in, any situation that you put him in, he was just finding so much value with the way he was playing the game and approaching it. And he even reflected in his first kills. It reflected in his assists. Like across the board, he was just such a beast.
he had a total of 1 4K, 1 3K, and 3 2Ks and on Alley. So you can definitely see the amount that they carried throughout the duration of the entire series. Honestly, that was Ascent alone, so it really doesn't stop there. They just played absolutely phenomenal. They've clutched them 3 1v1s. They had their moment on Deadlock. They had their moment on other agents, and I feel like no matter, again, we've talked about it, no matter what they play, it's just flawless from there.
I mean, definitely for Winthrop University, a good day for them and the team. And with that, they're now 3-1 within Challengers, which means they're also 1 win away from qualifying for the playoffs. And again, Winthrop University, when you're looking at this team and what they've been able to accomplish throughout just this year of Challengers, it is a team that actually has a real shot of making a run all of the way, which I think is especially exciting for them. And I'm excited now to get an opportunity to hear from the team now with none other than Moobs on the line. First off, I have to say big congratulations for the win. Huge step up in that 3rd series. Let's talk about that Corrode, because it was a map that we had a lot of questions of how you guys were going to look on there. So was it a little nerve-wracking? It was a close one.
No, not really, because we've been practicing it and we were kind of waiting for like a decent team to like play it against. So we were like prepared for it. You know, we felt pretty confident in it. Ollie was shooting since map 1, so we just had full confidence in that, and we kept our composure and closed it out.
Yeah, he definitely was. Like, his consistency throughout the series was incredible. And I want to touch on this series a little bit, specifically looking at this map 2, because we get to see a map 1 that's very, very strong. In map 2, you guys definitely came out of the gate as well. Does it feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity there, or it's just YFP that was able to best you there in the end?
Yeah, I think we should have 2-0'd him, but we suck sometimes. You know, it happens. You got to give up a map. But no, you know, I think YFP is a good team. Obviously, like, they could have beaten us. It was, what, 13-10 last map. So, you know, a couple things could go their way. A couple things went our way. You know, we were confident in all the maps. We prepared for all of them this week. And, you know, it's a completely different environment for us where we kind of used to just YOLO into maps. And now we actually prepare for these maps. And I think we played well on all 3 of them.
First off, a loss is just for the content. Don't say you guys. The content.
I'm just trying to make sure you guys are getting like your full payment for all the hours you're getting billed.
Okay. I want to go back for something you said with the practicing, because you guys were playing the nonchalant Kings card during the stage 2. We don't practice, we're beating these teams, etc. But now, like, you guys are practicing, you're putting this work in. Like, what's the switch around?
Well, first of all, I'm still nonchalant, you know, like nothing's different about that. I'm still nonchalant, right? Well, it's just, you know, it's the summer, like, what else am I going to do? Like, we have no classes till like August 25th. And, you know, I think at the start of Challengers, we didn't really think Ascension would be something that's really in it for us. Like, again, we are like a different workload with school and whatever. But then, you know, I think we're like 3rd in points or 2nd. So it's like, might as well go to Brazil, go to Ascension, wherever it is. So we just decided to take it seriously.
And that's fair. And yeah, I mean, you're talking about the fact that you guys have a lot of these points. At this point now, you're 3-1 in Challengers. So that's 1 win away from playoffs. So how does that feel?
It feels good, but I think, you know, we kind of expected us to be 3-0. You know, I think we wanted to beat Cubert. The game was close. You know, we could have been playing Envy instead. But, you know, we learned a lot from that loss, and, you know, we didn't really let it ruin our confidence. And even this one, you know, it feels good. But, you know, the expectation is to go to Ascension at this point. Now, anything below that would be unsatisfactory, I guess.
I mean, you're definitely on a good path right now, and you can get your revenge in playoffs against Cubert, okay?
100%. 100%.
Perfect. It's been a long series, so I'll let you rest. Moobs, thanks for talking.
So
Congrats on the win.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, Winthrop University with that win, 1 away from qualifying, but he said that it could have been them going up against Cubert today, and it's going to be a match for that first spot into the playoffs. After the break, Cubert Academy going up against Envy. Stay tuned. and welcome back, Valorant Challengers North America. It's going to be one team to make their first spot into the playoffs. It's going to be Cubert Academy going up against Envy next. The two undefeated teams here within the Challengers. And I think not too much up for debate, but two of the best teams that we got. Looking at this matchup, these are two teams that have had such a level of consistency throughout the entire year. So to see it come down to a stage 3 where, yeah, they're both looking strong, this checks out, Roy.
You know, I completely agree with Moops here when he was saying that they should have been the ones against Envy. Honestly, with like how great they've looked, how Cubert, kind of had their changes, but seeing how recently like Cube's renovations and how great they've looked with the new roster and all these like sort of adaptations that they've made, this is honestly going to be a very exciting game, I think.
Yeah, looking at this Cubert Academy roster, this is one that is really leveled up for stage 3. And it was something that was nodded to by Cainzer in their interview last week when talking about going up against Cubert Academy. This Cubert Academy, they look in a peak form. The switches that they've made have worked out really well for the Gompers. It's a Cubert Academy that they already were scary out in the server. Do not get me wrong, but this just seems like another level.
Yeah, I mean, under new leadership, right, and just really trying to adjust to everything. I know, interestingly enough, we do have a lot of one-tricks playing against each other today, which I actually really enjoy just because we've seen so many adaptable people playing to these different agents, but it's like people like Nismo, right? Just able to keep control with just one particular agent. I think that in itself is so special and to do a good job. So it's all about comfort. And I feel like this team is just so comfortable in the roles they play. It's not too flexible from there. They know exactly what they're here to do and they're here to do it well.
I just want to ask, we're memeing when we call Nismo a one trick, right? Is it a meme? Because I feel like he plays so many agents.
No, he does. He does. But as of right now, it's I mean, we've seen Sage, but
We'll circle back around to this conversation in a minute, guys, because don't worry, spoiler alert, we are going to talk about Nismo. But first, I want to talk about the impact that Kayu's had on this team, because I think you'd be remiss to not talk about Cubert Academy and the step up they've had under this leadership, Roy, because Kayu has been someone who already was praised before. Like, we have never been shy of being able to give Kayu his props, but being able to see what he's done for the squad is really special.
Yeah, I mean, calling wise, individually, he's looked fantastic. There's really no qualms about picking up Kayu for this roster. I think overall he's been a really good fit for this team. We've seen some symptoms of a new system and different approaches, but I feel like the positives of having Kayu on this roster have far outweighed the risks of bringing in a new caller. And I feel like he's been calling very well, and I also feel like his calling against Envy is going to matter a lot because Envy is going to bring the battle on many fronts. And I feel like calling is going to have to be top notch, as well as an individual performance from Kayu is going to matter a lot here.
Especially too, since we've seen some exceptional calling up against Envy, but it is something too that does need to be matched with that firepower, not just from your team, but from you yourself. And when we do see a Kayu that's capable of making these calls, but also popping off in the server, I think that's going to be doubly important. And going on to the next person, Gompers, I know you're so excited to talk about him, but we got to talk about Nismo. And I also just want to touch on the fact that he did laugh about the fact he had to prove he wasn't a one-trick with that Sage last week. I mean, I know that KO is really good. Nismo's capable of playing a lot, but this KO that he has been playing a lot recently has just been next level.
Yeah, listen, I'm a big fan ever since he dropped the wanted to up his stocks thing. So I really appreciate him, not only his personality, but just his playstyle as well. I mean, it's so coordinated. And I know we talked about Kayu, but to kind of tie that in, I think Nismo's just such a big pivotal part of what Kayu can do as an IGL, because Nismo makes it happen. Nismo is the reason why all of the rounds that they have won, start out the way they do, right? Just with a simple flash and a simple deterrent, right? With, I forgot what it's, oh my gosh, for some reason my brain is blanking, but it's the util alone that Nismo can handle with the KO that I think is so spectacular. Obviously, we've seen some matches with Sage, and just being able to slot out and go into a different agent is quite interesting enough in itself, but there's no changes needed to be made. I think they're so comfortable with the way games have gone, and I mean, Redux is just there to take all the rounds, right? So does it really matter?
Yeah, I mean, he's been the reliable rock for this roster. Like, there's really no denying it. I think his util's on point. I think his deep tactical FPS experience has put him in this unique position where he's on this like utility heavy role, and he has the timings down to a T. Like his knife timings on KO, his stage slows, all of that has just been phenomenal from Nismo, and I think it's going to be a really big piece in this lineup against Envy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, so many of the players are professionals, but I feel like when I watch Cubert to see some of this util and like just the Perfect timing on it every single time. It's just next level. I always have to take a second to appreciate. And Cubert Academy have to bring out all the stops today, because going up against Envy and talking about this Envy team, reminder, this is our stage 2 champ as well, the only team to go undefeated within this Swiss stage of, well, the entire year, stage 1 and stage 2. They have this opportunity now, Gompers, to go 3 for 3 undefeated into the playoffs, and they're looking in a strong form to do that.
Yeah, big team to go against, honestly. And it's crazy to see Cubert kind of in this position with 3-0 against, top dog team, right? We've seen, I mean, a lot of these players just be considered one of the best within challengers thus far. And it's such a big gap. But then at the same time, we've seen Cubert kind of like take rounds away from this team, of course, under different leadership, but it's still the same fundamental team as before. Nothing has changed on Envy. They've kind of kept the same roster. I guess the only difference being like now they're trying to up their gameplay and their mechanics.
I mean, this Envy team, it's constantly just been elevating throughout this year. And we get to see quite a few changes, but first off, we'll talk about a change that we don't necessarily really see. We'll talk about Egster, and specifically this Yoru, because no, hear me out. The reason we wanted to highlight Egster here is when we are seeing changes on the team, like we saw last week, Zera play the Brimstone and play something else. Yeah, so where we saw Egster then as that solo duelist. Obviously, Zera is very flashy, Roy. He gets a lot of the praise, but Egster as that solo duelist was really able to step up and make a lot of impact for the team.
Absolutely. I think overall Egster has been a pretty reliable player for this roster. I mean, like statistically, he hasn't been the #1 performer. Obviously, when you have, black holes like Zera and Ion on the team, it's kind of hard to find your own stats. But I feel like Egster overall has played the role very well. We've glazed, we've highlighted how good his Yoru tech is. That hasn't really changed. But I think what I'm trying to highlight specifically is the fact that it does feel like Envy is trying to up not only their mechanics, like Gompers was saying, but they're trying to up their compositional choices and their diversity of how they're approaching the game. Like they are trying to evolve, and they are trying to mix up the formula a little bit. And I feel like that's going to put a little bit more pressure on Egster that he's very equipped to deal with.
Yeah, that was my biggest question when we saw him go into that solo duelist was, okay, like this is a lot of pressure, right? It's not just util for others, but you also got to be fragging out yourself. And he was able to really step up in that, which was really, really nice. And we got to talk about why he was the solo duelist and talk about Zera and that, Burimi arc here and kind of compare and contrast with someone who, of course, the duelist on the opposing end, but who we've also seen sometimes go into those other roles. I mean, Redux has definitely shown Gompers that he's been able to do any sort of role. Of course, we see him a lot more on this duelist now. Love to see back to the roots. And going up against Zera today, this will be a great head-to-head.
Two fairly young duelists with a lot of talent, I will tell you. 10 first kills for Zera in their game against YFP. I feel like that in itself kind of goes to show how well Zera can play regardless of the role that they're under. So, and I do want to state too, like this is the best player overall in stage 2 regarding stats and the best in stage 3 currently with a 1.51 rating and 298 ACS. Absolutely insane to be in the position that they're in right now. Yeah, and it doesn't get any better than that. I do think Redux is like a very close second though, I'm not gonna lie. And in regards to just, I mean, it comes with young age being so good and having so much good reaction time, but it's still so much to develop in regards of a young player like this who's starting to kind of get the flow of being with the team, of that being given they've been with the team for quite a while now, but also getting used to like the changes that are going on in terms of Sentinels, Cubert Academy, trying to get adjusted, like Roy said, with the compositional aspect of that.
I mean, these are two young superstars in the making. Like, they almost have identical narratives, right? I think the difference is Zera has just been an absolute powerhouse. Like, he has shown no weakness. It doesn't matter what role you put him on. It doesn't matter what agent you put him on. He seems to find his value, seems to find his frags. But I think that for me, the fundamental differences between these two players, at least from an outside perspective, is the fact that Redux is a lot more vocal when it comes to ideas and what he wants to do within the round. I'm not entirely sure how the Envy system works, but I imagine that Zera is not really the one like calling a lot of the shots, and he's kind of just executing on the game plan, whereas Redux is using a lot of brain power from like in the mid round and kind of on a round to round basis. So I think that is really for me the big fundamental difference, and I'm curious to see how that's going to play out, especially when you have Redux who can shoot back against Zera.
I think too, when you're looking at Kainzera's ability to completely take over the server, like that's a terrifying prospect. But if we want to take a little history lesson to the last time these two teams faced, way back in stage 1 with a Cubert Academy that quote unquote wasn't at their peak, it was a Kainzera that popped off and a Cubert Academy that still took that victory 2-1. So Redux and the rest of the team definitely more than capable of standing up to Kainzera. We've seen it before. Wondering if we'll get to see that again. But I think the map picks and bans is going to be a really important one for this series, especially too when we are seeing Corrode into the map pool, something that Envy has shown. That's going to be the decider if we get there. So all my eyes are there, Roy, but Lotus and Sunset first. And these look just really solid all around.
Yeah, my eyes are on that Lotus because we have not seen holes, like at least too many holes poked in how Cubert has been approaching that map. It makes complete sense why they're picking it. They've had phenomenal paths on both sides, but obviously their attack sides have looked insane on that map. They will be starting on the defense side though, and that's always my concern when teams start on that defense side, guys, is can they rack up enough rounds to get a fully fleshed out attack side in, right? That is the big question. But yeah, I think the map makes complete sense from both sides. I'm excited to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, interesting for the Sunset, though, just because on the side of Envy to pick that, I mean, simply because they've only played it once, and it was all the way back in May. It'd been quite a while for them to get accustomed to this. So, I don't know. Sunset is more of an iffy take for me. I do kind of agree with it at the same time, though, because I know that we do tend to see the double duelist aspect where now we see Kainzera and X are working together. And that, for me, always works out in the best way possible for Envy.
I'm definitely curious to see exactly with which energy we'll get to see the Sunset, because before it was rotated out, we did get to see a little bit more of the squad on there. So it's definitely something that isn't the most unfamiliar, just haven't seen as much in these recent times. But for how the series is going to shake up today, I don't know if either of you two are swayed after seeing the map picks and bans, but for my own official predictions, I mean, it is the boring answer. I will say that is the boring answer, Gomps. But this is my answer. We're in agreement here. It's only Roy against the world.
So someone's got to rep the underdogs here, okay? Someone needs to believe that
Calling
someone
Cubert an underdog is crazy.
I mean, are they not?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Why did you all unanimously pick Envy if you guys did not believe Cubert was the underdog?
I don't think that one person from Cubert makes them an underdog. I think we all just think Envy's going to win. I think this is going to be close.
Okay.
Calling
What do you think an
Cubert
underdog
an
means?
underdog? What?
No.
How can you say that? All of you have picked Envy. That is de facto means they're an underdog. What do you think an underdog means? They're underestimated.
I would assume that they're just like kind of more bad, but like Cubert isn't, right?
We're not underestimating them. We're just simply saying they're not favored right now.
Okay, yeah.
Gompers,
right
you are
now,
not helping this
temporarily.
cause.
I mean, she realizes, Mom, I'm speaking facts.
I don't know. I haven't gone up against Envy once. I look at all the wins that they've had throughout this. I think it's hard pressed. I think this is going to be a close series though, and I definitely don't think Cubert Academy should be counted out at any point of the road. I don't know what y'all say, but let's get into this first map because Roy, as you called it, this very first map of Lotus could be a little bit of a tough one with the side start. But again, we haven't seen necessarily the most amount of holes. So I'm curious then how Envy is going to be approaching it in terms of just how it plays out in the map itself.
Okay, they're running back. They're pretty much their old composition, if I'm not mistaken. It's the same thing. They're pulling out the Euro. Obviously, we can expect that every single time. But now the ISO's coming out. I feel like we haven't seen Kainzera play the ISO in a while. I'm not really sure how it's going to pan out. I'm sure they still have their ideas. But the way that Sentinels have played this map has been top notch. I think the KO, the Fade, and the Neon have played phenomenally well. I think everyone has a room to express themselves on the defense side for their aggression. So I'm curious to see how Envy is going to disrupt the defensive patterns and how they're going to manage around this vice that Sentinels are running.
Yeah, and a really big aspect I like from Sentinels, just in terms of like their composition, because we've seen it so many times be played, in live streams and whatnot. But I love the cohesion that we'll most likely get to see between Nismo and Caillou, just simply trying to get and gather information. And like you said, Redux is so vocal, you can actually physically see like that slight pause where Redux is deciding, okay, where am I going to throw this? And once Caillou and Nismo get the info, Redux is like, all right, we're going in. Here's my first initial take. Here's my util. Let's start the funnel. So I feel like in terms of coordination, this is definitely their best map.
I mean, for Cubert Academy, Lotus is definitely a strong one to start on, but this is a map that Envy, especially in the past years of Challengers, have a lot of reps on with this comp. It's time to see, heading into this, who's going to be starting the series off right, one step closer to securing their spot in playoffs. Let's get to it, and back over to your casters, Shift and Tenrix.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Envy are one match away from completing their third consecutive perfect Swiss stage here in North American Challengers, but staring them down is the team that they last lost to all the way back in March. The one team that still exists that has defeated Envy, Cubert Academy, and they look cleaner than ever. Also on the verge of making playoffs here in the 3-0 matchup, and starting out here on Lotus, Shift, particularly on that defense. They look like they can stay stalwart. They look like they can get a very decent start against what is normally a team that thrives on early momentum.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about this is I'm actually just confused on how Cubert let this map get through the pool. I'll be honest with you. I mean, when you think about Envy and you think about the map pool at large, I think a lot of people would say this is by far their best map. Between like this and a Haven, largely because of the same circumstances. Playing Eggster on Yoru is just not something that's fun to play against. The difference here is being able to pull the ISO out. Not a lot of teams have found success doing this outside of Envy, inside of Challengers. So they're kind of innovators when it comes to playing this particular double duelist, and they're already off the races into B.
It's true. There are a few players like cainzera that are able to do what cainzera does, and he's already able to catch a body and be a body on the way down to let the rest of Envy get onto that B site and have a 3v2 advantage as Nismo comes from the baby door link and Satellite from the back B link. Flash to open things up, and a double look from both Eggster and Inspire, able to dodge the opening fire and hold that 3-man to a pistol win to start things out here on Lotus. Nice and quick, just the way Envy likes it.
Yeah, and just to kind of follow up on my point, then I'll leave it alone. It's not even the fact that Cubert let it into the pool. Obviously, they picked this map, which is just even more puzzling, I think, in terms of what do they have cooked up right now? Because the composition they're playing is the one that they've played for the last 2 weeks. And to be fair, it's provided them 2 wins, largely on the offensive side. Yeah. But there's just this question mark about, like, do you really feel so strongly about the composition that you're running that you can actually beat Envy on their best overall map this year? Like, it's a puzzling one. That's all I'm going to say about it. And we're going to learn out pretty quickly to see what Cubert want to do. Again, a lot of their success in the last 2 weeks has come from the offensive side. So not a lot of sample size to figure out what they want to do defensively here. It's by far been their weaker half, as it is for most squads and challengers. But I don't know. Well, it's just interesting to see them go into this map, as now they're in full classics, and this is just about trying to get something out early. Not going to find anything at A. It's going to lead to a 5v5 post plan.
I think after Cubert's matchup against Maryville, we got to see 2 key things kind of come into play, which was Knight's ability to get active on top of his smokes, which was something he was struggling with when he took that role, and then Satellite actually being able to apply himself to fights rather than just be a person that people were scared of approaching, and thus not a site that people came to, so he wasn't able to really get as much connection as he wanted to. Once those 2 things started clicking more for Cubert, they looked a lot stronger, so I do kind of understand them wanting to take Lotus here, because they might be willing to take a couple more fights. They might be willing to have a little more confidence in like opening and closing rounds with how much more active, you know, these people on Cubert that have been lauded for their ability to kill have been getting. But no, I agree with you. It's definitely scary coming into this, and again, letting Envy have their pick of what side they're going to open on, as again they really do enjoy just starting things out heavy and really continuing to swing for the fences, not really stopping from there. Kane gonna go ahead and farm 3 kills out of that, already pretty close to a contract, and Cubert gonna fight early here in A main towards Rubble. Inspire gonna be the one to take a majority of that. One of the other 4 players in the entire league who has yet to go negative on a map this entire stage. One of the other ones is cainzera, by the way.
Yeah, and I think the thing too for Cubert is, yeah, I was going to say, in this bonus round coming up, you're trying to force the tempo a little bit, and I understand it, because again, the combination of agents that you have allows you to play with some early aggression. That time we see it at A main, and then a quick wrap back to B. You're kind of trying to surprise Envy by showing force on one side of the map, then quickly hitting you in another, but I don't know. I understand the idea. You're trying to catch Eggster and cainzera off before they can hit things like the double tap shield, before they can get some sort of an entry into sight. But I don't know. It's just as soon as Kanzera feels pressure, I feel like he's one of the best when it comes to reacting on the ISO, whether that be by double tap or a contingency, or even just throwing the wall up. Like, there's just a lot of options, I feel like, in terms of how you respond to it if you're Envy, and so far, so good.
Yeah. And the Kanzera conversation always kind of has to be had. He is truly such an anomaly. Fun stat I found today, actually. Not only does he have the best rating in North American Challengers, he has the best rating out of any currently ongoing Tier 1 or 2 Valorant league that is over 100 rounds in. In other words, nobody is dominating any league of Valorant right now more than Kanzera is dominating North America.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
He is truly in a league of his own. And if he were to ascend this year, he wouldn't be able to play for another 2.
Yeah, next level stats coming out of him. And that's the thing is, like, I know there's a lot of people excited about the potential of an America's team getting out of Ascension, or a North American team, rather say, getting out of Ascension and into the league. Yeah. And I think it's with that, I mean, you go back to, you know, what the now, you know, G2 roster was able to provide, and, you know, the M80 rosters that have come so close, but not quite able to get over the finish line. It feels like this Envy team has all of the right pieces to do it. I think the only time that you look at him and you say, well, but maybe not, is back in stage 1, where they cleanly get through groups and then they show up to playoffs and completely come up empty. It just looked like maybe a little bit of complacency, a little bit of like not having good routine practice in the last couple of weeks, had them a bit, you know, softer than they looked in the group stage. That is a problem that, you know, largely was alleviated in stage 2. It's just, it's one of those things that you look at them, though, and you have to sit there and say, do they have the consistency, the ability to be able to come through and continue to do what they did in stage 2, where they topped the groups and then worked their way through, which, to be fair, it was a pretty soft bracket. Like, Burger Boys came out of nowhere, Ambrosia came out of nowhere. You didn't have your usual kind of suspects in the mix, but no fault of Envy. They took care of business, and you win stage 2, and now you're off with a strong start here. So it's just, it's good to see them to go from patch to patch, tournament to tournament, event to event, and still look strong. It just comes down to, can they consistently do it?
Yeah, they've proven that they're not only able to, you know, win matches in these high pressure situations, but also kind of just pick up and play into, you know, some street matches, some off-season tournaments, some in-between games, and farm there as well. I mean, the mentality is pretty easy to carry over into those, you know, tier 2.5 matches for sure. So they've started to feel a little more comfortable stretching their wings, and they certainly will need to, as, you know, we'll start to see them more in the public eye, no doubt, more often coming outside of this stage, and we'll also see them at Red Bull home ground later in the year too. So it's great to see, you know, Envy picking up this team, knowing how to foster it, let it grow, let it still continue to, you know, be itself, but also put harnesses on these players so they understand how to, you know, properly contain themselves.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, again, just to throw it in there, they check all the boxes. There's no need to panic. There's no need to do anything too crazy. It just is business as usual, it feels like. Whereas you look at the other side of the coin here, you talk about a team like Cubert. Well, the story's not at all the same there. I mean, I think just in particular, you go back to the stage 2 and that playoffs, you know, T-Dog's in the mix, no longer there. Knights is kind of a recent or a more recent addition to the team. He played well, I think, in that matchup that they had in the opening, if I remember right, but it still feels like Sentinels are looking for that extra spark, that next thing to get them over the, you know, over the finish line here, where we've gotten that from Extra, we've gotten that from Kanzera on the other side. We were supposed to get that out of Redux, but it hasn't been as convincing as you would have figured. And maybe some of that is, again, like this conversation of who's going to play a duelist. It just, I don't know. It just feels like they're just kind of still searching for a little bit of identity. And so far in stage 3, they've provided that. So here we go, back off tech pause. Envy showing force towards C. No commitment here, though. Just trying to see how much they can wiggle around this Cubert defense.
Just burning away at this Vice Util nice and early. Going to pressure Satellite to maybe stick his head out before the rest of the fight can get here. Cubert do a good job of starting to lean weight towards fights early. good understanding of macro in the pre-plants here, and a Prowler is going to get tossed on top of the front line, but you do already have one in the vines to try and facilitate that, but Ion still undeterred. Satellite able to hold it down for one, and the rest of Cubert has shifted on, but the gun diff still persisting, and Envy are able to gain that ground, and ultimately the plant. Inspire just trying to make sure that nobody is holding out the back line and going to be able to flush out this site.
Yeah, and re-clearing the site isn't going to be too much of an issue, you'd think, because you still have smokes available and you still have the Fade utility. So really good stuff here. Cubert isolate onto one. And now you know for a fact that that paranoia that the next is going to be on site. Just comes down to, can you stop Poppin, who's already found himself 2 quick ones. Nightfall at the ready, immediately uses it to the 1v2.
Mark 2.
Hopping up to the high ground here, no fear of losing noise, but Nismo jumps up and spots him. Such low health for both of these remaining players, though. Smoke has to get tossed on. And as the spike gets tapped, Poppin has to take the risk. Haunt on top of the smoke, and goes one, and the spray down for both. Every measure taken. So smart, not egotistical in the slightest. And the reset from Cubert is simply not enough. Pop and hold in one corner and then pushing on to the next. What a display that keeps Envy undefeated so far on Lotus.
Oh, they say pressure makes diamonds. This is one of those plays that you just remember for a long time. You get the information off the haunt that someone's on site. You have even forced the second one to pop out. And just taking advantage of the Nightfall to reposition so quickly, so convincingly, has Cubert completely stuffed. What a play by Poppin. Now 4-0 up, full purchase though for Cubert.
Mind-numbing work. Nice and early. They know how to keep us entertained. And now Envy perfectly content with taking this passive space after really making a dent early in that Sentinel util. They understand that they can make some noise on the mound and go less approached with how much Cubert want to hold on to what they've got. Rose getting tossed onto the boxes here as Cubert continue to stick 2 on, but Envy have got the rotation going over to A. And as Kainzera lets himself be known, he will get Redux into the contract. Wins that opening fight. Nismo stopping Inspire though, and around Rubble, he's able to contain this for now. Kainzera still having to play keep away, and Caillou is now here with the Odin to fully suppress. Envy have to once again rotate, and Extra has not really made any headway just yet. The Vice util is still yet to be cleared. 30 seconds to go.
This is fine, I think, in terms of Cubert dealing with that overlaying kill contract. The interesting thing here is the Vice wall. Afterwards, the decoy blocks it, but Satellite gets turned aside. Envy's numbers too strong. Will still amount to a plant, but opportunity with the null command and 1 off of, or 2 off of a Nightfall for Cubert to find their way back in. A couple of shots actually do tag on to Poppin, but no, Envy just forced the issue. So yeah, I think that's one of those things that you look back at in terms of opening execution there. The kill contract, you get what you want in terms of pulling in not just anyone, but you pull in the agent that you want. You get rid of Redux immediately. But yeah, Nismo able to follow up, and then the quick rotation from Caillou is beautiful. To at least go 4v4 early. Kind of reduces the damage of the play. You put everything into the Vice utility. The unfortunate part about it is, once again, Envy just too strong from the low ground, winning fights they have no business winning.
Yeah, that setup just looked really clean to hop on top of. And unfortunately, yeah, you just can't make up for that lost ground. Continuing to just do what they do best. Completely unstoppable so far, completely unforgettable this year. Envy continue to make statement pieces, and that's another one. I really appreciate Satellite trying to get on top of that paranoia, try to get active. He's just a little too slow to the punch, and Envy already have too many players online. They can hear it, see it, turn to it, deal with it, and just make it work after that. They once again, they have enough to work with. They always end up having enough to work with. And now you have Exter with this dimensional drift. You're able to make mincemeat out of whatever site you really want to at whatever point in the round you want to. So Cubert gonna stack C even heavier, gonna try and vie for some early presence.
Well, the contact at Mound is going to be pretty significant. And yeah, Cubert is just going to try to force this one back, but you've got so much safety here for Envy to back off. And yeah, the trap wire is the exact line in the sand that you were hoping for if you're Envy, just to kind of reset that. You've even got smokes in play, and then it's a wide open B site. Envy's just getting a read on everything right now. I mean, there really is not a single thing that they're doing even close to incorrectly. As Dismal is blessed to find one through the smoke, it's going to force this retake to make its way through double door.
Bring them down.
Just waiting for them to burn as much as possible, but again, that's the thing about Envy's setup is that they can just hold regardless. TP in to gain some passive space, but this high ground from Poppin is so powerful. It's able to hold it down for so long, and now the second wave comes in, and it's able to be enough. Still, Cubert do force a lot out of Envy that round. It looks a lot better than what we've seen so far, where Envy are able to just kind of get in front of the attempted retake before Cubert can kind of reset the fight. You know, Cubert had a little more control of the tempo, able to sequence things a little bit better, but Envy, again, they still just shoot a little bit better.
Yeah, and even in the moments where you get these little trades back and forth over the top of the B site, you think not the worst news ever for Cubert, but honestly for Envy, it's no sweat off their back. I mean, they have so much money to play with, it just doesn't really make much of a difference. The only bonus there is that Cubert build towards a couple of ultimates. The Nightfall's earned overdrive is nearly ready. Same with the Steel Garden, which could be huge, especially in combination with the Null Command, but I'm just going to be interested to see how proactive Cubert are going to want to use those ultimates, because we've seen them be pretty, I would say, at, you know, world's edge in terms of wanting to play aggressive towards both C and A long. It's just, you know, they haven't really found the success in the trades that you would have liked to have seen. I think mostly it's just been mitigating the damage dealt by Envy. But with those key ultimates, we'll see what they want to use, as it's going to be a Nightfall likely first fall by Null Command here.
A Nightfall sent in. That's going to give Caillou every reason to just gun it down and he'll get a decent damage trade. Cainzera daring to hold this, but the rest of Cubert can approach the site and have enough to work with this time. Along with the Null Command, they're able to fully bully Envy off the site. And this will get Cubert on the board. It took a Nightfall and a Null Command, but ultimately that's not Cubert. That's not all that Cubert have up their sleeve just yet. So they're able to still counteract a lot of what Envy has to offer these next couple rounds.
Yeah, absolutely worth it. I'm actually surprised that Envy, in the face of those two ultimates, committed to trying to play into B right there and not let the round kind of fade out a little bit longer, maybe throw some secondary utility to re-clear out C mound and force the defense to be a little bit more split to where you can maybe work something towards A, because when you're talking about either of these three sites, the most efficient one for Nightfalls and Null Commands is the one right in the middle of the map. So a bit odd, but again, not much gain, not much loss, as we're going to get a little bit of a wall push down here initially for Envy to clear out A Ruins and see how they want to try to break down the rest of everything else. Tree is Caillou's able to spam and use the Odin in ways that, well, Daddy Rye is happy about.
Still, though, Envy are able to press on top of it, and with the help of the Cyber Cages, they keep Satellite from properly trading. He's going to step out on top of the Spike Plant, though, and it's Ion's job to hold it down. Luckily, he can. Also happens to be one of the best players here while on that smokes roll. Just insane fragging capabilities that this whole team has. Unreal. Everybody's caged up at the drop spot. Knight's good for 2, Redux good for 1, but Envy good for more than that. And they'll make it to 7. It really is just a war of attrition that Envy are happy to win every time. Once they win this opening fight, it's been extremely decisive, the one round, or other than the one round where Cubert were able to retake with those double ults in such a condensed space.
This has been too comfortable for Envy, I'll be honest with you.
On Cubert's
now you're in a world where, honestly, if you're looking at the kill contract, I'm actually surprised they're not looking to go over towards C initially. See if you can catch out Satellite, who's been hounding the front doors at C every single round. Hit him in the kill contract, take out the threat of the Steel Garden, and put yourself on 8. Seems like a worthwhile idea, but instead it's going to be early pressure at A Ruins, where honestly Cubert are going to be in kind of a weird spot trying to defend this, because it's going to have to largely be through this cross, and yeah, there's just a lot of stuff in the way here. A little bit of spam, Envy will now be aware, and it doesn't make a difference. The spam is just too strong. Yeah, I'm really surprised they don't take the kill contract over to C here.
Yeah,
that's just a little bit too easy for Cubert on the other side.
Yeah, that felt very high and dry. It seemed like you could do a lot more than just kind of walk in with that one. But Envy, once again, trying to go for the early war. This time, Cubert I mean, they already had presented the Odin in Tree as well. They already had kind of shown everything, and Envy didn't really present anything early on to that to try to, I don't know, keep one corner guaranteed or like do anything more than like throw a cyber cage out. It was very conventional and a little too minimal for what Envy normally has, which is like, I mean, their util pool is pretty minimal, but it just felt way too open.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, Cubert's definitely backed off trying to play aggressive through A main, and I can appreciate the extra focus on just the retention of space at mid to do that, because you have the ability to, I think especially with Steel Garden, retake as you see fit. But this round instead will be, a bit of a blind kill contract, which it does land. It doesn't get converted though. Knights will find his win and stay alive over towards Waterfall. So a bit of an oddball there, because I think Knights actually teleported back to Waterfall and ended up getting caught by the kill contract then. But regardless of it, Envy will get the spike down. We'll go 3v3 with a lot of this retake looking to make his way over to the backside of the site. No ultimates here to help this for Cubert. So it's really going to be down to what can Caillou do to break down some space with his utility.
Knights getting pressured with the C's. Poppin really wants to grab that kill, and he will go unpunished. Every member of Envy will, in fact, as Cubert sensed the walls closing in. And they can't hack it after the fact. So another blowout fight by Envy to make quick work of round number 10, maintaining a very decent lead, a very decent economic step up as well. And you're seeing, you know, I think a slight moment of calm from Envy, but you cannot slack for a moment against Cubert here.
No, you can't just take the gas off the pedal. And you know, this is obviously a very convincing start here for Envy, but we're no strangers to seeing something like this, and then also seeing Envy kind of step off that gas and get punished for it. So a level of like, let's see where the mental discipline is to continue to focus forward, just get qualified for playoffs, and then move on, and hopefully just do what you did in stage 2 if you're an Envy fan. Whereas for Cubert, you know, you see the early pressure from Redux off the overdrive, but how do you hold that space, especially with a Vice? The answer is you're not able to. So there has to be a level of just kind of setting yourself up appropriately for the entry, which they're gonna have to play for likely some sort of a Steel Garden recovery on C, because there's just no way they deal with Exeter, especially with the Mental Drift open. He's gonna hit the flash and make a move, but there's the line in the sand.
Go for the fight immediately, and there's another player available to trade. Exeter is gonna jump on out, but Envy is here to play, and they've already gotten the spike down. The fight rages on, and Cubert haven't even gotten a word in edgewise, but now the Steel Garden pursues the players in the back. Exeter just holding it with the shorty, and every other member of Envy getting out scot-free. They have so much room to still play with, and every line of defense is held down. It's once again trivial for Envy. Caillou, the only one able to grab anything, as Envy make it 9-2.
That's such a high level of awareness from Envy. I mean, it's going to come across simple in terms of just speaking about it, but knowing what to do and how to do it in that moment is brilliant, because you know the Steel Garden is there. And if you're running in and there's no Vice wall and no Vice utility, you need to make the commitment on the execute of, we're not just taking site, we have to go beyond that. And the Dimensional Drift is obviously a very easy tool to do that, but more impressively is the fact that Exeter doesn't just back up and wait for help. He tosses the decoy in his flashes to hold the ground deep towards C, to where the Steel Garden really doesn't do much at all, because half the team is split away from it so deeply. But we could break that down for a year as we get into round 12, and Cubert will take over 2/3 of the map pretty quickly, and they'll leave Satellite by himself on top of it.
Yeah, Redux kind of just not really giving a care, breaking through, and Envy going to be forced to push into the sheer Satellite, getting that opening kill, and swinging into both Poppin and Exeter. What a pop-off from Satellite that strands Envy momentarily. But Cubert still walled away for the time being, and not with the best guns. Redux from the back in the courtyard, able to make headway. And an explosive round from Satellite lets Cubert open that door back up and gives them a third round here in the half out of nowhere. But it really is those hero moments that open things up. Apart from that, Envy's decision-making looks clean. Their shots look very clean. At the end of the day, They got bottlenosed once at the end of the half into the A site, and it gives Cubert 6 rounds to make up here on their pick, as we'll swap to the side where they are more comfortable.
Yeah, and again, I will say, as much as this is an incredible moment from Satellite, it's one that's required of them, to be sure. The way that first half goes is just so convincing in favor of Envy's narrative of how they're playing their playbook. I mean, even right there, they do what they want to do. They get the isolation onto the Vice. It just comes out of Satellite is able to step up in a major way to keep Cubert in this map. Now, the problem is you also have to win this pistol. And going out of the offensive side for Cubert, it is their stronger side, you know, kind of ipso facto. But there's a level of having to give some respect to the fact that the double duelist for Envy can play with some really certain aggression. And that seems to be the case early here. Zegster's already making a move over towards Mound, teleports back to safety, and Cubert's gonna be on for the chase.
Yeah, Redux trying to track that down. Inspire with the early hold, and can hold against Redux in the slide. How does he get out of that before falling? At the very least, Zegster cannot make up for that lost time, and so Cubert can burn their way on the C site, but the pot shots are raining through, and Caillou is on 8 HP, so Cubert need to go for a hard reset, and it's really tough with Kane's Era already making all this distance on the reapproach. Double tap will expire, though, so he'll have to go in dry, as will the rest of Envy. They've already used just about every shred of util, and Cubert will take advantages of that with the re-up, as every member of Cubert gets theirs by swinging back out. And indeed, they will win the pistol round, dig their feet into the sand, and try to make a meal out of this game.
Clean stuff. And that's just another level of, we know what you're going to expect from a Neon. That is what we're expecting to see in a lot of these executes, is the ability to try to use some early utility from Caillou, get the info that you need, allow Redux to know where he's got to keep his head up. A weird battle, to be sure, with Inspire, but regardless of it, just being able to catch Envy before they can stack a site is going to be the name of the game here for Cubert. And they're going to go again. And that's just a little too bold with the Bucky for Eggster. I see the idea, but it gets punished, and now it's early numbers for Cubert.
Yeah, diving in a little heavy, unnecessary evil, and Cubert, they are pretty aware of what Envy is up to at this point after a little bit of extra homework. So we'll see how much Envy can get away with here. Nobody even buying a sheriff here for the retake. Knights holding close with the shotgun, can dance around the door. That's gonna be 3 for him, actually. Nicely done. Cubert might be able to get away with this flawlessly. He can reset against Inspire. There you go.
Yeah. That's a no worries round right there. So now we're about to find out what Envy is really going to try to do to stop this Neon. And the thing to keep in mind is, yes, Cypher is a great counter to Neon. The problem is Cypher really has to stack all the utility in one spot. You don't have the ability of kind of manipulating like on a cross or a cut and then rotating back and forth. You're going to have to commit to playing one side or the other, and that looks like that side's going to be C more often than not. Now, I like this call from Envy in terms of how they adjust defensively. Throw your controller and a counter initiator into play to do this. Allow yourself to get some early high ground, put some pressure on, and then force Cubert to back away and have to either hit towards C or a tough choke point at B. Really good stuff here from Envy to establish some control.
Yeah, just very restrictive. Exactly what you need to do in a round like this. Prevent Cubert from starting any conditioning, starting to gain any passive advantages in these rounds that are disadvantageous. And the continuing to play to those strengths, play to those early holds, play to multiply the fights and continue to just run off of purely diffing. Goodbye. That's just terrific spraying from Inspire. Unthinkable. Again,
Yeah, it's been good.
Cubert will dig their heels in. Redux will get in front. At least get rid of Inspire. Kane's Era will choose to double down into this fight, but Cubert already back out. Fast lane to Shroud and hitting the door to quickly escort to B, where Poppin will be the first line of defense. No util available though, and Caillou has the off angle. Cubert, switch it up. And now the high ground is the only thing that Envy can really hold on to. Ion and Eggster. Good for one to start. First swing up from Satellite. cuts down one. This bonus round already influential for Cubert. Ion, KaneZera into 2. Immediate reset. An immediate sigh of relief for Envy, who get double digits and hold on to 2 rifles.
That's good trust right there from Envy, and just kind of reflaming back over towards what we were talking about at the beginning. You know, you get that aggressive push to A, you push everyone to Inspire's direction, and I won't say Cubert got too cute there by showing force at C and then late wrapping to B, but it's just so difficult to get the same value out of your Neon inside of B than you would on like a C execute or an A execute. So yes, they get the forward pressure and knock Inspire down, but I don't know. I just don't think you have to vacate C to make a move back over to B. I think it's just too easy for the double duelist to fight over the top of the B site, and you see that from KaneZera, especially in the last 2 kills. I don't know, it just felt a little unnecessary as Cubert are going to drop a Vice Wall here in their full purchase and try to make a move early, it looks like, over towards C. But look at those trap wires, deeper than they were before. So again, just diversifying the look right now is Inspire on the C site.
Yeah, I really love the slight mix-ups that you see on the setups defensively here, forcing Cubert to always pay a little extra attention. Every minimal slowdown is an extra moment where Envy can look at your head and bring it to the floor. Sneaking up, Cubert minimizing util in this walk up the trap wires. This is terrific sense to negate how much work this ends up doing. I'll get rid of the wires, but Inspire, that watchdog, waiting out the knife and stepping on as the approach comes through. He's gonna try and go for the 1. And Nismo caught with his pants down. Inspire steps through the door and catches Satellite as well. And it's a full reset of the fight before Cubert can even get the fight started. Redux forced into the back, able to take care of at least 1, but now he's got to be forced back onto that high ground and play puppy guard on top of the spike. Luckily he can though, as Poppin gives himself away. And with the worst gun, Redux able to swing it. Poppin still wins that fight though, an extra resetting down the river. Caillou forced to one sideline, Knights to the other, and it resets into the 1v1 against KaneZera. A TP fade by Knights that forces KaneZera to W key right into his sightline. And Cubert reset again and again and again and again and again. It is so tiring, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, and that's going to be the name of the game. I mean, we kind of see elements of that in the last round where, again, you show this early pressure towards C, you get your pick, then you reset to B. That round, I think it is just more of the, all right, we know we can get commitment. As soon as we take Inspire off site, we can hold on this position. It's a little bit more difficult for the double and duelist for Envy to work their way back into sight, especially with only a fade really to help them. So you see them just essentially delaying the fight as long as humanly possible, bleeding out Envy's utility defensively, and it allows a really clean round to come through. Well, clean, I should say, is a more of a heroic round. The last 1v1 coming through as we head into a light purchase for Envy. 2 stingers, a couple of pistols turned either to shorties or sheriffs. And what for Cubert should be a comfortable round could get them within 3.
Both teams taking their time with this round now.
Cover going out.
Envy could be who knows where, and Cubert knows how ratty they have the potential to be. Envy's macro read, as always, is gorgeous. Some pot shots even catch Caillou. And Cubert just trying to keep him second guessing.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those that you look at and you're just trying to find some sort of a pick if you're Envy.
Yeah.
And they're going to get a read that this is going to be a hit over towards B. So they'll be in position to try to win this out. But for Cubert, they still have a lurker and satellite. That's going to stop the rotation from the A side of the map. All eyes forward here for Cubert on the high ground double stack you're about to see.
Not a whole lot of reliable tools, but Envy always work with what they've got, and they usually make it work. Cubert, though, on the streak and have all the positions they need to. Everybody's caught. Ion forced away just to try to stall a little bit longer and maybe get away with something, but he won't. It's clean as can be from Cubert, flawless in fact, and that's the full economic reset that the team was looking for to take this half to the next level. This is the attack we were looking for. Shift, this is the Lotus that, you know, Cubert, we're gonna walk into this game so boastful about. It looks very clean, very practiced, and also very like on the dime. Like they're very able to switch game plans at a moment's notice against a team that is able to read into game plans so quickly.
Pivotal round coming up though here in 18. This is to see if Envy's going to be able to make the right adjustments. Nightfall already out towards B. This is just a show of force and a bit of a fake. Prowler will reveal 2 members on the mini door. But will they know that Ian is playing forward? Yeah, they do. They're going to get a kill there, and you're also finding elimination from Redux. This has been perfect. It's a wide open A site.
Forces a full reset from Envy. They'll back all the way out except for Kane. Early to it and can't do a thing extra from the drop as well. And Cubert, their eyes are on the prize. They are locked the hell in. They're ready for Inspire on the pre-fire. Oh, but he can still get one on the way down. Even still, it is now 8-10 and no sign of stopping for Cubert Academy as Envy continue to get overread and overruled.
Yeah, that's different right there in terms of how really the last 6 rounds in total have gone. Of course, you have the one bounce back from Envy when they've got the full purchase against the bonus, but that was a tight round. So Envy are going to need to talk about this in a round that will likely not see them pull all rifles. And this is what you got to get out of a Neon comp. You know, Cubert are just kind of running and honestly gunning through this Envy setup. Inspire's done fine to get 1-for-1 on the C site, but it's been a little bit too loose, and that's the biggest thing about it. Like, if you can keep Envy from getting Kane's onto a site defensively and being able to continually reset his double tap, this comp becomes really easy to deal with because their ability to counterattack you is just limited to finding paranoia hits. They just don't have the same flash style that Cubert do. So it's just difficult to break down these post-plant setups, especially when you're playing something high-low off of the C site. So lots of questions here in terms of how Envy are going to try to play this. I wouldn't be surprised to go back to playing a little bit more aggressively, get some early contact and call for an early rotation from Kane's because he's really the guy that you want, you know, to jump into the mix and then have a double tap to where he can help a player like Inspire out. So it's not, we're maybe not going to see it in this round here with the limited purchase they can bring to the mix, but that'd be something that I would maybe see if they're going to try to go into.
Yeah, definitely less and less time to be able to justify going for something like that because it's so, you know, high risk, but it is so in the vein of what Envy like to do. Have a little more time to contemplate it as we do have a quick technical pause. We apologize for the slight delay, but definitely worth taking a breather over after Sentinels finally have their setup. Everything they could ask for to get this full comeback going. And with no sign of stopping, no way for Envy to realistically, take this aggressively, at least this round. As long as Cubert continue to stay as attentive as they have been this half, there is a very easy path to once again getting on the board against Envy. Easy start outside of Rubble here. 3 of Envy packed into the cubby. They make it 4. Whole gang's here with the clone's help. Full clear of that. Pretty easy for Cubert. They'll lose 2 along the way here, but Inspire does not really have anything to offer to this, so it's all about just how much Cubert can hold on to on the way down, making sure that nothing silly goes on here. Well done, y'all. 1 round down, and once again, the world at your fingertips.
Yeah, that's the biggest part, is it is the world at your fingertips right now. So, this gets really, really, really dangerous very, very quickly. And I don't know. It's going to be, I'm really interested to see what they decide to do in this next round coming up, because that's what the timeout was built for. How do you find yourself an opportunity to get moving and trying to work something back? Because what we've had to this point has been pretty poor. Now, the bonus is you've got a lot of ultimates that you can play out to try to get this thing into 11 or 12. But yeah, a small show of force behind smoke here. Not the same aggression of like, here's all this utility, but just a small smoke to keep Envy a bit further forward. The gate crash will have a chance to brack things up, but knife will deny. And now you've got everything in front of you. Ion for the first, but how do you get out? You don't.
Yeah, there's just too much in front of you. And not enough to back the rest of the fight up. Poppin forced to just watch, and a great late fragment thrown by Nismo, understanding the rhythm of how they're going to try and trade this out. Cubert have really been studying how Envy move, how they react, how they generate space. Poppin does peek back out and catches Caillou. Courtyard has been regained by Envy, and as The Steel Garden's gonna fade away. He's still got a couple ults in the tank. Kill contract out for Cainzera, and Poppin still making space downstream. Knights dealt with Cainzera quite swiftly, actually. And on the way out, he actually deals with Inspire too. Poppin has to ace to save this round. Backside's cleared. Both of these last members in drop. Poppin, no bullets left. The right click finishes the ace and saves possibly the entire game.
That's
for
unreal.
Envy. That is unbelievable. After no one else could get it done time and round again, Poppin says, fine, I'll do it myself. Cainzera, his IGL may be Thanos, but Poppin's the one who took over that round.
Unbelievable stuff.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, yeah. The replay says it all, friends. The replay literally says it all. And you're right, it does. It puts Cubert not just to save the map, but you think it puts them in a position to run away with it. And no, not happening. Poppin saves the day in just miraculous form. And so now 11-9. Full purchase in play for Cubert, and they're no nonsensing this. It's going to be a straight play to see, but look at the difference in Envy's setup. Again, Inspire has been fine on this site by himself, but now wants to try to find enough space, enough freedom to deter a setup and maybe get Cainzera in the fold. And if he can get on site with the double tap, he could be very deadly.
Yeah, he's been trying to play a babysitter more than just a W keyer lately. He was playing Courtyard so much more aggressively previously, but now instead he's going to play purely for the trade into that momentum swing. And with the relay bolt already used, Cainzera is just going to hold the back line. Nismo with the opener, and Poppin is cleared in the corner, but still, Envy is just on the outskirts of this, and Cainzera just now hits that double tap. Perfect timing, too. Nismo finally trades it away, but Ion has the ladder, and Envy can still push this out. Spike cannot go down, and 40 seconds on the clock. Cubert fully pressured away from the C site.
Well, the rotation to mid's going to feel a little dire here. They will get a plant, but it's just down to how do you set yourself up in this 2v3, because it's going to be a bit of a split hit, and yep, you have the dimensional drift you have to fight up against. So that's going to be a lot of information, all the information for Exurb, but how do you survive? The answer is you don't, and it's going to be map point for Envy just like that.
A perfect time to restabilize, a perfect time to have just enough to get over the line, and now with a neural theft in your pocket, Envy are going to be able to continue to do what they've been doing the past 2 rounds, even if everything that started it off didn't work. They'll continue holding down Rubble with at least 2 players, even if they lose that opening fight. They'll continue to hold down C with that opening Cypher util on top of Cainzera holding down the back line, even if it doesn't work to start things out. Because at the end of the day, Envy's just going to make it work. And now they have 3 rounds to do so. As Cubert continuously gets cut short, gets interrupted. But they've run like a freight train to make this attack half a powerful one. And they still have every reason to continue doing so. Their map control is still second to none at the moment. The mountain in particular looks unquestionably theirs. It's just a matter of breaking in and holding it down that matters the most to them, and they've got to do it thrice to hold on to their map pick and try to get one on Envy.
You can see why they picked this map. I think there's at least that we could talk to here, right? Like, there is still a level of they're fighting, and they're fighting hard. The problem comes down to, can you actually finish off against a team that honestly has just been so good on this map? It's bold. It's very, very bold to come in and pick into a map that has been so comfortable for Envy. But you're right there. And you still, just based on the track record of how this offense has gone, you're still in a pretty solid spot to get 4 in a row, 3 in a row in your mind. Just comes down to, can you actually connect with this new weapon on the table with the operator out for satellite, trying to maybe see if they can pull something. But it's an interesting call, because outside of maybe a couple of forced rounds where Envy have pushed up towards Ruin, they really haven't shown many angles to where this operator you'd think would be very valuable. So we'll see how Cubert try to use this. Smoke down long at A. First time that we're going to see Inspire with a heavy setup on this A side as well, which is new for Cubert to try to deal with.
Another risky play to put Caillou on that Odin as well. Maybe trying to beckon an early fight, because otherwise you have to set up shop, and you know, fully stabilize that plant, and Envy are known to not want to let you do that at all. Inspire holding steady on the A side after an early run-in by Redux, but he'll quickly double back out. Overdrive available to him if he needs to fully clear out this B site the old-fashioned way, but he doesn't. Nobody from Envy's here. Full reset from the C door. Yeah. It's opened up.
Now you have to have Satellite hit a shot. He just has to connect on this cross.
Yeah. It's got to be major from him. Here comes the pinch. KaneZera double tap expires, as does he. Eggster with the counter frag, and Redux now sliding in and out. High ground yet again has to be the most powerful tool. Poppin yet again has to be the linchpin to save Envy this round. And now he's the only player standing. Redux. B-site continues to be his playground, and he didn't even need to drag out the ultimate this time for it. 2 rounds to go to make it overtime.
Yeah, just Neon doing Neon things right there. I mean, literally running, gunning, sliding, and diving. Still able to connect with headshots. So 10-12, but Envy find themselves on limited purchase. And you tally the current economy, not just around the finances into the arsenal, but the ultimates in particular. The overdrive you mentioned, but you've got the Nightfall at the ready, and you're not far off from getting a null command either. This comes down to who connects, and Redux will punish the aggression here from Envy. Other side of things, Nightfall is ready, but the kill contract is going to be one off, maybe even earned here, which I think that's the biggest difference maker here for Envy trying to get this thing done, is can you get KaneZera a good target, and can you pull it in a spot that he's going to be safe in case something like that happens, to where he gets a little bit overwhelmed and gets followed up as soon as he hits the ult.
You'll really have a lot of ways to just continue rolling out this final round if you're Cubert. So Envy have to play quite slowly with their utility early on until space is fully guaranteed for them. I'm really curious how aggressive they're going to decide to get on Mound and Rubble here because of that. Because, you know, we've seen Eggster and Ion push really forward on Rubble in a lot of these like rounds in the middle of the half, and it's been very helpful in making sure that Envy don't have to use nearly as much before that spike falls. But at the same time, all too often, Cubert have been able to fully dump on to those opening holds, and at the end of the day, come away with a personnel advantage. And at this point, with the speed Cubert has, it feels like that's too important to let go of right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's also level of an ain't broke, don't fix it. That's part of it too, because you look at the 3 rounds that have been won. We talked about, again, against the bonus that works out for Envy. Yeah. You have the heroic round from Poppin, but just as much as we were talking about how Envy really kind of owned the narrative when they're on offense, the same can be said here for Cubert, just in a little bit of a different way. But I mean, everything comes down to this round here for Cubert to see if this map pick was worthwhile. And you've got 2 nasty ultimates that you can combine together. The Nightfall and the Null Command can completely shut down anything. I think this is just a level of don't get picked early. Make sure that the first 30 seconds stays in a 5v5. And then use your ults afterwards. A little bit of a battle for space here at A main, but respect given. Cubert going to back up. And again, you just don't want to lose anybody here with the 2 ultimates you have available.
Yeah, Envy wanted a major clash, and Cubert understood that there's just too much of a risk to try to fight it out when they don't know how many people are there. And they're still going to keep some people around, though. Nismo stays in lobby and now has stranded the spike, so
I don't understand.
I mean,
that.
Knights is going to have to use this TP when they get to site, and that's just a little extra time wasted, unfortunately, but they can dump onto Inspire. Redux with this ultimate available is able to clear away the C site, and with the amount of people that they know were over on the A site, they're able to clear this out and plant spike very quickly, and they'll plant for the back too.
Plant
this is
deep
smart.
too. Yeah, that's the biggest thing about this is you use the Knight's ultimate to grab the spike, get back to work, and now it's just down to dealing with KaneZera and their entry for Envy.
Into the river, Caillou sprays down from the river. And it's an easy sight line. KaneZera having a clutch up in the 1v4, and it's such a monumental task. So much in his way. Redux easily deals with him as he's really started to up his own tempo.
Overtime.
We have indeed been dragged to overtime after wildly impressive attack halves from both teams. We find ourselves back to where we started. Envy on this half that they dominated on, that they made look so easy. Can they come away with this map still, or has Cubert found the rhythm?
It's just going to come down to who can respond to each other defensively, which is such an easy John Madden comment. Like, both teams dominate offensively. Whoever wins their first defensive round has a major advantage. But I think the thing about it is, like, Cubert were starting to figure out Envy's offense. Envy didn't really show many signs of figuring out Cubert's attack. So it just kind of based on how things had gone at the back half of the first half, and then also just seeing the timeline as it occurs now over the last 12 rounds, Cubert have a major advantage here. It just comes down to, will they remember what it looked like to play solid defense against this Envy team, which they were throwing a lot of unique looks at them. And again, the last couple of rounds, that's when Cubert started to find their answers. So tech pause here. Chance to kind of reset the mental and think back to what was successful for you if you are Sentinel Cubert. Whereas for Envy, it's just, you need to take a breath here. Like, you've just been in the slaughterhouse, really, for these last 12 rounds. So mental composure going to be everything here as we reset this.
Satellite has been pretty independent for the most part, and he has kind of been the only independent part of Cubert Academy, especially on this attack half. Everything else has been extremely cohesive. We've seen Nismo's flashes and especially fragments start to be increasingly influential as the pushes have gone on. But in particular, obviously, at the top of that scoreboard, Knights, 18 assists on top of 23 kills has opened up these lanes for Redux to just push right into so beautifully with these paranoias. So consistent, so gorgeous. And you wonder if Cubert can manufacture aggression out of that here on the defensive side. Envy, no doubt, wondering if they'll have to deal with that opening into this round as well. After these 12 rounds that Cubert have had on the half, you approach overtime so differently as Envy, with potentially a greater amount of fear. Again, Cubert were the last team to beat Envy. They were the ones to kick them out of Stage 1 playoffs. Since then, Envy have won 12 straight matches at the Challengers level and dropped 4 maps out of the entire year of 2025. It's been nothing but roses and sunshine for this team. And on Lotus, not their pick, but still, it would be a huge statement for Cubert to start things out with a dub here.
Yeah, it raises the bar so heavily to an Envy team that has not been able to do much defensively outside of win a bonus and have a pop-in random ace. I mean, the last 2 of those were just classic right clicks hitting heads. So, yeah, it definitely feels like a major advantage here to Cubert, not only because they had figured out the defense, but the recency bias alone creates momentum conversations. See what we get. Envy had found a lot of success by kind of spreading the map and then bursting once they get a read. A couple of sound cues here given by Redux, and Inspire wants to maybe even take another look at this a little bit deeper as the hit towards B is on the way, and he's going to have a really, really quick natural flank because of this.
Yeah, easily crunched. And no way to collapse on top of it. Inspire with this half lurk through Baby Door is early. Nismo not prepared for it, and so it is a trade away that Cubert have to facilitate. Prowler tossed in, and Inspire is just gonna double down. Caillou caught with the C's up, and Envy at the perfect moment get the drop, get the aggression, and Inspire's not done. 3 kills now for the Cypher. And that's opened the door back up for Envy to cross whichever way they want to go. It's wherever Inspire chooses. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace.
That is just next level timing manipulation by Inspire. And just to give you the play-by-play of the color commentary on that, it just starts with the fact that Redux is like, hey, look at me, in and out of the cyber cage. But you know he's not going to stay there as soon as the cyber cage leaves. So Inspire, able to know that, recognize that, takes an extra peek, may have even heard Redux on the really quick rotation back to Mini, and at no point if you're Cubert, do you expect Inspire to come back into all the noise that was being made to play off of that flank? And it looked like initially Envy may have made a bit of a mistake losing one of the players initially on that B approach. You're like, well, why die there? Like, just stay alive, make noise, wait for this flank to come through, but it doesn't make a difference. Inspire has the perfect timing, the perfect read, and then just dominates over through the connector from A to B. Brilliant stuff from Inspire. Now Envy, a chance to just give us the fakest comeback of all time stories if they just come out of this timeout and win this defense.
It would certainly be very envy of Envy. But once again, paying all the respect in the world to Cubert, understanding how tough this defensive round is going to be, how little they came away with on the few rounds they won on this defensive half. It is going to be a struggle, and it is going to be a different play that they go for. cainzera no longer babysitting Inspire here on the C-side. Instead, it's going to be an even heavier stack on A Rubble as Cubert fully try to drive the needle into it as well. Instant suppress out from Kane, but Envy do not drive on top of it immediately. Ion will now TP over to Rubble, and Envy just trying to gain the passive space so they can TP over to C quickly. Egster already here, ready to go. cainzera already here, ready to go. Cubert may not be ready for how many players are available. IU once again on the Odin, no operator in sight for Redux this time around, or Satellite. Cyber Cage to stop, and Envy, they've played enough of the waiting game. It's time to go. Relay bolt in for Redux's first kill. Refrag, Egster on top for 2. Reload stops him. cainzera out for the next 2, and it's down to just Satellite, who has to get the spike first. cainzera before that, and he does. Back through the door. It's already sprayed down by Poppin. Satellite catches him off guard. Seal Garden on top as Ion doesn't reveal himself, but can't do so until after the spike goes down. Satellite will set up shop in C for the 1v1 to save Lotus.
Would you imagine after this being tested? Oh, yep, why not? I was about to say, why not be tested off of the post plan as well as not knowing exactly where the contact was going to come from? Unbelievable. And yep, just keep it all offense. Back and forth we go. It looked like Envy had put together the right response. Their ability just to kind of stack the box in front of C. You do what you need to do. Get cainzera on site to where the ISO can show its presence and its power with the double tap being reset, but late game heroics coming through again. Unbelievable.
K2 3-0s duking it out in every way, shape, and form we could have asked them to. And they'll do it again. Starting out here on Rubble. Inspire once again. Getting aggressive, getting boastful, forcing Cubert members to stick around, and Caillou once again caught with util up. Envy on the verge of the util bluff. Now respect how much space Inspire has taken, and it seems that they'll try to double down on it. Yeah, he's just gonna wade through the smoke. He doesn't give a damn. Cubert does stabilize. Paranoia is gonna catch him, but Envy, since they're busted on A, cycle into the B. Knight's great paranoia to slow him down, but Envy has far more to offer. Take this B site. cainzera will set up shop up top. And this is where Envy feels strongest with this setup. They can spread back out. They still have a haunt available. They still have 2 TPs for Ion to reset. Hell, Egster still has a flash too. They can reset as many times as Cubert. And cainzera continuing to hold this high ground as Cubert still backed away quite a distance. Still 2 coming from Link. A bit of a weaker portal. And Egster forced to hold baby door that's unoccupied. Cubert can double stack on these fights and isolate. They can gain advantage quickly. Knights for 1. Satellite trades onto Ion. cainzera dips into the smoke for the Link and can double up on the fight from the steps. That now dives in on from Knights, who clutches up with both kills and with just enough time left on the clock. Cubert Academy gain the defensive overtime round and are 1 away from gaining their map pick.
I just can't believe it.
Switching sides.
I'm just here for a good time at this point. I mean, it's just another one of those rounds that it looks like as it starts to develop and as it starts to unfold, you've got really good pressure across the map if you're Envy. That opening from Inspire, you think there's no way Cubert would be able to recover from this. They think that this is going to be an A hit. You have to clear out tree. But you're able to kind of get the rotation back to the middle of the map again and find enough eliminations to make that more difficult for Envy. Because it looked like Inspire had just won the map, or at least won the round, by playing that opening first blood through tree side. But Not the case, and now we go again. Must-win round for Envy defensively. They're just taking the battle over towards A main. Even exchange, early 3v3. You've got the Fade and the ISO really most notably still available for Envy, plus the setup from the Cypher at C. But you have what you want here if you're Cubert offensively. You've got Redux with Nismo. Can you find some sort of an opening flash or dash?
Over there. KaneZera doing what KaneZera does best. Waiting for these dry peaks, seeing if he can get away with something in Cubert. They know that he's itching for it. They just sense that that's exactly what's getting looked for. A free opening, a free kill. As Baby Door gets burned, and Cubert sense their time is up here on A. Quickly rotating over via the Baby. KaneZera trying to chase them down via the steps. Cubert can hold it down on B. A fake on the plant as the Baby Door gets pressed, and KaneZera creeps on via the top. Redux with the refrag, but Spike is stranded, and so it's Redux stuck in the 1v2 to try to get Cubert out of here now. 30 seconds to go. He won't choose to rotate it. Seeing if anybody from Envy tries to step into it first. Absolutely not.
Yeah, the problem is the cyber crap right behind this plant B main. There's just no way that Envy's going to be boggled by the fact that there's no rotation here. Yeah, that's such a safety net, having that cyber trap right behind, because you know for a fact that you're trying to kill noise. You're trying to see if you can make Envy a little bit jittery.
Overtime.
Just predict that he's going to come from a different direction, but you're in a tradable position if he comes over towards the right side, top stairs. You've got the cyber trap behind you. You don't have to worry about that, and we'll reset and go again.
Such a great guarantee. That takes us to OT3 here on Lotus. Man, what a banger matchup we ended up getting. I'm so happy that both these teams are coming guns blazing. It's great to see. But even still, you got to tire out at some point. That playbook is going to wear thin. Envy yet again, starting out things on A, and Cubert. This is one of the heaviest patches we've seen them go for down Rubble as well. On top of the stun, Redux tries to go in, just gets sprayed down, and Envy won't stop there. Caillou stranded on the boxes, but given the flash, 2, 3 down with the Odin, and spraying down on the KaneZera as well. Won't stop, but Kane ends up getting the kill, and the double tap re-up as well. So a 2v2 again on the A site. Another absolutely insane scrap to start us out. That leads to an explosive site taken. Envy getting a little bit of extra time to hold on to, as well as a smoke to reset. A minute to play with as well. Seems like Envy, they really want to double down on the psychological battle. They're going to try and see if anybody from Cubert can get caught off guard here on drop before fully committing to the plant.
Is there a lifeline here in this 2v2? Because they're going to be able to get ropes control. And KaneZera, what a read on the teleport. Traded, but the problem is you have no idea if Ion went up top. You're gonna have a possibility of it, but you're not gonna maybe expect that. Arc rows down, Ion gonna reset and just play off the sound cues here. This is just literally gonna come down to timing. And I love the idea for Satellite try to push up, but as he clears it, that's what's gonna give Ion a massive advantage in this.
Yeah, too much time being spent here on merely making sure that everything other than the farthest Ion could go is cleared away, and it's necessary, but it's something Satellite has to do. Peeks into the fight, takes a majority of the health pool. He smells blood in the water, but Ion smells a lack of time, and Satellite can't play forever. Ion still gets the kill, and Envy is back on top, going into the finality of OT3.
Switching sides. Match point.
Jeez Louise. Can Envy follow up with another defense here? Caillou's going to go into the Odin again, which is, I gotta see it. It worked out nicely for them, at least in the opener here, just kind of holding ground to get the trades back after the initial battle at A. But from the offensive side, what do you want to do with this tool? We really haven't seen this yet out of Caillou from the attack. So is it going to be, you would have figured it's going to be some sort of a spam over towards Tree, but look at the setup from Envy at the barriers. They want to try to take this fight as well.
Early Baby Door control from Envy, and they even burned the door to get KaneZera in there early. Envy has swung out on top of this. Ion for 4!
Spike down A.
Another ace unnecessary. Let's just get this over with. As Satellite with the operator has to find an early kill and will on to Inspire, but doesn't know where any other member is at this point. Has to dredge to try to salvage this map for Cubert Academy. TP out from Ion to reset. Satellite's got to clear it all. And one lone flash will end it too. In we go, Satellite. Dove onto, already quite low. First shot's good. Has to just hold it down and can't.
Defenders win.
It took quite a while, but Envy held true. and they will continue to win like they do. Map 1 goes to them, 1 map away from a 3rd perfect Swiss stage.
Yeah, that's unfathomable. I would love that Envy defensively kind of get a read on what was going wrong for them throughout the majority of the defensive half that they had played. And a lot of that just came down to not taking a lot of opening battles through long, whether they be at C or at A. But more importantly, it's just committing the numbers into a spot to where you're actually going to read the early aggression. I mean, you've got the gate crash to allow the Yoru to go back over to C in case that ends up flopping. You've got the aggressive setup from the Cypher to still survive behind that. But we had not seen Envy really do much of the 4-man hit takeover towards A Ruins until that point. And I don't know if it's just because that extra member's in play, but that Haunt comes out later than it had been prior. And that allows for that massive reveal and the easy follow-up from Ion. So really good adjustments from Envy. Cubert fought, though, man. I'll tell you, after the first half, I was starting to sit there and look at stats for map number 2 because I was like, why would you pick Envy's best map overall? This is what happens. But then the offensive side changes things up. And honestly, for Envy, it got down to the wire, but obviously getting into a double overtime situation. But the late adjustment to try to figure something new out works out beautifully for them in the end to get them the edge.
Yeah, Cubert Academy continue to come with a lot of tricks up their sleeve. They continue to look better and better and better as this farm team, but Envy continue to try and show that they are simply the best. And they're going to try and do that one more time on the map that we will go to next after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Well, we said it was going to be a battle of the two best teams that we have within Challengers right now, and not going to disappoint on the very first map of the series as we see Lotus picked up a map that goes into multiple rounds of overtime, a battle of these talented players of the mind. In the end, it's going to be none other than Envy to close out this win. I mean, Roy, this match had absolutely everything. It had the drama. It had that little bit of comebacks. There's aces, people clutching up. Like, oh my gosh.
Sierra, we're like, okay, just Envy maybe they might be the ghost. They might be the ghost of Valorant. They might have something that no one else has. And then we go into the second half, and I mean, we talked about it, right? Cube has a very good game plan on their attack side. We saw a lot of that coming out from them. And ultimately, it really just came down to a very late, like super late game mind games between the two IGLs and kind of the approach for the map.
As well as just individual pop-ups too. Obviously, you get those great minds, but once we hit into that overtime too, and even just the later stages, I mean, we get to see an Inspire with a huge pop-off in a round. We get to see Satellite deliver that right back to the team. I mean, it was no shortage of individuals just popping off when the team really needed them the most. And I think that this was such an impressive maps from both of the teams, Gompers. Obviously, it'll hurt for a little bit of the side for Cubert Academy because they were really, really close. But for this to have been as close as it was, like, you know that we have a great series ahead of us.
I agree, and it all started with just a big change from Poppin, right? At round 20, we were able to see Poppin take in a 1v2 situation where then it was difficult. All right, am I going to win this? For that moment, I was like, there's absolutely no way. Poppin is lit. You know, all it takes is a right click or even just a spray down. And at that point, it was just completely over. OT comes along, Envy is able to take things back, and it really is like just one round that can change the whole entire pacing, the intensity of the game. That leads to, like you said, Ion and Inspire having to really step it up, and to have like a reliability on your teammates like that, I think is such a good aspect of why Envy works so well, you know? Two players that are top bragging right now, Exter and Kane Zero. You guys need a little more assistance. Okay, you know, I'll try my absolute best to give that to you.
Sarah and Ion have one slightly quiet game and we're immediately calling someone help Exter. No, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. But no, I want to talk about like the sort of like the recency bias, right? Where like it felt like Envy was in control of the first bloods, like especially how like the OT played out. Like we saw Inspire do a master class on the first round of OT, right? Like that was an insane round. We saw so many of these like pop-off moments for the Envy players. But when you look at the first kills, Cubert was leading the charge in that regard almost the entire time. They were mopping them on the first bloods. They were doing a great job with the openers. Really, you do have to question if that first half wasn't a 9-3, where this game could have been.
That's exactly it, especially too, when you're looking at some of the individual performances. I mean, you highlighted that there was some step-ups on this side of Envy, but Cubert as well. I mean, when you're looking at that impact that Knights was able to have up against his old team, and Redux, there's in so many of these scenarios, and Satellite, like, this one I think was really, this was a tough loss for Cubert in terms of just, it really, really could have been a different story right about now. I think they played exceptionally well. Questions in the green room too was around the fact that no one's really countered Envy in terms of the strategies, in terms of what they're doing. And I felt like Cubert did a really good job of that, especially with Caillou at the helm. So I have a lot of questions for how the rest of the series is going to be shaking up here, but it's going to be one that, you know, you're in for a treat, especially too, if we're seeing a map where, okay, well, Nismo isn't at the 20 kills and he could have been. That could have been a big pop off. We didn't see Kane Zera drop 30. Like, it really brings the question, Gomps, of where else could this have gone? And you know that there is some players that really have the potential to shift the tide to the next map.
I agree. And I think one of the other aspects with Redux playing into the Neon, I feel like they were just really shutting down a lot of the util Inspire was looking to offer. And as Inspire typically does like to play off everything they place onto the site, it was quite difficult, right? You have a Neon just running it down and then all of this util kind of flooding in onto site. So I do feel like the Cypher wasn't as well applied as it could have been potentially if Redux hadn't been so explosive down in this game. But that's one of the best parts about having Redux as a player. It's the fact that they can get onto site. They can make things a lot more difficult. They can take things to OT. So honestly, just overall, a really exciting game. I was hoping we kept going and made the longest OT match in history, but I mean, you get what you get, right?
I also think that's a thing of like KO as well. Like the interaction with KO and Sentinels on Lotus specifically, just it makes things a little awkward, right? Like you can't really play on site because there's unbreakable knives, or you have to play close and break it, and then you're just getting triple swung or double swung. Like there's a lot of layers of like how Cubert was approaching it that minimized some of the Sentinel value. So like I think at face value, it seems like he wasn't playing extremely well, but ultimately both teams have had a very good game plan and their own unique identities, and they executed it quite well on both ends.
I mean, I was just saying too, like I don't even think he was playing bad. It's just like, ooh, Envy got lucky that Nismo didn't drop 30 is all I'm saying. But going into this next map, this is where things get really, really interesting, because we did get to see a step up from Nismo and the rest of the team last time around from Cubert Academy. Whereas for the side of Envy, we haven't seen this in recent times. Not that this is unfamiliar. We did see it right back in stage 2, but we haven't seen it as of quite yet. And I'm curious with how they're going to adapt to the game ideas that Cubert has, because this is where we do see Nismo actually switch to the Sage.
Yes, and they had last time we watched Cubert play Sunset, they actually had a phenomenal game plan. It was very paper-esque. I think they even admit that they were pretty inspired by them, and they even have like their own approach, and they kind of copied and mimicked their style. So I can definitely see the similarities. I also think they were kind of playing it to their own flair, and there was a lot of things that they were doing that was slightly different. But I feel like the main thing for Envy to be solving is how they're going to be approaching the A main fights against the Sage, like specifically when they're on the attack side and they're doing the raise Sage towards A main. Like how are they going to bypass that utility? Are they going to wait it out? There's a lot of like footage, and there's there is enough to go off of to create a solid game plan. So it's really going to be on Envy to come up with a good game plan and execute on it.
And I'm curious with where that game plan changes for Envy, if it's going to be something that even just starts with this composition, or if it's something that we do see reminiscent of last time we saw them play Sunset back in that stage 2 finals, or if it's going to be, hey, we do have this aggressive composition that we have a lot of reps on. Let's just stick with that, because it is something where we do get to see players on very comfortable roles for themselves. This is where we do see a little bit more typical of that double duelist. We actually get to see the Clove come out instead, which I think is just a great pick for Ion. We get to see a lot of aggression here. Like, it's a comp that screams aggression. Whether Sage is enough to slow that down, Goms, is my question, but I'd be very curious if they stick with that comp, how it would play out.
I believe they will. I'm not sure we're going to see too much kind of like changing as of right now for both Envy and Cubert. Just, I mean, again, if you're following Paper Rex, one of the best teams, I mean, the best team, they won. So I feel like that's as good as you can get. You mimic something that has been working for one of the best teams in the world. At the same time, I feel like at some point that really does have to transfer over to your own gameplay. And based off the map that we saw before, it's not like they're off their game. It's not like something's wrong with each and every player. They're all pretty much on par, but so is Envy. So it really is just who can make that extra step to make those adjustments to really win out those rounds and give everyone that extra support.
Oh, it's going to be such a good map. And we said that this series had it all. We had all the drama, the pop-offs and everything. It does also mean, unfortunately, we have a player disconnect and a tech pause. So we're going to take a quick break, an opportunity for you to get some water, a snack, and we'll be right back with map 2 of Cubert versus Envy. everyone for your patience. We are back, map 2 of the series, and getting into it, we do get to see a little bit of a switch up from the side of Envy. It's going to be Kane Zera going for that Neon here, Roy, for that double duelist for Envy, but otherwise still very aggressive comp going up against this Sage for Cubert.
Guys, I don't know if I'm getting old, but I don't think I've ever seen the Kane Zera Neon. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm excited to see it. I think it's going to be really fun because it kind of suits his playstyle, just running around, jumping around. But obviously the composition, the Clove is an interesting pick as well. But ultimately, it's really on Envy's hands. They have the playbook. They know how Sentinels want to approach this map. They've seen the footage. Sentinels have looked great on this map. It's whether Envy can capitalize on their game plan coming into this.
Yeah, another thing too with Cypher now being kind of like the same thing, obviously, Inspire keeping to the Cypher role. We did see a lot of faults in regards to, you know, how hard it was to keep the site. I am hoping that now with the Raze change kind of coming in, it might be a little easier for Inspire. And I do think, you know, readjusting to Sentinel's playstyle, they're kind of understanding like the explosivity of it. You know, just kind of playing against that. I think the Clove might be a really good addition to that, especially with the ultimate coming in Q. So yeah, this is good for Envy.
I mean, Ion Clove fries, but Cubert Academy had a big step up in the last map, even if they couldn't quite close it out. So I'm excited to see what Sunset has to offer. Is it going to be Cubert to take us into a map 3? Or is Envy yet again going to be the only team to go undefeated all 3 Swiss stages and be the first team in the playoffs? Let's get into Sunset. Back over to your casters, Shift and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Indeed, one map from going 12 for 12 in group stages this year. Envy continued to look like a dominant force, but Sentinels Cubert Academy did step up to the challenge on Lotus and prove that their attack halves are as dangerous as can be. That is exactly where they're going to start on Envy's pick of Sunset, which, as the desk showed, is putting Kane Zera on the Neon Shift.
Yeah, I mean, not a big surprise here in terms of trying to manipulate the compositions they had prior because it was the same thing, Yoru ISO. Wasn't finding a lot of value. Everything else is the same, though, as when they had played it from before. So I think there's a level of like the ISO shield just gets picked apart too early, too often with how much control the Sentinels can have, especially when they're on the defensive side. I mean, Slow Orb, even like Poison Cloud, just the amount of things that can break it before you even get on site. It feels like it doesn't really get you the scalability that Envy likes to play with. We saw that in the grand finals when they were playing up against Embrasia, like just could not get their offense going in the first half. But on the other side, you know, for Cubert, kind of looking at what they're trying to do here, as mentioned, they did play this map last week, same composition, and they found equal amounts of value for the most part on both sides of the spike. So something to be learned there from Envy. I think kind of evaluating their own issues in terms of what the, you know, again, like the composition that they played prior just did not give them versus what they're trying to do here, which is what we've expected to see on Sunset Neons, which is get forward, get aggressive, take away space, hold that space, and make life difficult when you're eventually on the defensive side, so, or the offensive side. So we'll see what they try to do on the defense. I'm all mixed up, all kinds of confused. As Cubert will start on the attack first with the pistol. Little one-way cyber cage. Gives Inspire a little bit of extra damage before they really execute, and then the reveal from Poppet is perfect. Cubert is trying to find space to work with, but this is a complete dissection from Envy.
Yeah, this is a fantastic start to the B-hold from Envy, just completely undeterred. Is Nismo the only one able to get any kills, really? I mean, that was pretty cut and dry, able to just spray down on that first entry, and from there, take advantage of the fight. Great recon dart coming up from Poppin to stop the initial fight in its tracks and prevent Cubert from getting a clean plant from beyond the smoke. Pretty decisive from there. Cubert's notably lacked in pistol rounds specifically here on Sunset, but they have been getting the ball rolling after this whole song and dance first 3 rounds of the game. So we'll see how Envy is able to hold it down, how much they can come away with here in round 2.
Well, this round, I imagine, for Cubert is going to look a lot like the last one. Just, you know, try to force it forward. You do have Redux in a spot to try to get something going with the extra addition of the SMG, but it's immediately shut down. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of business as usual in terms of what you would expect out of a Cypher defense for Envy. And I will say for Inspire, again, like, you talk about his performance on the opener on Lotus, like, great stuff, honestly, in terms of holding a solo site. He was at worst going 1-for-1 in the majority of rounds that he was being approached on. The difference in this map is going to be, can he get, an early, I don't know how to say this, like, can it get like an early setup to where he can get information quickly, and then you can have domination of the middle of the map for Envy, because the biggest manipulation that they can have defensively is just how and when do you use the gate crash. So
Yeah.
that's going to be the big question mark for Envy, to be more fluid on the defensive side dealing with Cubert.
I am really curious how, what role Eggster is going to play as the twin duelist to Kainzera's Neon, because on the ISO, you do have a very kind of defined role as just a raid boss that's going to be the tip of the spear of the normal push, while Eggster goes and does whatever that a Neon would normally do, gain that, early position, get the drop on opponents that are going for crosses. But with Kainzera back on the Neon, Eggster, I mean, where exactly does he go from here? Does he do the same thing? Does Envy just dig their tendrils even deeper in, or is one of these duelists just going to start fragging out?
It feels like the easy answer is that I feel like the duelists are just going to need to start bragging out. And well, Eggster gets a little bit crossed up on this initial approach, just not playing as far aggressive forward as Envy. But this is what you look for out of Kainzera, is the ability to reach out stuff. Now, the issue is that's a lost area, and has Poppin stuck in a corner quite literally. He's got nowhere to go here. So Knight's going to respect the spam, and Cubert will cleanly take A. Ion may find some kind of a connection here, but no, gets pushed back. Marshall, not the weapon that you want, but the weapon you have to use. And there's just no chance for Envy there. Again, just kind of playing the double duelist in the same position. Not great.
Trying to meet it early, get the drop on things, and try and get a good advantage before Cubert can gain the site. But now, again, we've all said our piece, and this is where Cubert tend to look their strongest. Nismo already farming up that res. We'll see how much they slow down rounds to try to get these extra orbs, to let Nismo just continue to get those, because we've seen them do that a couple times when we come to Sunset.
Revealing area.
Again, meeting early on the elbow, double duelist from Envy. Just
yeah, it's the exact same setup. I mean,
yeah,
I just
doing it again.
I really don't think that we're going to see much more of that. I mean, that's when you would assume, like, you get a little peek with the Yoru, then you pop a double shield or double tap if you need it with the ISO, but I'm not really too sure about that setup for Envy. This double duelist playing off of each other, kind of playing a bait and switch position, but they've been beat now 2 rounds in a row by an owl drone. Like, that's all it's been. So
yeah,
that's a scratcher.
This round should be 2. Envy are on the site again, but Cubert's kind of let that happen. Ready for the stack. Gonna just sink their teeth into it. Ion with the setup on the smoke. Popping out. Checked. Nicely dealt with. Cubert have a flawless round 4. And it's early rounds like this that let Cubert get really good halves. So Envy needing to stay on their toes early here, prevent the snowball from getting too big. And it's things like this where you're repeating things so soon, and you're hoping that you can win out the duel from that angle, which I mean, Envy's very confident from that elbow, notoriously, but it's just not coming away with enough. It looks like Envy are gonna double down even harder here on Link, have 3 pushing down here.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you need some sort of a smoke. I think if you're looking at that double duelist setup at A long, you can't just play crossfire setups. This is just fuel for satellite. Okay. Nearly the words fastest ace, because everything just runs right into him, and that's going to be, well, that's going to be a Viper's Pit in round 6 for satellite, more than likely, just if you just confirm up the orb, or if he just gets the ace here. Unlikely with Inspire playing off the flank and the position for satellite, but that's going to be a very quick Viper's Pit for Cubert.
Yeah. I mean, this was like, come here. There you go. Nice. Great start for Cubert. I mean, that's got to be a real nice mental reset for you coming into the pick. to grab something like that. And you don't even really have to ask too many questions. You don't have to really beckon Envy too much. It's them who's been doing a lot of the W keying in to start fights earlier than Cubert want to, and Cubert have just been ready for it anyway. I mean, they have everything they could need for these next 7 rounds. They really are set for life here. And yeah, it feels like Envy just need a little more of a pile up if they want to work with what they've got. The double duelist, especially if they're going to stick in the same spot, you definitely want Ion to be that like anchor from either the cross or just a third trade so that you're actually getting something out of it. Because Cubert, I mean, they're going to stack heavier than you if they're at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. This opening setup, this opening playbook for Envy, I'm not really sure what the intention was meant to be in terms of this double duelist kind of combination on the close corner at A, but whatever that is not working. So you got to figure it out. And honestly, it's like, again, like the stock easy way to defend that corner is just to play a one-way smoke on it. But when you've got Clove as your controller, you just don't have the ability of resetting that smoke as much as like an Omen does.
Yeah.
So there is a level of respecting this Viper's wall on the offensive side for Cubert, but also wanting to challenge it. And yeah, they're going to change their setup by moving the Cypher over. So this is an idea of we're going to play a little bit more passively around A. And then if there's contact at B, we'll rotate to it and try to play retake, because the Clove by herself is just not going to be able to hold the B site. So
yeah,
we'll see if this setup provides anything, because it looks like Cubert is going to keep testing their luck on this opening on the corner.
It seems like Envy's really desperate to just gain something with this toxic screen set up on the other side of the link, because Cubert are able to kind of cut the fight in 2 at a moment's notice, and it's clear that there's at least always one duelist that wants to try to stop that, but Extra recognizes there's too much of a stack and he'll duck out. Elbow will get very quickly taken, and now the Hunter's Fury out from Caillou now that they're extended, and it's beautifully placed. Catches Inspired, that lets Cubert go. Yeah, wherever they want to, really. A bit of a whiff with the blast packs, but now Redux can just guard dog as the spike gets planted and Envy have to fully reset.
Yeah, that's a great barrier orb, just to kind of give you a bit of a one-way from the low ground at A main. But another round where, again, you just kind of, Cubert is crossing T's and dotting I's right now on Sunset. You get a read that no one's on the corner for the crossfire, so you go to business as usual. Oh, well, pause. We'll talk about that in a moment as Envy are brewing for a bit of a retake through mid.
They're just gonna cut in. Satellite caught early. Cainzera. Oh, this kid. Double shock dart out from Caillou. You're revealing your head a little much for me, buddy. Overdrive is out. Caillou just holds it down. Hold your faith, boys. We're up 4-2 as Cubert Academy continue to stabilize and make statement after statement.
Yeah, and going back to that execute for Cubert, again, you don't see the same crossfire setup at A elbow this time. So you say, all right, business as usual when it comes down to executing on the site. And once you get the reveal on Inspire, he's got nowhere to go because he's trying to play on the backside of the site, but he's not in a position to really dance to get away because of how far he's playing, like in the middle of no man's land. So it's just nothing is working for Envy's setup. You're on a broken buy again. And outside of the back-to-back early rounds, Cubert have really controlled this offensive narrative pretty fluidly. Another little clear out of B main, a little feel out over towards A long. And this is just comfortable ground right now for Cubert, just waiting to see if they can pull Envy into a crossfire setup a mid.
Spike drop.
And they'd love to continue to find earlier and earlier advantages to just pour the salt into that wound. We're gonna plant Caillou up on the pedestal very early into this while they have the vantage towards steps, but this is a very minimal setup anywhere other than mid. So Envy feel a lot of agency, especially with the lesser guns. Cainzera falling into that trap as Nismo's watching it. But it's all to show for Ion, a little closer to the peak. Gets out one. Now comes the stack. Ion just holding it down. 3 down. And Knights forced to chase down the ultimate as Ion will get away with it, but Satellite sandwiches and prevents it from getting any crazier. Still though, Envy are up 3-2 at the moment with Cubert. 30 seconds to go and up on B main.
Yeah, the weapons just aren't great though, and you cannot get Inspire into the mix to pop a neural theft to commit to this. Poppin's in a one-for-done situation here, not going to be able to use the Hunter's Fury. Good info off of this. Damage also being tallied. Just down to can you
Spike
finish
down,
off the
B.
last bullet needed to take care of Nice. He's got
10
the
seconds
spike.
left.
He also has it from the shadows. Can he pull something crazy like getting over to A? No, he's going to stick for this over towards the B site. Exter wants it, has it, no problem there. And a huge save from Ion playing over towards B main.
Yeah, really terrific work from Ion, working off of that initial push from Kane Zera. And that's Envy again, recognizing Cubert's intentions so quickly. And it's not that wasn't necessarily missing from what we saw previously. It's just, again, Cubert Academy are so blatantly good at that execution that it didn't really matter. You saw that restabilization this time around again, but Ion getting away with 3 there by holding down that site. That's just terrific trigger sense that lets Envy get a finger back on this defensive half. But once again, they'll hold nice and far back, still respecting how much Cubert has for these openers.
This has got to be the last chance saloon for this setup for Envy. Now, the only benefit is that you do have the ability to play retake with Yoru if you do need a gate crash away to safety. And you will try to get it out of play. Hunter's Fury for the defense, cutting across the site. Poppin will connect, but they lose their defenders around A again. It's just been too open. It's been too easy. And now it's on to Kane Zera playing it off angle. And what, you know what? We don't check the day one corners. And that's going to save Envy a 4th round here.
Yeah, that will do it for sure. Knights with 33 HP does have the ultimate. I doubt we'll see him use it this round. Certainly tempted to try to salvage this round for Cubert, but
30 seconds left.
a crucial lack of a check gives Envy a 3v1 advantage. I'll try and guard it. Oh, they do!
Love a good old-fashioned when the playbook works type situation.
Again, that's great work from Envy, continuing to just shut down Cubert at
10
every
seconds left.
moment's notice. Looks like we're back on track here as we're tied back up at 4. I mean, this was some pretty influential denial plays off of Cubert, kind of just not checking behind them, literally in that last round. But that is the difference. That is the slim difference that Envy can take advantage of to win back these defensive rounds, these crucial rounds.
If I'm Cubert, I'm still trying to approach this A site. It's been very, very open against Envy to this point. Again, like you mentioned, it really is just down to Kane Zera in a corner. But so far, the combination of Eggster, Poppin, or Eggster and Inspire has not really stalled out the A hits much at all. But dimensional drift is always something you got to be weary of. I think the thing about it is if Eggster continues to want to try to commit over towards A elbow and you can get that information, you just keep forcing it back. Now this time it's a battle at mid. Does get evenly traded, so 4v4.
You will not kill
But
my
I'm
ally.
honestly just surprised that Cubert is not just going to continue to try to play off of this A execute. Resurrection will come through, gets us to a 5v4 situation, and yeah, we're going to just re-scout out A. Problem is we got a one-way smoke here this time, which is new that Cubert would have to clear, and they may not want to even go that direction anymore.
Yeah, they're going to have to slow that down if they do. I think Cubert were just far more into the idea of attacking top mid now that it was more consistently occupied, and they do find Kane Zera after that. And now they'll smoke on the opposite side of that pull. So they're really selling the B pinch, and they'll actually go for it. Poppin and Ion do catch one on the way down as the smoke dissipates, but Cubert is at least in. So it'll be a 3v3 that Cubert have the sight for.
Yeah, we're going to dimensional drift to re-clear this.
Now,
Problem is, yeah, Viper's Pit's in play, so as much as you can get info here from Eggster, there's still the question of how do you actually clear out the pit itself, especially with everyone holding on to corners. There's the decoy. Eggster will fall, and now it's just down to how do you get this done the hard way, and they're just not going to be able to. Another ace on the cards, this time to Redux. And man, I'll tell you, it's just, Cubert's got every answer right now. I know the map is really tight in score, but I'll be honest, outside of the pistol and the follow-up, Cubert, they really should be up 7-2 right now, like legitimately. Those 2 rounds that they lost came down to some heroics from Envy or some cheekiness from Envy that they just didn't clear, but Cubert's playing his offensive side really damn well.
Redux is the tip of the spear to start out that push, and Despite Cubert being a little too slow on the courtyard pinch, they still come away with enough to set things up, and the Viper's pit tossed up by Satellite is perfect to let Redux reset the fight himself. Now he's got a showstopper to enter into A with, and with the help of the toxic screen, Cubert feel far more comfortable doing it. Now that that drone is heard, they know that Poppin is vulnerable and alone and stuck. Redux has free entrance onto the site, free kill. Nismo opens it up even further onto Link, and this is the momentum that Cubert is looking for on top of the lesser guns that Envy had to bring to the table. Early flank here by Ion, and he's able to get away with the kill onto Satellite. So Cubert yet again have to act fast as Inspire is already here on the Link. Metal is going to get tossed into elbow 2. Envy want to try and make quick work of this, but with the spike down, Cubert can reset the fight. Inspire getting onto the site here. Cubert resetting fully in elbow after all that util got dumped in the space early on. Ion tries to get away with the flank number 2, but Nismo on kill number 3. Inspire trying to go for that neural theft on top of the kill on Spike, but there's far too much that Cubert have to let Inspire get away with anything on top of it. So it'll be a 6-4 lead for Cubert, and like you said, it looks like they have an answer for everything.
Yeah, they really do. And I will say, as much as like we're looking at this as like Cubert is controlling the narrative here on the offensive side, the same is going to be true when Envy swap sides as well. I think it's just a bit curious that this is Envy's map selection with this comp. They've played it, you know, before, and there were just question marks around the ISO finding value, I imagine, mostly from the offensive side. But defensively, this has still just not been formidable from Envy. Again, pistol plus the follow-up, and then 2 rounds that come to heroics. They're lucky to even have not, again, an 8-2 tally against them right now. Different look this time for Cubert into the limited purchase. Going to make their play over towards B. That's an easy angle for Inspire. Actually gets a little bit of collateral damage and turns that into a second, maybe even more, as Cubert seem like they want to try to continue to force this.
Cyber Cage reset him so beautifully, and now Envy can double on the fight that they know Cubert is still here for. Caillou trying to get the off angle outside of the smoke. Nismo and Satellite can hold it down from a distance, and Nismo does spray through, has a res available, and the barrier too, so could turn this into a 2v2. Looks like that's exactly what he wants to try to do, but with the spike also there, no reason for Envy to not just tear through this barrier. Nismo stuck with a really tough fight here. Envy is not going to give him an opportunity to go for anything other than this 1v2 fight. With only 40 seconds to go, it's not like Nismo can reset anywhere other than the front lines. The camera catching in the second he steps out. No need to even start the fight until he's fully confirmed.
30 seconds left.
Nismo has the idea of where he is, but he's already been peeked. One-way setup for Inspire to get the easiest kill as Nismo has to make the traversal. 20 seconds now. Slow orb tossed away. Nismo can heal himself too with the reset if he wants. Poppin and Inspire holding close. Stepping out of the smoke, and Envy has the setup. Took you long enough, didn't it? But it's a thrifty round for Envy to make it a 1-round gap.
Had to give it a try. I understand you just gotta, you know, take your feet out of the picture, see if you can surprise them. But that honestly is just down to Inspire getting a good bit of information before Cubert actually commit to the fight with this little shoulder. Again, just too much playing around with the cyber cage, like the cyber trap rather. Like if you're trying to play, if you're Cubert for some sort of a burst into a limited economy, you have to break that wire and go, and not give Inspire that much wiggle room to find info, find the free peek, and then a follow-up off of his own cyber cage. That trap wire is just too much of an obstacle when it really should have just been deleted and pushed into if you're trying to surprise like they were. Aldrum this time, though, for Cubert, going to show some forward pressure through mid for the first time. That's unique, that's new, and it's going to test Envy in a different way than we've seen before.
Cainzera holding a little farther on the outskirts, and the Hunter's Fury still can't track him down. Cainzera gets away with 2 before falling, and Ion can now re-up the fight. Exter is also here as Cubert want to double down and grab more. Also with that res, Nismo tries to back in the fight, and it's a beautiful trap that Caillou is here for as well. And Cubert end up with the majority, both in that fight and the last one that will happen this round, as Envy have to quickly follow Cubert back over to B site, where they'll try and set up for a 3v2 post plan.
What a play from Nismo. I mean, the Owl drone initially gives you the intention they're going to be making a play through mid, but the resurrection plus the follow-up off the slow orb is perfect, and now you've got numbers for a 3v2.
Poppin's already here, and Cubert catches his head pretty early. Exter popping in for 2, though, and Caillou, it's all down to him to find a 7th. Exter holding down the fort until him. And so Cubert do come away with the majority of those attack rounds, but the tables are about to turn, and Envy, the second Cubert made a mistake, it was round shattering. If Envy can poke away at Cubert until they force a mistake out of them, then this might be a 2-map series. This might be a 4-match Swiss for Envy yet again.
I think you're still going to walk away pleased with 5 on the board if you're Envy, but that defensive half has us, I think, wanting in terms of what the setups even looked like in the first place. A couple of nice heroic saves, nearly able to find another one there at the end, but Cubert looking good offensively. The question will be, how do you deal with a very difficult double duelist to dance with? There's going to be a lot of pressure, I think, first and foremost on the satellite. He's going to be the one that has to lock down a site by themselves with no true Sentinel in the picture. If you want to count Sage and Sentinel, sure, but let's be honest, it's more of a control base like the Viper. And the other side of this is, where do you put Redux and how do you play off of Knight's Omen control? Because this one way that you're seeing over towards A will likely be a staple of how they try to defend the A site. This comes down to, do they try to do it aggressively, or do you try to back off a little bit and try to use numbers and utility to play retake, as Caillou will find first blood into Inspire lurking at A? But do they expect a second lurker in the form of Eggster? Doesn't matter, he teleported.
Yeah, he'll just TP back out. Interesting decision from him to not try to chase that down, but Cubert is very quick to meet B push. And
what?
Yeah, not to meet Satellite though. He's alone for far too long, and Cainzera gets enough time to get the relay bolt up too. Luckily, he's dealt with quickly enough, and Ion meets a crowd, still gets away with 1, so it's a 2v3, but the spike is still ticking away. Cubert's got to get to this, and they've got to do it now. Poppin sequenced away by that slow ore, but the paint shells don't catch him. He can try to extend this fight with 17 HP, not checked for a moment, but luckily Cubert can deal with him and follow up quickly as well. It'll be an 8-5 game, one of the few pistols Cubert has been able to manage this series, but it's an influential one.
Big time. And yeah, there is a couple of moments in there where it's like maybe Eggster could stay on that flank a little bit longer, especially knowing that Cainzera was playing as far forward with the free B site. But I don't know if Satellite was like playing around with his toxics or not, but he was kind of licking a wall there. Wasn't really looking at anything around the corner, and you thought that maybe that extra elimination was going to fermentify this a little bit more, but like, I don't know what he's looking at right there. But
yeah,
too many numbers to deal with. Cubert able to out-trade it and keep Envy in front of them. I think most importantly, that was a really good slow orb to split off the Envy post plan as well. So good stuff, and we will only get 1 Stinger and 1 Sheriff added to the mix here for Envy. So again, huge advantage in this second round of the second half for Cubert.
Envy gonna try and speed things up, knowing how unoccupied B site is for the most part, but gun diff is still pretty important. Caillou able to hold that down. Cainzera is still going on the rampage and opening up the entirety of the B site itself. Caillou gonna retreat to get that heal from Nismo to reset for a 4v3, as the spike has not been planted, actually. Cainzera tried to search for extra, trying to pile drive on top of the spike plant, but Cubert's just here for the full-blown stack v stack, and nobody's gonna get away with anything. Cainzera will fall soon, and now Ion has to double back into market to try to make up for it. Cubert's already here though. They have been way too quick in these opening 2 rounds for Envy to really blink for it, and even Ion shots can't line fully up. Caillou gets 4 this round, and Cubert's up to 9.
Yeah, good stuff. Clean. Bonus is going to be pretty formidable. Envy does at least boost themselves up a little bit with the plant, but not much offer there in terms of, you know, again, finding much success fighting up against that purchase and the anti-eco. And I think the thing that's going to be kind of interesting to see what Cubert want to do, and again, it's early, it's not really enough for us to give us an intention of what they want to do defensively fully, but I like the idea of like your controller or your initiator in the Sova playing in towards mid-market and staying away from the front doors just a touch, because you have no way of slowing down Envy's approach. Not just unless you get a really good barrier orb because the Sage is in a good spot. You don't really have a way of contesting early. So either you're forcing a commit like you're seeing now through B main, or you're playing off-site and trying to get a defender to rotate over to give you another chance at numbers for either a contest or more than likely a retake. So we'll see if that continues to be the case here, as it is a 3-2 split for Cubert. Weapons are not bad, but obviously not as good as Envy can bring to the table here, and Envy are being very cautious about how they want to set this up until Inspire does get caught. This weapon upgrade, we're already back to a 4v4.
Great response time early on, and Nismo once again has that freaking res, so Cubert come into this in a 5v4, and they can respond pretty quickly with the help of this toxic screen. They're still going to be pretty vulnerable here, quite literally. Satellite can just really peek into this and see if he can get away with 1. No, and now Envy have the site for free. Gonna launch that recon bolt in to see if anybody else is home, and Just making sure that nobody presses the issue because KaneZera is here in the back and he's going absolutely crazy. Nice meeting to get rid of him early on, but now Eggster here is the follow-up. This is the deal with the double duelist. Ion in the back with 3, and there's your real fragger talking. Caillou alone with the Sheriff though, and he can dance with death too. Cubert come away with the bonus round and make it 10-5.
Yeah, that's a round that Envy are going to want to have back because legitimately Eggster, KaneZera both scaling into the backside of B screens. It looks like it's absolutely free. But I think there's a level where they don't combine their utility correctly because as soon as Kane finds the first, he's like trying to back off just a touch and maybe wait for the pop flash from Eggster, but he doesn't have it up and ready. So the flash doesn't really fully work out for Eggster. KaneZera gets traded out and falls, and Ion almost saves the day again, but it felt like a moment of indecision of, am I going to play down towards the spike or hold this angle where I've already missed a couple of chances with those cheeky little shoulders from Poppin, or pardon me, from Caillou. So, yeah, Envy's going to want that back because everything looks perfect in terms of how you execute, how you get the trades you need, you get deep end of sight, but it's just not enough. And I don't know. Cubert looked clean. And again, it just kind of makes me wonder, like, did production get it wrong? Did we put the wrong names on the top of the scoreboard for who picked what map? Because Envy do not look like their usual selves right now. They look a little lost and disjointed in terms of their timings of the double duelist, whether that be on the defensive side towards A elbow or in that moment right there in the backside of B. Like, are we committing to using utility to get that back screens position, or are we getting one and getting out? It looks a little bit disjointed at the moment.
And it brings us back to what KaneZera brings to the table when playing ISO in particular, because when you have Eggster constantly playing this Yoru, and then you have Poppin trying to constantly facilitate with util first, and then go into the fights, with ISO, you have sort of a middleman, honestly, that you can take in the mid-fight and be that person to both cut off sight lines and then trade if another leg of that gets cut off. So when KaneZera switches to the Neon, sure, he's continuing to frag. He's obviously going to frag. He's KaneZera. The issue is there is no longer that, like, easy middleman of the fight. There is the 2 duelists who are trading off of each other most of the time, and then there's probably either Ion or Inspire having to hold on top of that stack for a post plant in order for Envy to hold on to consistent space, because these duelists have to get in, get out, get in, get out all the time. And so at the end of the day, it's a bit of a shakier footing that Envy end up putting themselves on by having this much more volatile duelist core.
Yeah.
And by extension, Poppin has also not been nearly as able to synergize with either of these 2 duelists. We have not seen nearly as much combination with these recon bolts and shock darts getting tossed in with all of the dry recon you're able to get with agents like Neon and Yoru. We haven't seen any sort of util dumping on top of, you know, corners or chokes to be able to flush out players before they take a site. It's always been, let's run on, let's fight, let's win. And this comp just feels like it can be built for different things than that.
Yeah. Poppin got really farmed in the first half in particular as well. That I think is important to note. That again, it's just like trying to play as a support system to that double duelist cross, you know, just didn't really work out because honestly, the double duelists are just not playing well off of one another. So like, if there's a split decision of I'm committing, I'm not, and Poppin's like, well, do I throw my stuff in or don't I? Like, it's tough, I think, to kind of read off of how quick the speed can be there for KaneZera. And if Eggster's not committing to that with him, then Poppin's like, well, I'm not going to commit my utility either. They just get a little bit, again, like just disjointed. They just kind of get put on a bit of an island with one another when they're trying to play as a trio. So it doesn't feel as complete as we're used to seeing. I think there is a level of like, if you're Envy, you're looking at KaneZera to maybe call the play a little bit in terms of, hey, we're going to hit this and I'm going to fast lane, I'm going to sprint this corner, and then you have the ability to follow up with like a deeper recon, and Eggster can be the one who actually commits to the frags. But at the moment, it just doesn't really feel like they have that as part of their set playbook right now. So yeah, it's tough because Cubert is, I think, doing the right thing against the double duelists where they're not committing to playing for early contact, at least if it's not on their terms. Like you go back a couple of rounds and there was that little play where Satellite and Nismo kind of peek through B long together. There's no one there, but at least they're committing to playing off of one another like that. They've got the ability to peel back. But largely speaking, Cubert have played off-site defensively, and they're just saying, you know, hey, if they're going to commit to a Neon execute, let's let Envy use all their utility, and then we'll play retake when they don't have any of it left. So I like the way that Cubert are playing this defense to this point. This will be a pretty revealing round because you would assume Envy's going to play with some aggression, knowing that they don't have full weapons, but we'll see if they can find value with it, because then again, here we are. There's a slow orb, you back off site, you let Knights play a bit of a crossfire, and everyone just stays alive. It's good stuff here from Cubert until trades are decent.
Yeah, they're going to spray it through, and again, they'll make something out of this site. Having to burn the wall does give Cubert a little bit of extra time, and now the Hunter's Fury going to get tossed on top of default plant. Can you do any chip? Doesn't seem like it, no. And very able to kind of spread themselves back out, along with guns to take this back. This could be a really pivotal round for them here on the attack if they can fully make it work. But we still have a lot of extra util to throw at this Redux with that paint shell and even an extra blast pack on the table. Caillou has every piece of util under the sun to flush things out. And that's exactly what Cubert's going to do. Fully corner Envy. We're going to play around this clove smoke. Redux finds popping first, though, and now the slide in from cainzera to try and save something. Ion yet again, the stalwart force that just won't hold back! How does he keep doing it? The overheal saving him from the shock dart, killing him at 5 HP, and then grabbing the 4th kill on top of that. This guy is just a machine!
You take Ion out of this map, and Cubert are already loading into map 3. Like, that's just next level stupid. And it starts first and foremost with just placing a really good smoke, but you're right. The overheal keeps him alive just barely to take that final fight. But another round where, again, like as much as you could sit here and you get to give praise to Ion for saving it, Cubert are playing a perfect defense right now. This is going to be a bit of a weirder round because they are split on their purchase just a touch. But how you set yourself up to deal with this Envy double duelist, Cubert are providing every single answer they need to. So, I know
Absolutely.
It's tight. It's 10-6, about to be 10-7, but it's kind of like the first map from the last series where it's just like, Cubert's dominating in the narrative of how they're playing the map right now. It's just Ion's coming different.
It's true. There still looks to be an overarching better team while looking at this map. It's just these hairpin mistakes, these hero moments, these pop-offs from these absolute legends are making things far closer than they need to be. And for Cubert, that is certainly not good. They're coming up against 4 ultimates, 1 orb away from a full bank. And it's sudden death for their economy here. This is a very touch and go, very fragile all of a sudden for Cubert. A massively influential round coming into this. And so they will call the timeout. They will make that decision to spend a little more time discussing how they want to take this round after Envy condition the aggression in this anti-eco after, again, a tremendous clutch. And so much of what has gotten Envy this far has been predicated on Cubert making these tiny mistakes, doing these little things wrong. And so getting that extra time to discuss exactly what you want to do on this round feels almost necessary for the mental of Cubert as well.
Yeah, I mean, something's got to, I mean, this is going to be a round up here that, again, if you're Envy, you don't want to blow your load on this and just spend everything. You want to be able to kind of milk out some of these ultimates to extend your offensive chances just a touch. But based on how, again, Cubert are playing off site, like, I just don't trust that a dimensional drift's going to get the job done by itself. Like, it's going to have to be some sort of a dimensional drift with pings to try to get popping on the board with the Hunter's Fury. You don't expect the overdrive to come out until they're forced to be on some sort of a save anyways. So, you know, not the end of the world, but let's see what they decide to do here. I mean, dimensional drift definitely going to find more value towards B than A, just based on how Cubert have played to this point. Especially if you can break them off site, funnel them to market, then that Hunter's Fury can be really nasty. There's the Aldrome, there's the dimensional drift. Fast lane goes up. Is there a Hunter's Fury with it? Yes, there is. Satellite extender, right? Follow-up is good, a little bit deeper into sight. That is picture perfect from Envy.
You saw this coming from a mile away, and yet you really can't do anything about it. This is the round that turns the game on its head, that gives Envy a portal to taking the lead. They just need to finalize. Stepping out from Redux is able to deal with Egster, but also most of Redux's health pool. It's a util dump that cainzera prevents early on by swinging it, and Caillou can't properly trade. He is the last fully healed rifle available, and Knights senses the issue. Too much to lose and everything to gain if you hold on to these rifles. Cubert will let it go to 10-8, holding on to 2 Vandals, a pit and a showstopper to bring into the next round, but it is still going to be so damn close.
Yeah, and the thing about this, and for Cubert looking at this next round, you've gotten rid of the 2 major weapons from Envy in terms of ultimate capacity. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to do something like play for that mid battle again, like they did on the offensive side, and let Nismo be there to just resurrect it and get a 5v4. I would say compelled to see them try to do something like that and establish some pressure again, not on site, but somewhere where they can kind of take a battle on their own terms, follow up by just getting it to a 5v4 at worst. And then if you need to play some sort of an early contest, you could do it the showstopper. And yeah, it looks like they might set up just for that as, how about it? It's the same 2 people that were there before. It's Caillou and Nismo playing off one another at mid. Showstopper would be used if you need to try to stall something out over towards A. So yeah, looks like we very well may get that little bit of a battle at mid here early. See how it goes.
Three into open. Knight's already sensing the issue. Viper's Pit tossed in very deep, and Ion strikes down Knights. Walking in really far after the pit got thrown up with 0 intel. Nismo early to this in the market, catches Exter, but KaneZera on top of this. This is what the double duelist is for. Ion having to use the ultimate after Redux is able to clear the crowd. Poppin' finding Redux though, and now Ion clearing the queue in the market. Envy have enough to get over the line, and Satellite now alone has to save this team.
Toxin screen down.
No more rounds to make up for it. No more room to not go for it.
No, he backs on this. There's not
You gotta
enough
go. There's no time.
No, he's
Hold on to this
out.
one rifle. Oh, man, this
you
is so
saved the
rough.
rifle here. 10 times out of 10, it's not worth losing the rifle when the rest of your team is going to have to save. I think the thing is, again, Poppin has not had many eliminations. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And him taking down Redux mid-air, mid-showstopper is a round-changing elimination.
Yeah.
Flat out. Because everything was looking really solid in terms of how Cubert were trying to deal with that early pressure. They get a couple of trades, you slow things down just a touch. Ion does get the bring me back, so there's a level of him being a secondary issue after finding that first blood. But this elimination right here, after Redux was already teeing off in the back line, is everything in terms of Envy staying alive in that post plant. Big shouts to Ion as well inside of market, being able to deal with some of that defensive pressure through the screens, but that everything on that round for me comes down to Pop and finding that kill on a Redux.
Another controller holding close on the B door as Cubert do still have the guns available for this round. But Envy are on the verge of fully toppling this tower. And with no Viper's Pit or Showstopper they have to play into, Envy attack mid with reckless abandon. KaneZera, babysat by Ion. But as the Cypher cage fades, they need to reset the sight lines and just hold up shop until Cubert gives himself away again.
Unreal
but Satellite stepping in, and Ion can't catch him. A massive gap that forces Envy to press into B early on. They don't know how many members of Cubert are here, but they're going to take what they can get when they can get it. And Cubert, unable to meet outside the smoke, means that they're just going to let this go down, holding in mid and in the back of Boba. Envy just trying to play keep away, trying to make as much distance between
Paranoia retake on the
Cubert
way here.
and the
Knights
spike
is
as
going to be the one to
possible.
start it.
You have such a big stack here to work with, and Redux, as always, the tip to guarantee the opening frag. Poppin holding the low angle is dealt with swiftly by Satellite, and that was the biggest thorn in the side for Cubert thus far here on this retake. Inspire in the 1v3 has a nice angle for the first, but down to 3 on the decay, and Cubert can make it work. We're back in business and up to 11-9.
Yeah, defense finding the pick over through mid-market. It may seem a little bit insignificant because Envy are able to still scale onto the backside of the B site, but the tools available for Cubert on the retake are critical. You have the ability to reveal with the recon dart for Caillou, but you also have the ability to isolate the corner with the paranoia that's still being held onto. So you throw it on one side, you double chow the other, and it's just a little bit too easy to break it down from there because you're just playing with straight numbers afterwards. Just play your trades, play your bait and switches. Yeah, perfect double chows coming through. Cubert get to 11. Money's still fine here for Envy with the Hunter's Fury back online. No dimensional drift available, though. So you're not going to be able to find that same kind of combo success they had when they had it before, but still a formidable ult nonetheless. Envy pushed off from the A elbow early, thanks largely because of this one way. And another walk down at mid here. could find value because nobody from Cubert is even anticipating this.
Envy are starting to get even more comfortable with this round by round.
God.
Ion way too comfortable, my guy. Brother, CT spawns back there. Now I just got to
I
work
don't know
with
how
it.
you reset this if you're Envy.
I mean, yeah, that was that was round shattering. Everyone's stranded.
You have to clear out a elbow here on this one way. And actually, this is not a bad idea. Kanezera could maybe thread the needle, get back around towards the backside of A, allow Poppin just to kind of go back and forth. The recon dart is seen, and it's gone from bad to worse just like that. Kanezera would have to win this round by finding at least 2 through this A side. There's no other way about it.
You don't have nearly enough time to do anything else. Redux already returning this, and I think timing's gonna be bad again. Nope, Kane's watching it, and with Caillou on this judge, it's not like anybody can easily counter him, but the spike is still so stuck in the steps. It's gotta be on Inspire to pick that up. Cubert, I mean, it's pretty clear where the majority of Envy is at this stage, and Cubert, they don't want to miss out for a second. They want to make sure this round is as clean as can be, but Envy has somehow snaked back, and with the help of this smoke back in the CT, they've been able to retake A site. They can take this site, spike down, nice relay bolt. Hey, they make it work.
Yeah, it's the power of the clove right there for sure. It just comes down to, can you win the 1v1 in the backside of the site? You sure can, but the problem is too many members to deal with from the front, no time available. And Cubert's going to get to map point, try to take us to our second Corrode of the night.
Match point.
Looking
I think the
clean.
thing from here, sorry, I tried to decompose of what the economy is going to look like for Envy. The thing from here, I'm actually surprised that Kanezera is not going to throw this rifle to somebody else and just use the overdrive. But how do you get opening success in your initial executes? Because that's been an issue for Envy so far, even with the double duelist. And I think some of that is just down to Cubert has, again, been giving away space voluntarily and saying we can maybe find some sort of a crossing pick for somebody who's behind the duelists. We can find a little bit of information gain, I think, just off of like late recons. Like we have really seen Caillou find good value out of his late recon bolts in terms of like breaking down parts of the site. You combine that with the paranoia, and then you're able to break back into site on your own terms rather than trying to fight Envy early on their terms. So, you know, they're doing a nice job of playing a bit, you know, outside the zone is the words I've been saying, outside of the spike sites, but it's not reactive. Like it's their choice. Like they're doing it proactively to a point where they're actually coming away with a lot of the first bloods, even as Envy is executing. So they've done a nice job of reading the tempo and understanding what's in front of them with this double duelist setup. And that's been a major issue where Envy have not been able to adjust or adapt really all that correctly.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by how much value Cubert's been able to correctly attribute to each part of this map. And understand how much Envy is able to actually capitalize on something. I mean, so much of this game, top stairs, has been almost completely ignored, even though Envy is, I mean, they've started walking up all the way through it, and they've still continued to just ignore it. Cubert know that their sights are set better elsewhere. Envy, they think they have so much freedom, but they might just be free-range chickens, and Cubert might just be farming. Still, though, really clean exec to start things out, thanks to the Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury to start things out. Dexter might be able to get that online this round. After that early setup, the board is cleared. Cubert got a re-exec through the market. Paranoia open for the one, popping down to a crisp. Recon Bolt still catching him. Kanezera next line of defense through the smoke. This isn't optimized. Oh, but that jump through is for Cubert. Just a few more members of this team to go through. Got to do it kind of quick, though. Redux up to 3. Now that Poppin's been dealt with, forced to stand his ground on top of the tradeaway. Still running low on time, but that's what the barrier wall is there for. And Caillou and Nismo play protect the president. Clean the whole way through, folks. And Cubert, overwhelmingly the better team throughout. Again, a couple of hairpin mistakes give Envy way more rounds than they should have gotten. But regardless, we will be going to map 3.
Yeah, it's the same story that we've been framing up. We just see it in exact exhibition there for Cubert. You play a little bit further off site, you get pushed off deeper because of the Hunter's Fury. That connects beautiful. We love that in terms of an execute for Envy, but that's fine if you're Cubert. You're playing retake the whole way through, and you see exactly how they do it. You isolate into market, you find the first blood there, and then everyone just holds hands. You could break down the post plant because you know for a fact you can get the barrier orb up. You still have the ability to play off of things like intel gathering or smoke. Everything works out perfectly fine for them. And again, it's just playing retake like that against an Envy team that is looking for success in first bloods. that's about as perfect picture of you can paint. So great stuff for Cubert on the response to the double duelist setup. Doesn't matter what the doubles duelist apparently seems to be for Envy. It's not working out all that well for them, especially on that offensive side. So good stuff from Cubert. We got another Corrode coming up to us.
Yeah, Envy are going to give a double duelist one more try. It'll be the Phoenix that Kane Zera goes with to pair with Exeter's Yoru as Envy try once again to go for that perfect Swiss stage. Will Cubert Academy once again be the team that can stop them? We'll find out after this break.
Final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams. One goal. No resets. No second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
A battle between two of the best teams that we have in Challengers, but who is the best of them all is still a title that they're fighting for. Second map in the series. This one could have been scary because we were heading over to Envy's map pick, but getting into the map itself, Cubert Academy, we've seen a little bit of what they had to offer on Sunset, and Roy, on the day, it is looking absolutely phenomenal. That is a 13-9 win, and they're going to take us to a map 3.
I mean, that back and forth, that tug of war between these two teams, trying to get dominance, trying to get the little edge on top of the other team is honestly just playing out perfectly from the first map to this map, guys. It's been a high action gameplay. It's been some insane execs coming out from both teams. And honestly, the performances that came out from both sides is so high level. But I have to say that I could literally see and feel the level up from Cube throughout the series.
There was a lot of circumstances as well where we did actually get to see Cubert like almost try to narrow this team down of Envy to a certain extent, like almost conditioned them to the A site down in the first half. There were a lot of circumstances where majority of the players were moving up A, and A was the constant, pick down in the first half, and they were trying to really just understand what is going on, right? Putting extra 2 duelists there and just looking for something, looking for that first pick, but they were never able to really secure it. And I think just from the start, right, like there was so many adaptations being made. There were so many times where we did see Cubert try to zone these players in, and honestly, way too many 1v1s taken on the side of Envy. So it was mistake after mistake, and I think they just took advantage of it.
Yeah, and there's so much individual step up happening from the Cubert side as well. Like we're seeing pop-offs happening across the board. We have the IGL fragging, we have the one tricks fragging, we have the duelist fragging. Literally everyone on the Cubert side has stepped up in different points in time. And I feel like they're actually matching Envy on multiple levels, like strategically in terms of their approach, in terms of their ideas, and also on an individual level where they're all just popping off and shooting back equal to how Envy usually does to other teams.
And I think that's one of the key things when I'm looking at this match, because when you've looked at teams that have had good ideas up against Envy, sometimes they're just completely unraveled with, well, Envy just mechanically outskilling them and being able to just completely shut them down before those ideas really come to life. So to see Cubert really be able to have those ideas but follow through in the individual performances across the board here, Gompers, I think is so nice, because of course, there is going to be some step-ups for that side of Envy. I mean, Ion on the Clove is always a treat to watch. Maybe the Kane Zera isn't dropping 30, but you still have a solid little step-up there. But still, it's just not nearly enough to deal with what Cubert has.
Yeah, there wasn't, I'd also say like utility usage in general wasn't really up to par for me. There were a lot of circumstances where we're sitting playing just post-plant, right? We have everything done. We have majority of our players there, but we're just peeking things that there was at one point we saw drone from Poppin just sitting inside of their inventory, and it was not used at whatsoever. And I feel like those are the moments where we need to use our util. This isn't a team that we have to undermine. Cubert has proven themselves at this point.
I'm going to focus on the positives here, because we need a little positivity on a Wednesday evening. I want to talk about some of these pop-off performances and the fact that this one trick, quote unquote, is not a one trick. Let's look at this head to head, because I feel like Golfers, you might have said that it was a little one trick. And Nismo on the stage is kind of cooked though.
Wait, 1 second. I'm getting a phone call. Yes, hello, Cubert. Oh, wait, why is Cubert calling me? Oh, wait, Nismo's not a one trick? Oh my God, that's crazy.
Oh my goodness, what?
That's so crazy. And also, Caillou's I honestly, no, you go ahead. You got this.
Let me defend myself, guys.
All right, I'm listening.
Don't say it.
Yeah.
I will say, you know what? I will never let those words slip out of my mouth again. He played great. I will not lie. I think Sage might honestly be the new Nismo. So thank you. That's all.
Sage is the new Nismo, not just saying.
Nice. But no, on a more serious note, I do feel like Nismo Sage was on point, and I feel like the Sage itself as an agent was actually a really good. It paired extremely well into the composition, which sort of makes me question what Envy was thinking when they picked this map, knowing exactly what they're going into, right? They're running the double duelist, but they didn't really account for the double controller utility, and they didn't really account for the Sage utility that's going to slow down the Neon. They're going to slow a lot of the sort of play. Maybe they had some kind of read towards the B site, it felt like, at least. But I mean, like, again, game plan is only half the battle, guys. You have to be able to match it in the moment and have answers to everything as the chaos unfolds. And it felt like Caillou's calling, Caillou's individual performance, as well as Nismo. Obviously, honorable mention to Redux, who also popped off as well. But I feel like these two players have been a really big key factor, and then combined with everything else that got them the edge to close out the second map.
And Caillou in particular was someone that we highlighted as a really big win condition for this team, of course, being one of the newer pieces into this Cubert roster. But when we're talking about these new pieces, it was even said by Envy, like, yeah, we're looking at a level up here. We're looking at a Cubert in peak form. Like, these additions have been so welcome, and it's showing clear as day within this matchup. A matchup that we get to see one more map of. The final map, Corrode. Something a little bit newer, and this is something we have seen Envy on not once, but twice now. This is where we get to see a little bit of that Phoenix gameplay coming up from Kane, which is a lot of fun. Whereas in the side of Cubert, Roy, we have no idea what they have planned.
Yeah, this is the complete opposite of Sunset, right? Because we were going in with Cubert, we kind of had an idea what they were doing. They're running the Paper X comp. We weren't really sure what Envy was up to. But now we're going into this third map, guys, and the roles are completely switched. There is footage on Corrode for Envy. We know exactly what they're going to play. We know exactly how they're going to approach the map. But on the other end, for Cubert, I feel like there's so much unknown territory. And when we're going into this third map after such a good performance from Cube, I kind of have to feel like the tides have shifted slightly, at least in Cubert's favor, as long as they can capitalize, of course.
That's going to be the big thing, as long as they can capitalize, because when they are having a really strong plan for Cubert Academy here, and we've been able to see that come to light, as well as those mechanical skills. I think that's a little bit dangerous when we have very, very recent tape of Envy on this map. But then it kind of goes to a little bit more of a question. Envy's been super strong here because we've seen this Phoenix popping off. We haven't seen that same Kane drop 30 today. The team is more than capable to get wins when it's not Kane drop 30, but when it is a Cubert Academy Gompers that is just so strong in this regard, I'm actually really starting to look at Kane here like, okay, like, are we going to see a huge pop-off? Because it might actually be what Envy needs to get over this finish line.
I think so too, but also with like, I think, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I would agree with double duelist being run on here. So I'm assuming this might actually be something that we might enjoy seeing, just out of the lack of Envy. I know that they've run it twice. It looked great, right? Obviously, I'm saying like 13-7, 13-7, whatever, but those are against teams that they've crushed in other circumstances, right? I don't know. And again, we're still kind of adapting to the map all in all. I know that Envy are, I wouldn't say they're figuring it out because like you said, they run the Phoenix, they run the Yoru. This is something that they tend to run over and over again. But for me, I'm assuming like we know we're going to see a Yoru. We know what we're expecting from this team. We've gotten used to the play style. We're seeing that they're now starting to slip up and make these mistakes they haven't made before. So I don't know. I'd kind of take advantage of the fact that they like to abuse this Yoru and this Phoenix. And I feel like that might kind of go into consideration here today.
Well, this is going to be such an interesting one. Again, two teams that have been undefeated within stage 3 so far. Stage 1 and stage 2, it has been this Envy team that has gone undefeated to get that first spot in playoffs. And there is a very real possibility here that Cubert Academy could steal this away. They're one map away, one unknown territory in Corrode. And when you're seeing a Cubert Academy on the day that is playing at such a high level, it could be exactly what they need here, Roy. This has been an insane series. Envy at any point can push it and take this win. I definitely do not doubt that whatsoever. But I think with the agents, that's going to be a big piece of the puzzle here. If
Reveal
Envy
it to
have
us.
that answer, yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see the agent select so we can formulate our actual game plan and kind of understand how they're going to be approaching it. Because I feel like the comp that they select here, which by the way, guys, I will say confidently that there is no solidified meta on this map yet. I've seen a bunch of ideas from many different comps, many different interpretations. I think they're all valid. And Cubert has opted for the double controller. They're going for the Omen, they're going for the Viper, and they have the Vice to sort of capitalize on the other end of the map. I think this is a really good composition. Again, it's really all just going to come down to the execution of the game plan, because you know exactly what Envy's win conditions are. You know exactly what they're doing towards A-Link and those parts of the map. So it's really just about how Cubert is going to respond.
I'm looking at what Cubert has here on their own end to be able to slow down a little bit of this aggression. And Nismo on this Vise, I mean, of course, we've seen a little bit more of this Nismo Senti arc, and he has been having a performance on the day. Redux here too, when you're looking at this map here, Gomps, this is someone who really take control. Like, they got the pieces here.
It works perfectly, like exactly what I was expecting, right? There's so much potential here to just start off on the defense and completely shut down Envy early on so they can ruin that mentality, right? Double controller, not double sentinel, but they do have the Vise, and I feel like Vise is such a detrimental force to making sure that Yoru and Phoenix are just completely held back. Although abuse of the ultimate from Phoenix is not something that is not new to me, so I am looking forward to that.
One final map between these two Titans. Who's going to be coming out on top and secure the first spot within the playoffs here in Stage 3 and be the first best team that we have here in Stage 3? Let's find out. Let's get to the map. Let's get to your casters, Chipped and Tenor, to take you through.
Thanks so much, Sierra. The final map of our final match of the day of the highest order in the Swiss stage. Once again, Envy on the verge of going 12 for 12 in the Swiss stage across the year, and the only team that still is in existence to ever beat them this year is standing across from them after taking them to a very solid sunset shift here on Corrode. Envy has yet to start on the attack in the Challengers Swiss stage, but whenever they have gotten their attack half going, it has been a very dangerous one.
Yeah, 2 different 7-1 secondary halves after splitting the difference on defense. And it's just, I think the thing about it, you know, again, playing YFP and then playing Lander in the last 2 weeks on this map in particular, Lander, we're trying to run a little bit more of that lockdown setup where they've got a deadlock in play, and that was difficult for Envy to deal with. This is Cubert playing a little bit more straight up and looking to play a little bit more brawly, and we're already off to the races with opening trades. Cubert coming out on top of those trades, leaving Inspire by himself, and yeah, just we got a little bit of breathing room here. Just seeing the Vice in play is not a surprise. This is just going to be down to how forward does the Vice want to set up in combination of the Neon. So that's going to be the biggest thing for me to look at, I think.
Yes, 100%. You already saw every other member of Cubert is going to be more than willing to get proactive on top of their own angles. Redux walking in on top of the screen and grabbing 2 as soon as Envy exits. And in the meantime, Satellite holding his own on B main. A perfect start for Cubert Academy in a round that is made quite simple very quickly. Inspire will be given this spike for free at the very least, though, but with the toxic screen, he's going to have to just burn away that clock. Cubert just reducing all these possibilities for Envy to try to make something out of this round. Appreciate how immediately they've turtled up and prevented this attacking squad from trying to find something in the headspace to grab something out of this pistol.
And just to kind of speak to the last week performance for Envy, I know there's a lot of eyes on, whoa, what the Phoenix wants to do, but pause. Inspire, well, he's about to get caught off guard here. What I was going to say is, you know, all eyes on the Phoenix in terms of the value, because it's just an agent we don't see all that often. Kane Zera did have a great offensive half. He was 12-4, but the interesting thing about that half is that, honestly speaking, they didn't get as many first bloods as I think they would have liked if you're looking at that from Envy's perspective, especially comparing it to what Lander was able to do. They had 6 first bloods out of their Rays, but for the offensive side for Envy, they only had 4 first bloods out of the 7 rounds that they won. So there's a level of them making it work later in the round, kind of around the spike plants themselves, and then being able to out-duel on the site thanks to the double duelist. So it's one of those things you look at and say, well, why not more first bloods with the duelist? But when you're playing with tempo and like a controller or a sentinel finds your first blood, the thing is you're easily able to trade it back, which is exactly what we're seeing right there. Redux to the follow-up, though, is good, and numbers will still hold with Cubert.
Looking for stability anywhere, anytime, and Envy find a semblance of it for a microsecond on this following B execution. But quickly burned away, and Inspire, yet again, the only one left to go. He'll take a lot less time this round to let himself be known, and that's going to be 2 for 2 on Cubert, doing everything they need to stop Envy from gaining any ground. The mid-fight's been very decisive to start, and of course, Envy not really leaving anything up to chance for the stack on the pistols. So this will be a really decent buy from them coming into the bonus round, and they'll definitely slow things down a tad.
Yeah. See how things develop, though, again, for Envy. Just how do they find the value after they're maybe not finding the quick first blood that they want? And I think a lot of that is just off of, okay, we're committing 1 player in, maybe they get blooded, but we're setting ourselves up to still overwhelm the defensive setup. Right. And being able to trade back that first blood to where you have early 4v4s. And when you're doing double duelist and your first death is a duelist, you really don't lose out on your composition as much, because you're still getting the ability to play off some forward pressure, as Cubert will take a bit of a peek through B-long. Nothing home, but this crossfire setup could be nasty, as Redux will have the ability to fast lane and get out if he needs to. Paranoia will follow up and maybe a chance to peek.
No purchase for Redux, but they'll run right into Caillou, who dinks one with that Sheriff and can now stabilize with the stack on A. And he's still looking for that opener to really capitalize onto a site. Egster will finally let that shear go so they can place some pressure onto the A site that the spike is moving towards.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those, again, where you look at it and the Vice setup is once more very passive. And if Cubert choose to play this map the same way they played Sunset, which to be fair, like, this is kind of just a weird off the rails call. But this map reminds me a lot of Sunset just based on how the sites are set up. It allows for things like this where you can kind of lurk off of initiation, but that A site does work a lot like how Sunset's does. So wouldn't be surprised if Cubert play a little bit more reactive off of retakes instead of trying to play for the early aggression that Envy wants to play with the double duelist.
Spike's on the outside of the door. Nismo has to try and fight Ion early on to deal with this in the hallway, and he's finally able to deal with it with the help of the Guardian. Now swinging out onto that doorway, and Cubert have a lot to fire with to make it work. Extra just firing through the smoke to get the easy kill on top of the Spike, but he's now the only one left, and his position is known. Nismo gets a third on the swing outside the smoke, and Cubert, like you said, play into the retake mentality and make it look pretty easy along the way. They take the bonus.
Yeah, really good stuff. And I again, if I were a betting man, I would be willing to wager that that's going to look like a lot of Cubert's defenses. Don't let him get free entry to site, contest him a touch, but if it feels like there's more at the front door than you want to deal with, just back off and we'll play for retake. They've got so much extra utility off of things like the stall tactics from the Vice, the stall tactics from the Viper as well, but just most importantly, being able to play off paranoias on a couple of the spike sites that are really, really tight. It just allows you to siphon out and split the post plant really nicely. And when you've got the ability to throw paranoia one direction and then Redux could dive into the other, yeah, I would be willing to wager that Cubert's going to play this a little bit more defensively, kind of like they had, you know, in the passive nature that they did on Sunset.
Yeah, just allow Envy to allow themselves to get overwhelmed. Right points. Swing out on a mid. Envy not watching it. Inspire gone. That Lurk not going to find anything this time. And Envy's pile is still not through the doorway of A site, so doesn't seem like they'll be able to find much on this execute with the eco, but still have a lot of ways in to at least start fights. They just can't really finish them with the guns. Redux does eventually get overwhelmed. But Cubert is here to fight things out. They should have enough guns to throw at the issue. It's just about making sure you don't lose too many along the way. And with Caillou keeping his distance with the help of that shock dart, Cubert's able to do that. It's 4-0.
Yeah, perfect start. And it's kind of business as usual for Cubert in that last round. Second opportunity here for Envy to try to establish something with their full purchase. And the ultimates that are available don't give you a ton. I think the only thing that's kind of unique about this double duelist as compared to seeing, you know, a Yoru and Neon or Yoru and ISO is the fact that you've got multiple ways to feel out of sight before you have to commit to it. Things like the run it back, which is so quickly earned, but also the dimensional drift, which is not the world's longest ultimate to earn, gives you the ability of kind of breaking down the site and seeing what's in front of you before you actually commit. And I think that's a level of, again, how Envy can manipulate 4v4s really nicely if they're losing those first blood battles that they had been versus Lander. You drop one, well, okay, we still have a duelist that can break down the site, get some entry, get a secure post plant, and then we're playing a 4v4 on our terms. Like, that's just kind of this play style that Envy is often kind of defaulted towards, and playing a double duelist where they again have the ability of establishing that kind of gives you that intention a little bit more. Now, the thing that comes as a bit of a negative against that is as you use something like a run it back, you better have enough forward pressure to commit to keep someone like Kainzera safe when he does get teleported back, because there also is the way that Cubert can find info and then dive back on you if they so choose to, thanks to the Neon being in the comp. So there are a couple of things that, as much as Envy's going to feel like they've got free entry and on execute, they will have to be a little bit cautious on who's in front of you and where is that Neon.
And there's got to be a really good buddy system established, and oh man, Envy, I mean, they haven't really offered anything into mid thus far this game, and Cubert have just sprayed down and grabbed the free 3. Caillou's Odin finding him crazy. Ion able to grab Redux on the run out, so at least they grab the spike, but I mean, that's a decisive start to the round again that Cubert come away with, happily able to just completely abandon mid. We've done our job there. We can just hold the main lines now, and it should be pretty easy from there.
Yeah, that is stopping the play before it happens. if you're Envy, you're just trying to find, again, some sort of a split setup over towards, I would imagine, DA.
I know.
But the round's not done yet, and Inspire's going to find some space to work with on Elbow. Just can't win the follow-up gunfight. Knight's trying to get away and will. And it's going to leave it just down to Ion for a 1v3. You know he's capable of this.
Back into the hallway. Not red, but Satellite's on the way in from the link, so Ion's going to go forward. His high-low is a little bit off, but Knights has the right line. So Cubert will indeed make it 5. And yeah, I mean, that again was just so instantaneous and so good for denying. It has to be, like I said, it has to be very interlinked when Envy actually go for the execute. Because like you said, when you have that Phoenix able to get the intel of how exactly to approach the site, that is as committal as Corrode gets. That is, you know, that plays so well into the mentality of once you've made that call, it is now or never, all or nothing. We have to get this, and we got to make it work. Envy, they thrive off of that, and it's just doing nothing. Eggster,
oh, no.
8 on his dimensional drift. That's the first time that he's faltered on his own ult this entire match as well. You know, the cracks are starting to form here, but Envy can still overwhelm the majority of the site, take over, leave Nismo standing alone. Everything else for Envy worked out that round, then it'll get him on the board.
Yeah, and I was going to say initially, like, I was surprised that both the dimensional drift and the run it back comes out, but at the same rate, you're in a limited purchase. Why not use 2 ultimates that can get you deep onto site, find a couple of picks, and then your teammates behind you can upgrade their weapons? That's exactly what happens, because initially, looks like that wasn't going to be enough to get through it, but we'll see it on the replay. You got the run it back in play. That's 1 down. There's a moment where you thought that the run it back teleport was going to get stuck, but there is a save that comes through at the last second to keep Kanzera into his second life. And then, yeah, all the weapon upgrades afterwards just lead to too much firepower for Cubert to deal with on the site itself. So using a lot, but getting a lot is Envy. And they can reset this first half here if they can follow up with going back-to-back.
Well, Redux has been spotted by Inspire, just a hair. That's about the amount of Redux that he'll be able to cut off. It's the Owl drone just to re-clear main. Cubert stack heavier into the main here. Caillou with that Odin to set up Satellite in the trap, but it's not checked. Toxic screen shrouds him away for the reset, and that's a third given to Cubert Academy before they even get on site.
It's just one of those things, like, sometimes the best solution is the easiest response. Just play off of your own toxic screen, keep yourself in a corner, get a little bit of help from your teammates on site itself, and then pop off. I mean, that's just a different moment from Satellite. We've seen it a couple of times in this head-to-head matchup, but it comes at a very pivotal time where Envy, once again, are about to set up for that same double duelist hit. Doesn't work out, and now you got to work up against adversity here in the 2v4.
No choice but to just run out into Knights. Beautiful snap. And Inspire yet again, the last body standing. Having to just go for it. And Caillou steady watching. Continuously clinical is Cubert Academy here in map number 3. Managing mid early, then extending to the sites. You see the traps getting set up the moment they know they can take the space. Extremely opportunistic, extremely confident, but still reserved. Everything is going right for them so far.
Yeah, it legitimately is just one of those games that nothing's going wrong for Cubert. And at the level of, like, again, I love the idea of the setup of how Satellite's playing off of his own utility into B main. He's got help with Caillou nearby. But instead of just getting a 1-for-1, he ends up finding 3. Like, it's just... You're doubling down, you're tripling down when you least expect it to happen. And sometimes Valorant's just like that. You just end up getting that little bit of timing for a collat, a little bit of a timing or a snap that just happens to land. And we're going to see a quick rotation once again for the defense, trying to get on to stop this play with limited purchase for Envy. Trades are decent, orbital strike, and they come back to the site too.
Very late. Kanzera, though, extends and kills 2 on the outskirts and leaves Nismo by his lonesome early on in the post plant. Inspire going to be able to pick up a gun as well. Nismo, every reason to just walk into this and go for it. But Envy have the setup once again. It seems like this is really what they want to commit to. The fast, high and dry B take. And they can just flood on, make it work after the fact. As There's Nismo's attempt. A rose available, but Ion steps out and deals with it himself. So 2 on the board now for the attackers. It is such a tough ask, but it is one that Envy clearly has enough to do with in order to actually get on. You just gotta make it happen over and over again.
Yeah, and you can see those the last 2 rounds that Envy have found success with those big burst plays, one towards A, that most recent one towards B. If you were to go back and just look where Cubert fell at, where the eliminations happened at, they're all on the backside of site. So there's a level of Cubert, again, giving away a little bit of space at the choke point, trying to contest, not to give the site away for full free, but this map, a little bit more difficult to contest the choke point and then find an exit out. I think that's the biggest part here for Cubert. It's like,
yes,
you got to go back through B link. That's just an easy choke point that you could be funneled in through mid. Same thing for A, like backing off the site's just really difficult because it's essentially boxed in completely around the walls. So it's a tough ask for Cubert to think about contesting the choke points when it's a full 5-man flood like that, and then being able to get out to restage or retake. So that might be part of the conversation here. One of the most successful things that we have seen has been, like we saw from Satellite, kind of playing in front of the barrier with a little bit of support. And then if he gets a 1-for-1 and you just trade out that death, then you're still hanging around. Same situation. We've seen Nismo set up the Vice utility a little bit further forward at A. Have not really seen it pay much of an impact yet, but I would be willing to see if they're going to continue to try to put their sentinels and controllers a little bit further forward and then respond with the Neon and the Omen later.
Yeah, you'll see Nismo playing right on top of the Sheer and the Vine as Cubert gets very aggressive up mid while that fire gets placed. Cyber Cage already placing some pressure on the push, and now the Nightfall comes down onto the A site. Mostly unoccupied, and the Sheer is going to prevent Envy from getting on top early. Extra's the only one that can make any distance, but he makes a hell of a lot of it.
Yeah.
Already into the hallway. And the Steel Garden in response here from Cubert isn't necessarily to fight it out, it's just to get Cubert onto the site. Huge TP in from Knights, actually. This is a position that Envy may not expect so early on, but still stuck in the hallway. It seems like they might reposition themselves, extend back over to the link. And here comes Knights again, catching the corner and creeping back away. Reset on the blind, kill number 2 for Knights. And number 3 as well. Ion tried to double in. And now it's the sandwich from the rest of Cubert. They can exact and they can decimate.
I love that. I mean, initially, Envy doesn't have a choice. They have to wait for the Steel Garden to expire. But Knights stepping up, and it's just in a position that really doesn't go unnoticed. Like, if you're Envy, you've had to hit the brakes really quickly through elbow. You should know that Cubert's got someone on site. It's just the problem of you have to clear the crossfires as you exit elbow while also trying to find the player on site. And what's the one thing they don't have? They don't have something like a Sova. They would only be able to get a read off of Poppin's utility, and he uses Haunt and his Prowler to get elbow control. So they don't have the ability to find information while they re-clear. All you can do is hit numbers and try to flash your way out. Doesn't work, and a first blood to make matters worse comes through for Cubert. Looking good for an 8th already.
Another free spray down mid, and it wasn't even Caillou's Odin that was doing that. At least Envy are getting a little better at dealing with this Vice util early. Nismo now forced to play a little farther forward, and they actually goaded out Knights' paranoia because of that, expecting Envy to just try to punish after losing that first channel, but instead they're gonna stick around in mid and see if they can get away with a second kill. Smoke re-upped though from Cubert as they continue to hold fast. Oh, Inspires at 1!
It's just they can't do anything wrong. Now you got the spam back up. It's just, it doesn't matter if you've got a smoke. It doesn't matter if there's a wall in front of you. The Odin can just lock down mid. The freedom that Cubert is creating for themselves defensively has got Envy completely crossed up. And honestly, I just don't know what you could do different in these last couple of rounds to best what Cubert's throwing their way. They're playing so well reserved and just causing so many issues for these double duelists for Envy, and that might be what ends up costing them in the long run here is we will get a plant and a 3v4 post plant with a Stinger still in play for Egster.
Allowing this again purely to take back. That's where the power really lies. Knight's able to TP as well. You can really go for a mix-up and force Envy to check their backs at any given moment. You can just rip this site in 2 really with the help of the wall bangs as well. Slowly turning into this Ion, holds it down for 1. Unstoppable forces for only a moment. 2 stay standing. Cubert make their way to 8, and I couldn't agree more. It's really hard to know exactly where to go from here for these last 2 rounds, because Envy, you know they want to play mid a little bit heavier, but they're just getting sprayed instantaneously and dying. You know they want to get rid of this Vice Shear earlier on, but that just allows Cubert to push in even heavier on the openings to be an A, depending on how much weight they've applied to each side. Again, much like the previous map, it feels like despite the fact that Envy is able to exact upon mistakes very quickly and turn rounds on their heads so instantly, Cubert have such a read and understanding of how to respond very quickly that it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think the other part is, like, you even see on that retake right there, there's an arc rose in the backside of elbow that gets used first, and then a recon bolt to make sure no one's at elbow. So then again, you know that Envy's stacked. And that's what this composition does, is it has to stack itself up. Even here, a show of, again, mitigated aggression from Cubert, but you've got safety protocols to get you out. Dimensional drift for Envy. They're going to try to commit through this, see if they can find the kills.
I mean, they did everything to try to find Redux, and instead, Caillou ends up getting a kill with the shock dart, popping, though, inside, and causing some havoc, letting Envy in.
I know exactly.
And it's just enough space that was gained, yet again. It's just W King that works. Envy still lose more every step of the way until after it's all said and done. And from there, well, you're just stepping into a smoke. Ion has an easy 2-piece, and Envy is up to 3. What a strange way to win rounds. Even when Cubert still looks so dominant, so ahead of things, Envy, as long as they're just faster, as long as they just hold their shots in, they still win.
Yeah, and I think, again, 2 of the 3 round ones that they have are off the backside of a dimensional drift and limited purchase in their weaponry. I mean, that's a Bucky and a couple SMGs that, again, get upgraded. So it's, yeah, a level of, well, if it works with lesser weaponry, why don't we just do this with our actual big guns? Problem is, when you don't have the ultimates to clear the space, you have no way of actually guaranteeing yourself an entry. The Nightfall is available with the Orbital Strike here, plus the Run It Back. So, again, assume that we're going to see a similar A break-off that we had from the first round that Envy won, where they used the Dimensional Drift and the Run It Back. This will be a Nightfall likely to clear off one of the angles, the Run It Back on the other, and then you can get a plant, and you can play well off the site this time in your post plant, thanks to that Orbital Strike. So, here we go. There's the Run It Back. No Nightfall here, and KaneZera actually finds no information whatsoever, plus a Hunter's Fury to block the choke point. Brilliant response as the kill comes through.
That's just a perfect way to get rid of all of those threats. The Vine was even placed back a little bit farther to prevent KaneZera from moving any more and Redux getting that early kill. That's just perfect timing in every sense from Cubert. Envy forced to take the long road over to B after mid has absolutely zero guarantee. Cubert could have stuck Redux way up here. So they'll have to commit a little bit of extra time to check in that, as the TP from Knights is just going to doubly confirm that Cubert can start heading over to B as well. Caillou,
good recon.
Clearly hold. A lot available here. The Nightfall into the Orbital Strike is going to fully clear the site, though, and this is Envy's chance.
The thing about it is Cubert still have numbers, yep, and they still have a couple of the key pieces of utility to re-clear this site. Most notably, you still have Redux with full utility, and you're still getting a couple of dry picks from Inspire. Satellites teeing off for 2, and you have to pull from inside the site.
Ismo, gearing onto Ion, Satellite, trying to hold it, popping, spraying pretty well with the Odin, but there's more than enough this round to make it work. Cubert step back onto the site and overwhelm, making it a 9-3 half, easily
Yikes.
the least dominant attack that Envy has had on this map, and one of the least dominant halves that Envy has had in any map, period, so far this stage. And it could be one of the last ones that Cubert has to play here in the Swiss. They are 4 rounds away from being your first seed of the Stage 3 playoffs.
Yeah, and again, just to kind of speak to the statistics, at best, it's only been a splitting of the difference for Envy on the defensive side. 2 different 6-6 results when they start in the first half on defense. So different because it's a second half affair, but it's the same issues that we saw from Sunset, where it's just the double duelists are not getting the entry that you want. Not only just in gaining space or kills, but it's just not enough where Cubert are playing off-site and just playing retake, essentially. And you can see it in the pudding right there. It's an 8 to, 23 KD between the dual duelists combined, which is just not good enough at all. So lots of pressure here. You have to win this pistol, you think, if you're Envy. Good bait and switch to start.
Trying to duck into it. Cubert still trying to win out the pack fight. They still have technically more players, but Envy do have a lot to offer to this. Though no flash at this point. KaneZera already used it. We'll go ahead and heal himself back up to give Envy some even footing as Cubert are forced to look elsewhere. with Redux on this Neon, they're able to make a lot of space up mid very early on, so Cainzera is going to get a bit closer to that link door than other duelists normally would, letting Cubert know that they may have a little more space to take over a elbow. They still have to deal with Ion, though, and he has a smoke available. Don't know he's given away yet, but there's the smoke. Cubert have to choose to get ahead of it now or never. Envy, they'll turn onto it as soon as that smoke goes into link. They've got to be quick on it, and they won't even go towards elbow. They'll fully avoid this Brim holding it down. Save for one, and Nismo's got it under control. Every semblance is Cubert's. And now they've got a hold on the post plant. Pop
Yeah,
in.
I don't know how you break back into these sites when you lose them like this. I mean, it's just unbelievable because your only stall tactic you have if you're Envy is off the Cypher. And if he picks the wrong site, or if Cubert get a read and choose to go to the other direction, Redux is going to be able to scale deep. Because it really just comes down for me is like, Envy really only have the ability of playing off of a pop flash from Cainzera if they want to get any early aggression. Otherwise, you're just setting up one-way smokes. And Envy, doesn't matter if you're playing a duelist, an initiator, or a controller, but an agent behind a one-way smoke is just an agent behind a one-way smoke. Doesn't matter who it is. So you would have to think that if you're Envy, you want to try setting up some trap plays, but the map just does not allow for them to do that. I think especially just the play style that Cubert are throwing around is just so respectful of the nature of they're playing double duelists. Let's not force anything and play on their terms. Let's just milk them out, see if we can find any intel, and then we'll play when we get a response.
That's exactly what they're going to do again. Let the damage come to them and then deal more of it back. Cainzera trying to set up shop so he can be that raid boss on these opening corners as Eggster tries to hold his own on A main. Once again, Nismo winning the 1v1 duel, and Cubert just continued to play the waiting game until Envy try to make their way back, try to claw at something to even a round out. And it's just not happening.
No. And they're going to run out of time here because this was a forced purchase on the defensive side into the Stingers. Yep. So they're going to be in a round of 11-3, where, again, the purchase is not going to look much better than it did here. If anything, it might even look a little worse. So not good news here for Envy. Have not seen Cubert on the map, but I don't even know if you can really put a lot of benefit into this composition. Whoa, hold on. Papa may have a chance to destroy this round.
You reload in time now.
Yeah, and so to finish that thought real quick, it's just, I don't even know if it's Cubert's comp that's just dominating the map, or if it's more of just Cubert's understanding of what Envy wants to do and just not letting them do that, as simple as it sounds.
Yeah, I think as Roy said, I don't think there's any like definitive composition. I think Cubert's is really great, but I think like you said, it's more understanding how Envy operate, not only on this map, but just in general. Just really starting to punish a lot more often and understanding at what points Envy gets desperate there. That's honestly a really tragic turn. If Knights turns his head just a little less than that, then Poppin probably gets away with 2 or 3 off of that one spray. But sadly not to be, and now Cubert 2 rounds out. They'll already start shopping in mid here. Envy clearly wanting to get those spray kills back. They're already contributing a lot to this.
That's one prowler down, and it clears a little bit of space through stairs for this walk-up, but again, Cubert just are not going to care. They're just, whatever. We'll just have someone watch flank. That's going to be Satellite. And he's got an outlaw, so it's just like you don't want to peek that even to shoulder because that can lead to an early elimination. And yeah, they're just going to do a walk down. Again, this is just doing your discipline. Use the owl drone. Don't be surprised. There's a relay bolt in the corner. Smokes to block off the outside. Isolate the site. And then do what you do best.
Finally forcing Eggster to TP away. A site is Cubert's. Envy choose to fight this early. Shock dart from Caillou. Just terrific understanding that Envy is already here. And boy, are they ready to die. Give Knights 3, give Cubert 12, give 9 rounds of match point to Sentinel's Cubert Academy.
What is this little micro flick?
That was nuts.
That was disgusting out of Knights. It looked like he like spazzed out for a second. Do we have that on replay?
He's just so
like
clean
that's
with
fine.
it.
And then skip. Like what?
Yeah. It's so
that's
jittery.
disgusting.
It's insane. Hitting a 20 bomb here in 15. Soon to be 16. Could be the last round we encounter here as Envy's buy is once again pretty shoddy. Cubert have absolutely 0 bodies posted up in mid. They've done all the conditioning they need to do, and now they can barrel roll onto a site freely. It is still the one that has all the Cypher util, so we gotta cross our T's and dot our I's. We gotta be extra careful.
But it really is just spy cams, though. That's the thing. Inspire will get a little bit of a late reveal thanks to the fade, but honestly, that's not going to be enough to challenge this. This smoke at tower is just too deterrent. Now you got a spike point already.
Let's get this party started. Kane's Era flashing himself in, and there's a double swing available. Redux good for 2 on the outskirts, and Cubert only have 2 more players to deal with. Ion traded for 1, and it's all down to Extra in the 1v2. Redux slow, though, holding the outward angle. Crossfire attempted. 1 slide is all you need.
Attackers win.
And what a way to end things, as it will not be Envy as the first seed going into playoffs for the first time all year. Rather, Cubert Academy steal the title away and will go in as the first team to leave the Swiss stage on a high note.
Unreal stuff. I mean, that's just discipline with the capital D for Sentinel's Cubert Academy. Last 2 maps, playing up against double duelist. It doesn't matter where you're spawning into. It doesn't matter what the spike sites look like. Just don't fight Envy in the first 15 seconds of the map. Don't give away the site for free. Throw a little bit of contest in your utility, mostly off of things like a Viper or like a Vice or like a Viper and a Sage. Just stall them a little bit longer. Get your numbers back into play and then snowball them back. Because once they get on site, how do you hold that? When you don't have things like flashes, you don't have things like guaranteed smokes because you're playing a Clove, you're playing a Brim, it just doesn't give you the same kind of utility boost that like an Omen would, where you can throw a dark cover that recharges and then also have a flash that goes with it. So great understanding from Cubert of how to play against double duelist, and it just never allowed Envy to get their game plan underway.
Yeah, really excellent work. Envy continue to play for that spotlight, but it burns far less bright from a distance. Cubert utilizing that beautifully and taking that spotlight themselves. Huge congratulations to them. Envy now fall into the 3-1 Swiss pool, where they will be playing next week in round 5 for the first time in a Swiss stage all year. Let's talk about it a little bit more after the break.
Last player standing.
final stage. One last shot at VCT Ascension. 16 teams, one goal. No resets, no second chances. Every match is do or die. Stage 3 playoffs begin July. The road ends here. Welcome to the endgame.
Cubert Academy now officially undefeated within stage 3 of Challengers, the first team to make their way into the playoffs after not just a strong series, but a dominant third map in the series. Corrode, something that we've seen coming out from Envy. It's been something that's been quite strong for them. But Gompers, on the day, this was Cubert Academy all the way. This Corrode was very, very strong. I mean, 12-3. This was 13-3, a statement.
I really truly believe it's the composition. I don't think the double duelist was working as well as they thought it was. I feel like it was just so much more power having more coverage on a map like this. Again, there's so many entry points, and to be able to close them off one by one, I feel like it added so much value. So it was just absolutely beautiful. I think Cubert had a really, really good performance in regards to even allowing just like playing off their smokes, right? Just keeping this team having played back and just the confidence exuding from the duelist, right? Like we saw so many key moments where the Neon was basically just running around and having a field day with everyone. Redux was on top of it.
Guys, I really just think that Cubert, they did such a good job doing to Envy what Envy does to other teams. Like they were doing the Odin spam down mid, that was working perfectly. Like the composition that Envy has chosen for this map, they don't really have a way to bypass the spam lanes. And like we talked about this before, and not many teams are abusing it, but we just saw Cubert abusing it fully, and it's so strong. The Odin spam early from the defense side completely cuts the pathing for the attackers. They can't scale up mid. They get Envy to slow down. They get them to kind of get pushed and pulled on their attack side, and they start playing in a pace and in like a way that is uncharacteristic of them. And like, yeah, I want to blame Envy's comp and I want to blame these things, but ultimately, from where I'm standing, it just felt like Cube dominated them on every aspect. They had the better opening ideas. They knew how to deal with Envy's like game plan. They knew how to shut them down. They had a like great responses to all their ultimates. And even on an individual level, they were all like popping off. They were having the hero plays, the individual multi-frags. Like there's so many moments that Cube has stepped up. And for me, it feels like Cubert just like completely dominated them. Obviously it's 33, but like they just dominated them on every level.
This was a crazy step up to see from Cubert Academy too, because when you are looking at a Cubert that's heading into stage 3 with those couple of changes, you know, maybe things take time. You're seeing that there's role switches when you're specifically looking at Satellite. It's a team that has gone through a little bit of like role swapping around in comparison to where they were in stage 1. And I feel like we have unlocked that perfect combination of Cubert Academy. And I feel like this win in itself, specifically this map 3, has really just been a culmination of that. And you're looking at their scores here, Roy, in comparison to on the side of Envy, like you just see that they're able to shut down a couple of these really big key players, and Envy just really couldn't get into the match.
Guys, name me the last time you saw 4 Envy players with single-digit kills. I don't think that's actually ever happened. Like, I genuinely, I don't believe that has ever happened since the inception of this team in 2024. Like, that is insane. I mean, this is just a whole level up from Cubert. I mentioned it before. It's very clear to me that they've stepped up on multiple levels of this gameplay. It's very clear to me that they've done so many things and just have done so well in terms of their approach and on an individual level. And they're all just meshing. They're all so cohesive. And it's just nice to see that there's a new player in town.
Yeah, I am so excited to hopefully see this rematch going on in playoffs, because this was... I mean, Envy are definitely going to maybe have some revenge. But for Cubert today, on the day, there is a couple of players that really just had the biggest step-ups. And first off, have to talk about the MVP of the team here, Knights. I mean, Knights, even that first map, had such a great pop-off. And being able to see his performance now, whereas on the opposing end, too, Caillou, if we can pull up these stats and look at this head-to-head, was somebody that we had highlighted as one of the newer players for the team, but we've gotten to see what he is capable of back on that M80 squad. We've gotten to see this calling Gompers, and someone that you get to see these ideas come to light in the server. You get to see he's also fragging out, and that the rest of the team can execute on his idea.
Yeah, obviously you have this IGL that is able to honestly just guide everyone into the right direction and just exude so much, allow everyone to exude so much confidence. And it's quite interesting actually, because when you believe in your IGL, when you kind of like have an understanding of your team as well, everything really just meshes to the point where it's flawless. And I feel like that exactly just it describes Caillou to a T, as well as Knights just really being able to execute on everything. I think the smokes were very well deliberately placed. I feel like, especially like 29 and 12 assists is just something you don't see every day. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, guys, what makes this kind of insane is the level of risk that Cubert's opted for coming into the split, like changing IGLs, adding a new coach, like all of these things was such a crazy risk. And for them to finish off regulation in such a strong fashion is just, it's so rewarding for them. I can only imagine how they're feeling about it, because from where I'm standing, this seems like an insane risk that has paid off tenfold.
Yeah, and that even is something too that I think of how you're saying that risk and how it's paid off to Knights as well. Not that Knights is necessarily a risk. We've gotten to see what he was able to do on that MD team when they went under the name of Rankers, but we've seen Knights in a variety of different roles throughout the year, right? And it was a Cubert Academy that even when the team was going through, hey, what should these roles look like, etc., and maybe some losses they shouldn't have had, they still stuck with some main members of this team and really like stuck through to find out what these players were adapted for, what they were best of. And now you get to see it all really come together and come to light, which I think has just been really, really great for this team. So I'm excited to hear a little bit more from that MVP of that last map, and dare I say the series itself, because we have Knights on the line for an interview now. So first off, I have to say big congratulations, not just on the win, but you were officially undefeated within stage 3, first team in the playoffs. Nice. How's it feel?
It feels great. It was definitely a fun match. That match was actually definitely one of the most fun matches I had in like a while. It's always fun to go against my friends and shit. But yeah, it feels great. I like the team is looking amazing right now. I love the new pickups we got. Yeah, shit, everything's like amazing right now.
I'm so glad to hear it. I want to talk first about you going up against your old squad, because this is, I mean, we're looking at the two best teams that we have here in Challengers, and Kane Zera had said last week that he was excited to go up against this team and to go up against you. So is there a lot of those friendly rivalries in there that make it that fun? Is it just going up against tough competition?
It's a little bit of both. Kane and Ion, everybody in that team, great friends of mine, and it's just they're good players. They've been dominating tier 2 or whatever, and it's just amazing to go against them. It's just a lot of fun.
I'm glad to hear. And I want to talk a little bit about this series itself, because this was a really, really close one. And I want to talk about that final map of Corrode, because when we got to see a really close series, Corrode was a lot of the opposite there. And we got to see Cubert Academy. I mean, we've never seen someone beat Envy like that before. So I want to talk about that Corrode. Was it a comp diff, just a team diff, a U diff? Like, what happened?
Like, respectfully, their comp is horrible. And like, respectfully, just took advantage of that. Like, what? Like, it's just horrible. So there's definitely a comp diff there. And then I also had a good game myself. So once again, a little bit of both.
Oh, big words about this comp. I want to go back and talk about your performance and the team as well, because I feel like we're seeing Cubert Academy really in peak form, and yourself as well, especially too, when we've seen you kind of go through a couple of roles this year. Do you think that you're in this peak form right now? Is there still more to expect?
Yeah, there was a lot of learning when I'm on a Cubert, like just learning the roles and shit. Like, started off Sensi, of course, then duelist and smokes. But yeah, I've learned a lot. Like, the team was like a lot of help since like academy team, just building myself as a player. And it was a lot. I learned a lot and stuff, and I feel like that I'm kind of reaching to like a good, like my prime point. Not prime, never prime, but definitely like a high point. And yeah, smokes is really just for me. I don't think the Sensi was it. The duelist, maybe.
Hey, I'm glad that the team stuck with to really be able to figure it out, because I feel like this Omen to the smokes has been such a good fit. But Knights, congrats again on this win. I'll let you rest up after that, but best of luck in the playoffs as well. This was a treat.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Thank you so much for chatting. Back over to the desk for us. I mean, big words about the comp. I have to have a laugh at that.
I was dying laughing.
But I mean, a lot of big words too about this Cubert Academy team and how good these pickups have looked, and I mean, how they're able to work together. I mean, Roy, you're really being able to see that show off in the server. Cubert Academy undefeated. Like, the stocks are high.
Yeah, I want to circle back to something that Knights was saying, and he was talking about, you know, his own individual growth. Obviously, he's looking a lot better on the controller than he did on Sentinel, but I think there's growth on all ends, because honestly, even on camera, he's looking a little bit more comfortable. He's looking a little, you know, he's calm, he's collected. There's growth on all levels. I see you, Knights. I see you.
He seems like a very sweet kid. I will say too, like, this is what the second time we've seen the name of Cubert and some of the players on the team beat Envy. So it's not like this is new, to be honest. And it's honestly quite refreshing to see. I think, Roy, you were on to something from the start.
Don't say refreshing. There is Twitch shots going to come for you too. Don't you worry. But Roy's like, I love the hater energy. Bring it on. But hey, I mean, Envy, they take a little bit of a step back, but they'll live to fight another day, pulling up the bracket, of course. A loss never feels so great, but you can afford quite a few of those if you're an Envy spot at this position. Because again, you just need 4 to be qualifying into this playoffs, which Cubert Academy now has done. I definitely don't envy them or any teams going up against them or any team in this 3-1 bracket, to be fair, because the competition is tough. But there's definitely still a very viable road ahead.
I agree. I mean, we've seen something that we didn't think would happen, right? Envy have been torn down off of their pedestal, and Cubert are the ones that are the undefeated and technically the best team right now within Challengers. So they are the ones to beat. I think just based off that core wanting to prove themselves, or Winthrop against Envy, I feel like that's also another thing that is honestly quite exciting to see as well. Like, you know, what other team can take on this tank of a team and just completely show out the way that we saw Cubert did today?
Dude, that's what I was going to say. I think the Winthrop University Envy game, like we thought we might have missed it if Envy had gone through, but now that we actually have them, there's a world where we do finally get to see it. Winthrop University versus Envy. I feel like that match, if it comes, will be so fun to watch, and it'll be very eye-opening just to see, one, how Envy bounces back, and two, where Winthrop University and how they're feeling after, you know, their performances recently. So I think it'll be cool to see. And obviously the 1 and 3 bracket, that looks a little scary as well. You have SRG and SRB along with Burger Boys, the 3rd place finishers last split. And then of course Sad Esports, who's looking quite prime themselves. So it's going to be, it's a tough bracket, guys, from top to bottom.
And there's so many like good teams. Like, we didn't even get to talk about that 2-2, the amount of strong teams there. TSM, Lander, and I've this crazy stuff. So you're gonna make sure that you need to make sure that it's been a long day, guys. These teams have made sure that we've had some content. You need to make sure you tuned into every moment. But unfortunately, that is it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you next week for some more challengers. Take care, everyone. Good luck in your ranked games.
Stay hidden.
Yeah, Governor has him in the corner, knows that he's playing off that angle. Also to the shoulder of Redid. Liv finds the first. They know where the other is. This comes down to, can you save the day if you're B-Dog? He's already gotten 3. As he takes down Liv. There's the double swing. Oh my goodness.
More than enough to throw at this, and the TP crunch was very clean as well from Jake. Again, the timing spectacular here from YFP. They'll double swing out from the smoke, and it's pretty trivial from there. Infiltrator having to fight up against the world, and he can't.
But the traps are well and in place for moves, and yeah, he sees the peek off of his cam, finds the pick, and it's just down to Weeded trying to play off the timing of the spike toggle. Oh goodness, the relay bolt is in, and Blitz will find something from Envy at the barrier. They want to try to take this fight as well.
Early baby door control from Envy, and they even burned the door to get Kainzera in there early. Envy has swung out on top of this. Ion for 4! Another ace unnecessary. Oh, but that jump through is for Cubert. Just a few more members of his team to go through. Got to do it kind of quick, though. Redux up to 3. Now that Poppin's been dealt with, forced to stand his ground on top of the tradeaway. Still running low on time, but that's what the barrier wall is there for. And Caillou, this party started, Kainzera flashing himself in, and there's a double flip swing available. Redux good for 2 on the outskirts, and Cubert only have 2 more players to deal with. Ion traded for 1, and it's all down to Extra in the 1v2. Redux slow, though, holding the outward angle. Crossfire attempted, one stay hidden.